Chapter 4163. The two upper-level God Emperors had agreed to share 3 heavenly path fruits amicably at first. However, halfway through their journey, the two of them regretted their decision. Moreover, they attacked at the same time and fought each other. Moreover, they attacked with all their might and did not hold back. They wanted to injure the other party. The ability that Mo, the Lord of Heaven's spiritual mansion, displayed now was far more powerful than before. He even felt that he was not weaker than Zhongbainan. Perhaps this was also the reason why he did not want just one heavenly path fruit. Perhaps even he did not expect that Zhongbainan would attack him when he only wanted one heavenly path fruit. One should know that he only wanted one heavenly path fruit to make Zhongbainan lower his guard. He did not even attack with all his strength just now. He wanted to ambush Zhongbainan halfway, injure him severely, and then kill him. However, he did not expect that Zhongbainan would attack at the same time as he attacked. This caused his plan to fail and let Zhongbainan know his true ability. Mo, do you really think this is my full strength? The two of them fought for a while. Zhongbainan growled, and the power aura on his body changed again. It shook the void. At the same time, a huge illusory image appeared on his body. It was an illusory image that looked exactly like him. Divine, venerable, illusionary body. Seeing this, Mo's expression changed drastically. Then he shouted in shock, "Elder Zhong, I was just joking with you. These 3 heavenly path fruits are all yours. I don't want them." Divine, venerable, illusionary body. A upper-level God Emperor who had mastered such a technique was only a step away from the divine, venerable realm. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, he could break through at any time. Humph! Zhongbainan snorted coldly and was unmoved. He attacked with his sword. The divine, venerable, illusionary body also moved and attacked Mo. Facing Zhongbainan's killing intent, the fear in Mo's eyes was replaced by madness. "Zhongbainan, it won't be that easy for you to kill me." The next moment, Mo attacked Zhongbainan without a care. He seemed to be fearless. He was going all out. If he did not go all out, he would die. If he went all out, he would die. Why not go all out? Even if he could not kill his opponent, if he could severely injure him and make him suffer, he would die in peace. A moment later, the two of them met. The two terrifying forces collided with each other, creating a series of thunderous booms that shook the heavens. Boom! Rumble! Surging energies converged from the 2 directions. After a stalemate, the energy released by the saber light completely crushed the other energy. Of course, during this process, many of the saber lights were also shattered. However, in the end, the other side was finally worn down. Explode! Before Mo's body turned into dust, he suddenly roared. In the next instant, his divine artifact suddenly exploded. Then, an illusory figure also dissipated. It was the artifact soul of the high-quality divine artifact in his hand. The divine weapon exploded with power, directly shattering the divine blade in Zhongbainan's hand. Then a phantom flashed out and quickly flew into Zhongbainan's body. However, it was still too late. Before the high-grade divine saber's blade soul could escape, it was annihilated by the power of the divine artifact's self-destruction. Furthermore, even Zhongbainan was seriously injured and sent flying. Wah! At the same time that Mo was blown into a bloody mist by the violent power, the power of the explosion of his divine artifact also destroyed Zhongbainan's divine artifact and seriously injured Zhongbainan, causing him to spit out blood. Zhongbainan flew for a distance before he stopped. His face was as pale as paper, and his aura was slightly weak. Lunatic! As Zhongbainan spat out another mouthful of blood, he could not help but curse in the direction where Mo had fallen. However, almost as soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. Whoosh! With a flash of his figure, Zhongbainan disappeared from his original spot. He, who had not had time to consume the healing divine pill, was immediately injured again. He spat out blood continuously from his mouth as though it was free, and at the place where Zhong Bainan had been standing, a figure flashed and appeared. It was Duan Lingtian dressed in purple. So powerful, Duan Lingtian sighed. As expected of a half-step divine venerable, even after being seriously injured to such an extent, you still have so much energy left. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Zhong Bainan to speak, Duan Lingtian attacked again. On the other hand, Zhong Bainan had a look of disdain. A lower-rank divine emperor also wanted to come out at this time to take advantage of the situation? Ridiculous. Even if I, Zhong Bainan, was seriously injured, I was not someone a mere lower-rank divine emperor could deal with. However, the look of disdain on Zhong Bainan's face completely disappeared in the next moment. It was replaced by an expression of disbelief and disbelief. This is sword doctrine, and this is the way of control. Previously, Duan Lingtian had attacked casually, which was why Zhong Bainan had avoided it. Now, while Zhong Bainan had avoided it, he had been injured again. Duan Lingtian did not hold back and directly activated the sword doctrine and space doctrine. At the same time, the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand also released a 7-colored radiance. Whoosh! The 7-colored sword light whistled out. Its speed was so fast that Zhong Bainan could not avoid it. No. In the end, although Zhong Bainan resisted with all his might, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian's sword because he was too severely injured. When he died, his eyes were wide open. It was obvious that he had died with a grievance. Perhaps, even until his death, he had never thought that a lower-rank divine emperor could have such strength. With such strength, there was hardly anyone below the upper-rank divine emperor who could match him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand and kept Zhong Bainan's storage ring. At the same time, he did not forget to keep the storage ring of the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Master Amowin. After keeping the 2 storage rings, Duan Lingtian began to collect the storage rings of the others. During this process, a beautiful figure stood there in the distance, looking at the scene in front of her in a daze. That was it. This person had become the final winner. The 2 upper-rank divine emperors had actually fought to the death at the critical moment. Both of them had concealed their strength earlier. Although they had fought to the death in the end, the one who survived was half crippled. Then, someone else had taken advantage of him. If Mansion Master had known that Zhong Bainan had such strength, or if Zhong Bainan had shown his full strength earlier, this would not have happened. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Lu Weio sighed in her heart. Lu Weio's gaze became complicated when she saw the purple figure approaching the heavenly Dao fruit tree and plucking the 3 heavenly Dao fruits from it. This person's luck was really heaven-defying. However, when she thought about how only she and the person in front of her had survived this time, and how 5 upper-rank divine emperors had died in the divine emperor mystery realm this time, her eyes lit up again. Maybe this time, I have a chance to enter the middle-rank divine emperor realm with the help of the power of the rules. How could Lu Weio not be excited when she thought of this? As for other things, including the heavenly Dao fruit, she did not dare to think about it at all. She knew that she was not qualified to think about it, and she did not have the strength to think about it. If the other party did not kill her and shared the rewards of the rules with her, it would be a great thing. I won't use the heavenly Dao fruit for now. I'll eat it when I enter the upper-rank divine emperor realm. I wonder if there are any other treasures in the divine emperor mystery realm. Let's take a look around. After obtaining the 3 heavenly Dao fruits, Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised for a while before he turned his attention back to the divine emperor mystery realm. This was because one could not leave the divine emperor mystery realm on their own accord. They had to wait until the time was up before they could be sent out. Now, there was still some time before the divine emperor mystery realm would send the people out. Therefore, Duan Lingtian planned to use the remaining time to search around and see if he could obtain any other good things. My lord, when Lu Weio saw Duan Lingtian making a move, she did not stay on the spot and immediately followed him. Actually, she really wanted to tell the purple-clad young man that would be better for him to stay on the spot and wait for them to leave. It would also be more comforting. However, it was obvious that the purple-clad young man did not intend to do so. Perhaps he had become a little complacent after killing a severely injured upper-rank divine emperor who had lost his soul-grade divine weapon? However, regardless of whether the purple-clad young man was complacent or not, she remembered one thing. If she did not follow the purple-clad young man, she might die in the next round. Even if following the purple-clad young man was risky, she still chose to follow the purple-clad young man. Do you think I'll be able to completely consolidate my cultivation as an upper-rank divine emperor after I leave this time? Duan Lingtian asked Lu Weio. As for Lu Weio following him, he did not say much. As long as the purple-clad young man did not harbor any ill intentions, he would allow him to follow him. However, if the purple-clad young man harbored ill intentions, he would not mind killing him mercilessly and sending him on his way. Definitely. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Lu Weio nodded decisively. 5 upper-rank divine emperors and a few middle-rank divine emperors. Even if it's only half of the rewards, it's enough for you to completely consolidate your cultivation as a lower-rank divine emperor. Perhaps you can even go one step further, Lu Weio said. At the same time, she felt a little uneasy. This lord would not go back on his word at this time and kill her so that he could take all the rewards from the divine emperor mystery realm for himself, right? That's not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded satisfyingly. At the same time, he asked, this time with your cultivation, you should be able to enter the realm of a middle-rank divine emperor, right? Lu Weio hesitated for a moment before she finally decided to tell the truth. I should be able to. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly added, Don't worry, Lord. Even if I enter the realm of a middle-rank divine emperor, I won't have any thoughts about your rewards this time. Hearing Lu Weio's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. However, in the next moment, he could not help but laugh. What you mean is, after you enter the realm of a middle-rank divine emperor, you'll be stronger than me. Otherwise, where would the thoughts come from? This woman seemed to be a little complacent. When Lu Weio heard this, her heart trembled. Then she smiled bitterly. I said the wrong thing. Even if I enter the realm of a middle-rank divine emperor, I'm definitely not a match for you, Lord. Chapter 4164. Since there were no more competitors in the God, Darch, mystic realm, and he could stay for a while longer, Duan Lingtian would not waste this last chance to take advantage of others. He continued to walk around the God, Darch, mystic realm and found some things. He passed some of the tests and successfully obtained those things. Of course, those things were not as valuable as the heavenly Dao fruit. Because of that, the tests to obtain them were not difficult. However, although those things were not as valuable as the heavenly Dao fruit, some of them were what Duan Lingtian needed to improve his cultivation base. Of course, the improvement would be minimal. After all, Duan Lingtian was now a person who had seen the world. In the divine trials, if he wanted to improve his cultivation base, he just needed to get more rewards. Ordinary people would need to consider if they could not keep up with the profundity of the laws and if their foundation was not stable. However, he did not need to worry about that. The space law that he had mastered was not inferior to an ordinary, lower, ultimate god. Moreover, he had mastered the sword principle and control principle. In addition to the 99 heaven veins in his body, he could withstand the rapid improvement of his cultivation base. He did not need to worry about losing control of his divine power. Some people who did not have a strong foundation would lose control of their divine power due to the rapid improvement of their cultivation base. Sometimes they would suffer a backlash or even suffer from qigong deviation. However, Duan Lingtian did not need to worry about this problem at all. Not to mention the mysterious gangland. even in all the realms of gods, and even in the entire heaven and earth, there were not many people who could compare to his foundation. He's too strong. Among those who came in this time, other than the 3 upper god emperors, I'm afraid no one is his match. Lu Weio had been following Duan Lingtian the whole time. She had seen Duan Lingtian fight many times. Because of that, her face was filled with shock. Was this really a lower god emperor who had not consolidated his cultivation base? Before entering the god Dharch mystic realm, she had only seen Duan Lingtian's strength when he had not stepped into the god emperor realm. However, she felt that the two were completely different when compared to each other. After stepping into the god emperor realm, his strength had become even more heaven-defying. And I've killed so many middle god emperor demon spirits. After I leave this place, I might really be able to step into the realm of a middle god emperor. Seeing that the time he could stay in the god Dharch mystic realm was getting shorter and shorter, Lu Weio's eyes lit up. She had never thought that she would be able to obtain such great benefits from this trip to the god Dharch mystic realm. One had to know that when she had come over earlier, she had even had the thought of watching the show. She had never thought that she would be able to obtain any benefits under the noses of a group of middle-level god emperors and high-level god emperors. However, she did not expect that Duan Lingtian would help her. In the blink of an eye, another period of time had passed. "Sir, we're going to be teleported out today," Lu Weio reminded Duan Lingtian. Now, she was even more respectful towards Duan Lingtian, not only because of Duan Lingtian's strength, but also because of the benefits that Duan Lingtian had indirectly given her. Since some time ago, when they encountered some lower god emperor demon spirits, he did not make a move and allowed her to do it. As for the things that she obtained from killing the lower god emperor demon spirits, they all belonged to her. If there was something that Duan Lingtian needed, Duan Lingtian would also take out a corresponding or even better item to exchange with her. As for her, she would be more than happy to make the exchange without any reluctance. Duan Lingtian nodded as he continued to search forward. The god Dharch mystic realm was too big. If one wanted to search the entire place, he would not have enough time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Half a day later, Duan Lingtian and Lu Weio felt their bodies lighten. Then their vision turned black, and they appeared outside the door of the god Dharch mystic realm. This was also the place where they had been before entering. However, after the two of them came out, the door of the god Dharch mystic realm behind them gradually faded and finally turned into nothingness. Lu Weio, just as the dazzling light pillars of the rules rewards descended from the sky, a surprised voice sounded from not too far away. The tone of the voice sounded a little surprised. So many rules rewards. Another exclamation sounded at the right time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Lu Weio were bathed in the seemingly endless light pillars of the rules rewards. There were also a few figures around them. These few people were all middle god emperors. They had rushed over after receiving the news. However, they were still too late. After they arrived, they realized that they were too late. Someone had entered the god Dharch mystic realm before them, and they could not enter again. Even so, they did not plan to turn around and leave directly. They wanted to see who had entered the god Dharch mystic realm and whether they could kill them and plunder the items piled up in the god Dharch mystic realm. Now, seeing the two of them come out and the god Dharch mystic realm close, it was as if endless rules rewards were showering down. They were all dumbfounded. Weren't there too many rules rewards? And this time, only the two of them came out of the god Dharch mystic realm? Long, they are all lower god emperors. Only lower god emperors? Are you kidding me? At the same time, someone extended his divine consciousness and probed the cultivation of Duan Lingtian and Lu Weio. Someone said directly, "I've seen this lady before. She is the city master of Weio City, Lu Weio. I didn't expect Weio City to be so far away from here, and she would rush over." 20 people entered the god Dharch mystic realm, and now only the two of them came out? The remaining 18 people have all died? The remaining 18 people have died, and the remaining 2 lower god emperors came out. What did those 18 people encounter? These 2 people are really lucky. In my opinion, they might not be lucky. Maybe they hid and waited until the god, dark, mystic realm sent them out before they came out. Maybe they did not expect to split the rules, rewards equally after they came out. There are so many rules, rewards. The other 18 people must have paid a lot, but in the end, they still benefited from it. Those 18 people could get so many rules, rewards, which means they got a lot of good stuff. Do you think they went to collect those people's storage rings? It's hard to say. Humph. Whether it's easy to say or not, can't we just kill them and take their storage rings to take a look? The few middle god emperors looked at Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo even more fiercely. At the same time, they spread out and surrounded Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo. But why did they not attack now? That was because the 2 of them were bathing in the rules rewards. If they attacked now, they would definitely break the rules rewards, and such an action would anger the heavens and cause the heavens to punish them. Under the heavens' punishment, even if they did not die, they would be crippled. Rather than that, they might as well let the 2 people in front of them absorb the rules rewards completely before attacking. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was bathing in the rules rewards, glanced at the people around him and said, "Seems like some of them know you." "My lord, I don't know them." Lu Wuyo said, "They should be hunters in the vicinity. This time they must have gathered for the Emperor God Mystic Realm, but they did not expect us to enter it first. Now that they saw the Emperor God Mystic Realm disappear, and we are bathing in the rules rewards, they're most likely guessing that we have taken advantage of them. They probably want to kill us and take our rewards in the Emperor God Mystic Realm this time." Duan Lingtian had already guessed what Lu Wuyo said. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently, then ignored the people in front of him, because he knew that they would not attack now. Even if they did, they would wait until they had completely absorbed the rules rewards. Although Lu Wuyo knew that she was no match for the people around her, she did not feel the slightest pressure because Duan Lingtian was beside her. Then Lu Wuyo calmed down and focused on absorbing the rules rewards. After a while, she started to break through to the middle god emperor realm, and Duan Lingtian, with the help of the rules rewards, quickly consolidated his cultivation of lower god emperor realm. After a while, the aura on his body changed abruptly. Their cultivation is rising so fast. At this time, the few middle god emperors who surrounded them also realized this, and their faces turned solemn. In such a situation, either the 18 of them killed enough middle god emperor demonic spirits in the emperor god mystic realm, or they killed upper god emperor demonic spirits. This Lu Wuyo, I feel like he is about to enter the middle god emperor realm. This purple-robed young man just consolidated his cultivation of lower god emperor realm. Could it be that the emperor god mystic realm that was opened previously was opened after he broke through? If that's the case, how long has it been? And he consolidated his cultivation of lower god emperor realm. The main thing is that there are too many rules rewards, so many that I envy them. At this moment, the few intermediate god emperors looked at Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo with envy and jealousy in their eyes. As they waited patiently, Yi Zichen and the others waited patiently. Half a month later, Lu Wuyo was the first to finish absorbing the rules rewards, and there was a change in her divine power aura, and she stepped into the middle god emperor realm. Although there are many rules rewards left, it's still too far to go to consolidate my cultivation of middle god emperor realm. Lu Wuyo sighed inwardly. At the same time, Lu Wuyo felt the change in the aura of the few people around her, and she glanced at them indifferently. "Everyone, let me give you a piece of advice. If you still want to live, leave now. Otherwise, when Master finishes absorbing the rules rewards, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape even if you want to." Hearing Lu Wuyo's words, the few of them were stunned, and then their gazes fell on the purple-robed young man at the side. "Lu Wuyo, you called him master. Lu Wuyo, you're a middle god emperor now, and you're the city master of Weo City. You called someone who just consolidated his cultivation of lower god emperor realm master. Uft. Lu Weo, are you deliberately mystifying me? Do you think you can scare me away like this? Ridiculous. That's right. Even if you want to mystify me, you shouldn't push out a lower god emperor who just consolidated his cultivation. Do you really think they're idiots? As the few middle god emperors spoke in disdain, the rule's rewards on Duan Lingtian's body disappeared completely, and at the same time he opened his eyes at the right time. Chapter 4165. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already noticed the people around him when he first came out. Now, after successfully consolidating his cultivation as a lower-level god emperor and even increasing his cultivation, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Even though he felt the hostility of these people, he did not intend to argue with them. Are you still going back to Weo City? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Weo and asked. In his opinion, although the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's mansion master had died, no one knew what happened. It was even more impossible for anyone to suspect that Lu Weo had anything to do with the death of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's mansion master. Yes, Lu Weo nodded. She had already taken root in Weo City. Even though she had broken through to the middle-level God Emperor realm, she had no intention of leaving Weo City. As for the death of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's mansion master, Mo Win, she did not care. Even if they had entered a lower-level God Emperor mystery realm, no one would think that Mo Win's death had anything to do with her. It would not affect her. Of course, in reality, it had nothing to do with her. Lu Weo subconsciously glanced at the purple-robed youth in front of her. She thought to herself, I'm afraid no one will think that Mansion Master Mo's death has anything to do with this person, right? He's just a person who has just consolidated his cultivation as a lower-level god emperor. Before coming out, he had not even consolidated his cultivation. While Lu Weo's thoughts were spinning, Duan Lingtian had already said, Since that's the case, let's go our separate ways. The mountains are high and the water is far away. We'll meet again someday. Although Duan Lingtian was saying these polite words, he knew in his heart that there was no possibility of him meeting Lu Weo again in the future. However, it was also because of this interaction that he felt more and more that this illusion was real. In his eyes, the strongest had become even more mysterious. Lu Weo glanced at the middle-level god emperors around her who were eyeing her covetously. She did not move subconsciously. However, Duan Lingtian made a move and prepared to leave. However, the moment Duan Lingtian moved, the auras of a few Middle Emperor gods locked onto him. Brat, if you don't want to die, don't act rashly. One of the Middle God Emperors stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. Brat, if you want to leave this place alive, you'd better cooperate and hand over all the storage rings on you. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. That's right. Hand over your storage ring, and you may leave. Otherwise die. A few god lords stared at Duan Lingtian like a few hungry wolves staring at a little sheep. And in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was indeed no different from a little sheep. He was just a lower god emperor who had just consolidated his cultivation. At this very moment, they didn't notice that Lu Weo, who was standing at the side, was looking at them with sympathy in his eyes. Facing the few god emperors who had come with ill intentions, Duan Lingtian merely raised his eyelids and glanced at them indifferently. After that, he didn't make any big moves. He merely raised his hand and grabbed at one of the middle god emperors across the space. Suddenly, the middle god emperor's expression changed greatly. He felt that the space around him had been confined. At the same time, a strong pressure enveloped him at the right time. Bang! Before the rest of them could react, this middle god emperor, who had been desperately activating his divine power and profound of laws, was still crushed by the power of space around him and turned into a pool of blood. The blood turned into arrows and shot in all directions. It even hit two middle god emperors, but they couldn't come back to their senses. At this moment, they looked at Duan Lingtian, and the light in their eyes disappeared. What replaced it was shock and disbelief. Was he really just a lower god emperor who had just consolidated his cultivation? Why did it feel like he wasn't a lower god emperor, but a higher god emperor? But from the feedback their divine consciousness gave them, the other party was clearly a lower god emperor, just as the few of them were stunned by the scene in front of them. Duan Lingtian grabbed at the space again and did the same to the other person. He died in the same way as the previous person. Run! This time, the remaining people instantly came back to their senses. Their first thought was to run. One of them could still be considered an accident, but both of them, that was definitely not an accident. This lower god emperor who had just consolidated his cultivation had the ability of a higher god emperor. Maybe he was even stronger than an ordinary higher god emperor. At this moment, they didn't even think about whether they could escape under the nose of a strong practitioner who was comparable to a higher god emperor. They had no other choice but to run. Whoosh! The moment the remaining people scattered and fled, Duan Lingtian caught up with them easily with 2 teleportations. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent them on their way. From the beginning to the end, the middle god emperors didn't make a move. Or rather, they didn't have time to make a move. Let's go. Duan Lingtian was far away. He turned his head and nodded at Lu Wuyo. Then he escaped into the distance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's voice sounded in Lu Wuyo's ears. If it's possible, don't tell anyone that you entered the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm with Mo Wen. Although no one will suspect that you have anything to do with Mo Wen's death, they will wonder if you have taken their storage rings or the storage rings of others, since 3 upper-level Divine Emperors have died in there, and yet you have come out alive. These are all the root causes of the disaster. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian didn't think much of it. However, just now, when he was faced with the greed of the few middle-level god emperors, he suddenly thought of this matter. Rather than saying that the other party wanted his storage ring because they knew that he had gained quite a lot, it would be more accurate to say that they wanted to see if he had gained anything great in his storage ring. Lu Wuyo stood on the spot and looked in the direction Duan Lingtian had left. Her gaze was complicated. This person's body was a male pet that she had used in the past. She had never looked him in the eye and felt that there would never be any interaction between them. But at this moment, the strong practitioner who had taken over her male pet's body gave her a strange feeling. In her heart, there was a subtle feeling that she had never felt before. However, in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sigh. Although she didn't know who he was, it wasn't difficult for her to sense that he was mysterious and unfathomable. She and he were destined to be people of 2 different worlds. From now on, it would be difficult for them to interact. Naturally, Duan Lingtian didn't know what Lu Wuyo was thinking. This trip to the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm made Duan Lingtian happy. I didn't expect there to be such a thing as the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Any person, any life form that breaks through in the trial of God will open the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. The more talented the person who breaks through, the more valuable the treasures in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm are. For example, Duan Lingtian had entered a Divine Emperor's secret realm where 3 heavenly Tao fruits had appeared. Not only that, but all 3 heavenly Tao fruits were already in his possession. Of course, it was all thanks to the balance and conflict between the 3 Divine Emperors that could be achieved so smoothly. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to obtain even 1 heavenly Tao fruit. Before I consolidated my cultivation, even if I didn't hold back and gave it my all, I would at most be able to put up a fight against Wu Ping. However, Wu Ping was killed by the other 2 in the blink of an eye. At that time, I wouldn't have been able to escape death if I had to fight against the other 2. However, now that I've consolidated my cultivation, I feel that my strength has increased by quite a bit. Even if I have to fight against Mo Wen, the Spirit Mansion's Mansion Master, I'm confident that I won't lose even if I can't defeat him. As for Zhong Bainan, he's a half-step ultimate god. He's too strong. Even if I were to fight against him now, I'm afraid I'll lose and die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian had finally witnessed the strength of a half-step ultimate god. A half-step ultimate god was someone who had already mastered the divine, venerate apparition. It could be said that he was already a half-step ultimate god. Where should I go next? Forget it. I'll go to the prefecture city first. At least I can ask for directions in the prefecture city to find out where the capital is. Originally, Duan Lingtian had planned to stay in the prefecture city of the Spirit Mansion for a period of time. He also wanted to see if there was a way to quickly increase his strength in the prefecture city. However, now that even the Spirit Mansion's mansion master, Mo Wen, had fallen, and he knew that his current strength was not weaker than Mo Wen's, he naturally looked down on the prefecture city. Now, only the capital of this divine kingdom could attract him. Once he reached the capital, he would be able to see the wider world. The divine kingdom was not the overlord of this world. Even in this place called the Tiannan continent, there were many divine kingdoms. The divine kingdom that he was in now was only one of the many divine kingdoms in the Tiannan continent, the prefecture city. Naturally, it was more prosperous than Wuyo City. When Duan Lingtian entered the prefecture city, he only discovered that it was peaceful. Clearly, the news of the Spirit Mansion's mansion master, Mo Wen, falling had not spread. Or perhaps they still didn't know about Mo Wen's death. This world. Do soul pearls exist? Even if they don't, there should be something that reflects one's death, right? Now, there should be people who know that Mo Wen has fallen, right? Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled and also a little puzzled. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian stayed in the prefecture city and learned more information that he did not know before. For example, the location of the Divine Kingdom's capital and how many Divine Kingdoms there were in the Tiannan continent. For example, there seemed to be more than just the Tiannan continent in this world. I wonder if fourth senior sister is in the Tiannan continent? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he was a little worried. Although his fourth senior sister was very powerful and was considered the strongest among the people who entered this time, there is no lack of divine venerables in this world. With his fourth senior sister's personality, it would not be strange even if she provoked a divine venerables. I'm just a junior brother, but I have to worry about my senior sister's safety. Duan Lingtian felt helpless. On this day, Duan Lingtian was preparing to leave the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's prefecture city and head to the capital of the Divine Kingdom. However, before he could leave the city, a few people flew over from the horizon. At the same time, a sonorous voice descended from the sky. I am the Lord's emissary. The Lord has decreed that since the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's mansion, Lord Mo Wen has died, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion will have a new mansion lord. The new mansion lord will enter the capital within 3 months and follow the Lord to the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Divine Kingdom battle and win glory for the righteous Divine Kingdom. The righteous Divine Kingdom was the name of the Divine Kingdom that Duan Lingtian was currently in. As the voice of the Lord's emissary from the Divine Fruit Kingdom's capital spread throughout the prefecture city, the entire prefecture city was shocked. The Lord Mansion, Lord has fallen? Even someone as strong as the Lord Mansion, Lord has fallen. Chapter 4166. The Manor Lord had fallen. This was undoubtedly a huge matter for the Heaven's Spiritual Manor. After the Manor Lord had fallen, the next Manor Lord had to be chosen. If it was any other time, there would be no need to rush, as the envoys from the capital would not come so early. But this time, the Heavens Canyon, where all the divine nations of the heavenly South Continent were competing, was about to open. Therefore, the envoys of the Heavenly Spirit Manor arrived a few days after Mo Wen. The manor head of the Heavenly Spirit Manor had fallen. The nation lord's emissary was also an upper divine emperor, and a very powerful one at that. His strength was no less than that of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's mansion, Lord Mo Wen, when he was alive. In 2 months, the Heaven's Spiritual Manners Manor City welcomes all experts to participate in the competition for the position of Acting Manor Lord. The Acting Manor Lord of the Heaven's Spiritual Manor can follow the Manor Lord to the Destiny Canyon and participate in the competition. As long as your performance isn't too bad, the Manor Lord will personally appoint you as the real Manor Lord. This was what the envoy from the capital had announced to the public shortly after arriving in the Sky Spirit Mansion. At the same time, the news had quickly spread. In 2 months, the Manor Lord's envoy would host the competition for the position of Acting Manor Lord in the Heaven's Spiritual Manners Manor City. This time, the Acting Manor Lord could follow the Manor Lord to the Destiny Canyon and participate in the competition. As long as their performance wasn't too bad, they would most likely become the real Manor Lord of the Heaven's Spiritual Manor. The Heaven's Spiritual Manor was a manor under the righteous divine nation, so the position of Manor Lord naturally couldn't be decided casually. Therefore, even if the Manor Lord's envoy hosted the competition, it would only be the Acting Manor Lord. For the time being, he couldn't be considered the real Manor Lord. If he wanted to become the Manor Lord, it would depend on his performance in the Destiny Canyon. The Destiny Canyon! Duan Lingtian didn't know what the Destiny Canyon was. Although many people around him were discussing it, he didn't know much about it either. The only thing he was certain of was that it was the Destiny Canyon. The Heavensville Canyon was a place where the various divine nations of the heavenly South Continent would compete for supremacy. The rulers of the various divine nations all attached great importance to this competition. There are benefits. Although many people didn't know the specifics of the battle between the divine kingdoms and the Destiny Canyon, Duan Lingtian still learned from some people that participating in the battle between the divine kingdoms in the Destiny Canyon would bring great benefits. There are benefits. Moreover, I'll be able to immediately come into contact with the righteous divine nation's capital. Moreover, I'll be able to directly come into contact with the ruler of the righteous divine nation. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but flicker a few times. In the end, he stopped in his tracks, preparing to leave the Heavenly Spirit Prefecture. Perhaps I can compete for the position of Acting Mansion Master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. As long as I sit on that seat, I'll be able to follow the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom to Heavensville Canyon and participate in the battle of the divine kingdoms. Not to mention the benefits I might obtain later on. Being able to directly contact the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom is also a good thing for me. However, in 2 months, there will definitely be many people participating in the competition for the position of Acting Mansion Master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. After all, this is not an ordinary Acting Mansion Master. It'll be the Acting Mansion Master who will follow the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom to Heavensville Canyon to participate in the battle of the divine kingdoms. Moreover, after obtaining the benefits, I can choose to leave the Heaven's Spirit Mansion and not consider becoming the real mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Considering all these factors, Duan Lingtian was determined to obtain the position of Acting Mansion Master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion in 2 months. Of course, he also knew that there would be a certain degree of difficulty. If it was just the position of Acting Mansion Master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, even if it was the real Mansion Master, it wouldn't be enough to attract so many people. Although the Mansion Master had certain privileges, he would have to pay a lot. He could even delay his own cultivation because of some things that the monarch had ordered him to do. However, this time it was only the Acting Mansion Master, the kind that could leave at any time. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to participate in the battle of the divine kingdoms at Heavensville Canyon. Many reclusive upper-rank god emperors, such as Zhong Bainan, who had previously died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, would not miss such an opportunity. In 2 months, I'll strive to improve my strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He wasn't interested in the position of Acting Mansion Master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, but the so-called Heavensville Canyon and the battle of the divine kingdoms attracted him. In 2 months' time, he also wanted to compete for the position of Acting Mansion Master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. In the next 2 months, Duan Lingtian stayed in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city for 2 days. After that, he couldn't stay any longer and began to wander around the capital city of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Once he tracked down a middle-rank God-Emperor hunter, he would kill him. Although he now had the battle prowess of an upper-rank God-Emperor, his cultivation was only that of a lower-rank God-Emperor. Killing a middle-rank God-Emperor was still considered fighting above his realm, and he would be rewarded handsomely. Of course, if a middle-rank God-Emperor killed him, he wouldn't be rewarded with any rules. It could be said that the rules of this world were shockingly good for people like Duan Lingtian, who had the battle prowess of a higher realm. While Duan Lingtian was tracking down a middle-rank God-Emperor hunter, he didn't even let go of a lower-rank God-Emperor hunter. With the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city as the center, as the news of the battle of the acting mansion master spread, various hidden experts began to gather. Of course, within the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city, there weren't many upper-rank God-Emperors. 2 months' time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. In the blink of an eye, it was over. At this time, it had been almost a year since Duan Lingtian entered the divine trials. I can still stay for a little more than 2 years. Entering the middle-rank God-Emperor realm shouldn't be a problem. I just don't know if I can consolidate my cultivation at the middle-rank God-Emperor realm. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city and prepared to compete for the position of acting mansion master, he sighed in his heart. As for the upper-rank God-Emperor, he didn't dare to think about it. That was too far away. To him, in the next 2 years, if he could enter the middle-rank God-Emperor realm in the divine trials and consolidate his cultivation, it would be good enough. That night, Duan Lingtian stayed in an inn in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city. Of course, the inns in the trial of God weren't called inns, but temporary cultivation grounds instead. In other words, it had the meaning of temporary cultivation grounds, and Duan Lingtian felt it was difficult to pronounce when he read it. Before he stayed in the inn, along the way, Duan Lingtian could hear the people around him. Most of them were discussing the acting mansion master competition that the country, Lord's emissary, would personally host tomorrow. Tomorrow, the acting mansion master competition would be held 10,000 miles east of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city, and it would be hosted by the country, Lord's emissary. At that time, any expert who was interested in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion could participate in the acting mansion master competition. Cultivation wasn't limited. Strength was the only thing that mattered. Moreover, it didn't matter if they were dead or alive. In other words, you could kill your opponent during the acting mansion master competition. A battle of life and death is enough to make those who simply want to try shrink back. Tomorrow, there will be only a few people who will truly participate in the substitute mansion master selection. However, without exception, all of them will be experts. Even when he arrived at the door of his room, Duan Lingtian could still hear the discussion of 2 guests behind him. The room Duan Lingtian was staying in was one of the last rooms in the inn. Among the people who came to the prefecture city recently, there weren't many who would participate in the acting mansion master competition tomorrow. Most of them were here to watch the fun. After all, the acting mansion master competition would be completely open tomorrow. That night, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to rest. In his mind, he was thinking that there was not much time left. After exiting the trial of gods, it's time to enter the planar battlefield. The dimensional battlefield has great dangers, but it also has various opportunities. If I want to enter the ultimate god realm before the 1,000-year deadline, I can only rely on the dimensional battlefield. With my current skills, if I enter the ultimate god realm, I won't be an ordinary ultimate god. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. At the same time, he thought to himself, Kerr, you're also in the dimensional battlefield. Nothing must happen to you. If anything happens to you, I'll make sure the Yun clan is buried with you. The Yun clan. It was a giant ultimate god faction in the world of divine remains. It was a powerful clan with the shadow of an ultimate god behind it. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of this. However, he wasn't afraid. It wasn't impossible for him to become an ultimate god. If he could become an ultimate god, he didn't think he would be weaker than those ultimate gods. How many ultimate gods could possess 5 high-level forms of the 5 divine elements and master 2 heavenly Tao of Sword Tao and Tao of Control at the same time? This was the source of Duan Lingtian's confidence. As for the law of profundity, he had the ultimate God's divinity to help him understand the law of space. As for the law of life, he had the sacred tree of life. As for the other laws, he could accumulate them over time. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian left the inn and left the city with a group of people. Duan Lingtian was traveling alone and seemed a little lonely. Of course, there were others who were traveling alone like him. "Brother, did you come alone?" As soon as Duan Lingtian left the Heaven Spirit Mansion's prefecture city, someone came up to him and asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian glanced at the person who came up to him. He was also a lower god emperor. He must have noticed that the divine power he emitted when he was flying was also a lower god emperor's divine power. That was why he came over. In this world where the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong, in the eyes of most people, only those with similar cultivation levels belonged to the same circle. In fact, the young man took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian because he could tell that Duan Lingtian was only a lower god emperor. If Duan Lingtian was a middle god emperor or a higher god emperor, he wouldn't greet Duan Lingtian. If it was the former, he would feel that he was unworthy. If it was the latter, he would feel that he wasn't worthy of him. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man beside him and nodded indifferently. This was a young man in a light green robe. He was tall and had a resolute face. He didn't look handsome, but he left a deep impression. End of chapter. Chapter 4167. The young man did not mind Duan Lingtian's indifference. He sighed to himself and said, "I really didn't expect someone as powerful as the Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord to die so easily. As far as I know, in the entire Heaven's Spirit Mansion, there are only 1 or 2 high-level divine Emperor Loose cultivators who have the ability to compete with the Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord." At this point, the young man paused for a moment before continuing, "Speaking of which, it's quite strange. It's said that Senior Zhong Bainan, a rogue cultivator whose strength isn't any weaker than the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's Mansion Master, also died. If another Loose cultivator senior, who is rumored to be as powerful as the Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord, Mo, comes, there is no need to compete. He will definitely be the acting Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord." Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to the young man when he said the first half of his sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard his last sentence, he could not help but ask in a calm tone, "That person is very strong, more powerful than Zhong Bainan?" The young man shook his head. He should not be as powerful as Elder Zhong. However, it is said that he is as powerful as the former Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord Mo. Of course, most people say that he is not as powerful as Mo. However, even if he is not as powerful as Mo, he should not be too far off. The moment the young man's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's heart, that was originally in his mouth, finally relaxed. He was determined to win the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's acting Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord's Spirit Mansion Lord. He did not want to lose the position of acting Heaven's Spirit Mansion Lord to someone else, not as powerful as Mo. There was nothing to be afraid of. His current ability was enough to deal with him. Moreover, the other party might not even come. Duan Lingtian did not completely ignore the young man's conversation throughout the journey, since he had heard the information that was useful to him. He would occasionally reply to him, "You're just here to watch the show? Don't you want to try?" Duan Lingtian asked. The young man was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled bitterly. "Are you kidding me? There is no life or death in this Heaven's Spirit Mansion, Lord's Spirit Mansion, Lord's Spirit Mansion Lord. If I go, I will be killed before I can even admit defeat. I am only a lower divine lord. This time, I'm guessing that even if it's a god emperor, there won't be many who would dare to enter the arena. The Acting Palace Master Competition this time is mainly a stage for the upper god emperors, although there aren't many high-level god emperors in the Heavenly Spirit Palace. While chatting with the young man, Duan Lingtian soon arrived at the place where the competition for the substitute mansion master would be held. It was a vast canyon some distance away from the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city. At this moment, many people had gathered in the sky above the canyon. Some came alone, some came in pairs, and some came in groups of 3 to 5. The king's emissary is here. As soon as Duan Lingtian and the young man arrived, they heard someone exclaim. The next moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw a middle-aged man, escorted by 2 old men, flying over from afar. The middle-aged man in the lead was dressed in a light silver robe. His face was resolute and his eyes were sharp. He was the king's emissary from the righteous divine nation's capital city. 2 months ago, Duan Lingtian had heard his voice in the sky above the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city. That was why he hadn't left the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city. As soon as the king's emissary arrived, he announced in an indifferent tone, "The Acting Palace Master Competition will begin today at noon and end tomorrow at noon. There will be no delay. Starting at noon, those who are interested in competing for the position of Acting Palace Master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion may enter the arena." The king's emissary arrived quickly and spoke quickly as well. He was direct and to the point, without the slightest hesitation. As soon as the king's emissary finished speaking, he raised his hand and a disc array flew out. Then it surrounded a large area in the void above the canyon. This is the area where the Acting Palace Master Competition of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion will take place. Those who leave the area will lose. Those who admit defeat will lose. Those who are killed will lose. You may enter at noon. If 2 people enter, the 3rd person will have to wait until one of them is defeated before he can enter. The person who stands until noon tomorrow will be the Acting Palace Master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. 1 month later, he will enter the capital city. Although the king will go to the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Divine Nation competition. The king's emissary's voice was loud and clear. At the same time, it caused the hearts of the people present to tremble. This kind of rule. It seems that it's a bit of a disadvantage to go first. That can't be helped. Don't tell me you don't want to go first just because you want to suffer a disadvantage. Humph. What's the point of thinking so much? If you have enough strength, you can just show your strength and be more ruthless. Who would dare to compete with you? That's true. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was watching from afar. Beside him was the young man who had taken the initiative to talk to him. At this time, the young man introduced himself, and Duan Lingtian learned his name, Wang Chun. "Brother, this is the first time I've seen such a grand scene. How about you?" Wang Chun was a little excited and asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he smiled faintly but did not reply. However, Duan Lingtian's calmness made Wang Chun think highly of him. It seemed that this fellow who was also a lesser god emperor like him was not simple. Was he a descendant of an expert who had come from outside the Heaven's Spirit Mansion to watch the show? Or was he a member of a big family in the righteous divine nation? Hu Donglan. Suddenly, Wang Chun saw a person flying in the sky from afar and let out a low cry. Following that, another person also let out a cry of surprise and looked at that person at the same time. At this time, even Duan Lingtian could not help but look over. The person named Hu Donglan was a young man wearing a blue robe. He was handsome and seemed to have a smile on his face at all times. As soon as he appeared, he immediately flew towards the emissary. At the same time, he bowed slightly and cupped his hands. Hu Donglan greets the emissary. "You're Hu Donglan." The envoy glanced at the blue-robed young man in front of him. I've heard about you recently and know that you're one of the few upper god emperors in the heavens spirit mansion. Good luck. The position of acting mansion master might be yours. When Hu Donglan heard this, he smiled slightly. Lord Envoy, I'll do my best. The envoy nodded slightly. Even though they were both upper god emperors, he had a sense of superiority. In terms of status, he was the envoy of the nation lord and had the honorable god emperor behind him. In terms of strength, he was stronger than Hu Donglan. As for Hu Donglan, he did not show any dissatisfaction in the face of the nation lord's envoy's indifference. Instead, he seemed to think that it was normal and was not surprised at all. Lord Hu Donglan, I heard that Elder Zhong also met with misfortune. The position of acting mansion master this time will most likely be yours. Lord Hu Donglan, if you become the mansion master in the future, please take care of me. I heard that you have a son. Coincidentally, I also have a daughter who's quite good-looking. Soon, Hu Donglan was surrounded by a circle of people. Some of them were independent cultivators, while others were high-ranking members of the clans in the heavens spirit mansion. The group of people surrounded Hu Donglan to flatter him, as if they were treating him as the future lord of the heavens spirit mansion. These people are flattering him a little too early. Wang Chen, who was beside Duan Lingtian, shook his head. Hu Donglan is definitely not the only upper god emperor who came this time. Although Hu Donglan is also an upper god emperor, his strength seems to be average among the upper god emperors, unless there are no other upper god emperors coming. Otherwise, Hu Donglan will most likely have no chance. Just as Wang Chun was mumbling to himself, another cry of surprise rang out. Another high-level god emperor had entered the arena. Even if upper god emperors were not well known in the heavens spirit mansion, as long as they did not hide themselves too deeply, there were still people who knew of their existence. It was just that there were fewer people who knew about them. In the heavens spirit mansion, other than the former mansion Lord Amowin, there are two other independent cultivators who are recognized as the three strongest upper god emperors in the heavens spirit mansion: Zhong Bainan and Eugene Shan. Zhong Bainan, Elder Zhong, also died some time ago, so it's impossible for him to come. I just don't know if Elder Eugene Shan will come back. Someone said, Eugene Shan, and when he mentioned this name, not only did the entire audience become much quieter, even the two upper god emperors who had arrived first, including Hu Donglan, all had serious expressions on their faces. If Elder Yu really comes, both you and I will have no chance. The second upper god emperor independent cultivator who had arrived looked at Hu Donglan and said with a sigh, Elder Yu might not come. Hu Donglan said, 100 years ago, I heard that Elder Yu had left the heaven's spirit mansion for some matters. Until now, I haven't heard any news of his return. Of course, I can't be sure if the news is true or false, but I firmly believe that there's no smoke without fire. Hu Donglan said, I hope so. However, if Elder Yu really isn't here, I won't show any mercy to you, Hu Donglan. Me too. Although it wasn't noon yet, there were already sparks flying between the two upper god emperors. They weren't sparks of flirting. They were sparks of competition. Although many people had arrived later, there were no longer any upper god emperors. Noon arrived as scheduled. At this time, the voice of the nation lord's envoy reverberated in the air. Anyone who is interested in the position of acting mansion master of the heavens spirit mansion may enter now. Regardless of cultivation level, only strength. By noon tomorrow, the strongest person standing at the end will be the acting mansion master of the heavens spirit mansion. As soon as the nation lord's envoy finished speaking, no one entered the arena. More people's gazes fell on Hu Donglan and the upper god emperor who had arrived later. Only two upper god emperors have come. The acting mansion master will definitely be decided between them. Why aren't they entering the arena? Are they waiting until tomorrow to enter the arena? Seeing that the two upper god emperors had yet to enter the arena, some middle god emperors couldn't hold themselves back anymore. Since the upper god emperors aren't entering the arena, I'll throw a brick to attract Jade. Although I definitely don't have any hope of becoming the acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, it's still a good thing to perform in front of the nation, Lord's envoy. Who knows, maybe he'll take a fancy to me and bring me back to the capital. Chapter 4168. Although the two high-level god emperors who were present did not participate, there were still some mid-level god emperors who participated to display their strength. Their goal was to attract the attention of the envoy from the capital. They all hoped that the envoy would take a liking to them and bring them back to the capital. One had to know that going to the capital and being taken back by the envoy were two completely different concepts. The former was useless. The latter could completely change their fate. Thus, in the next half a day, the group of middle-level god emperors displayed their abilities to their heart's content. In the end, there were also a few middle-level god emperors whose performances were truly stunning, causing people to raise their eyebrows. In fact, they had even received the personal praise of the nation's envoy. If you become a high-level god emperor, you can look for me in the capital. I'll give you a good job. In the end, the envoy did not intend to let them follow him to the capital. Instead, he said that they could look for him after they became high-level god emperors. This was undoubtedly a bit like trying to gain something without risking anything. No matter how weak a high-level god emperor was, as long as they were willing to submit, they would be able to find a good job under the divine master of the capital. These mid-level god emperors were doing their best to display their strength because they wanted to become a high-level god emperor under the divine master and rely on the resources under the divine master to become a high-level god emperor. If they could become high-level god emperors on their own, they might not be willing to use their freedom to exchange for a job under the divine master, unless they could get something that they could not refuse. As the group of mid-level god emperors entered the arena to display their strength, another high-level god emperor arrived. He was also a wandering cultivator within the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. However, fewer people knew about him. It's not that elder Yu. Beside Duan Lingtian, Wang Chun glanced at the newcomer and said, "I've also heard of him. If the rumors are true, he might not be stronger than Hudonglan and the others." Since then, 3 high-level god emperors had appeared in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, Substitute Mansion, Master Battle. Their arrival made everyone look forward to the next day's competition. Late at night, the second dawn arrived. The Heaven's Spirit Mansion, Substitute Mansion, Master Battle was still ongoing. Whoosh! Originally, most of the people present had dozed off from watching the mid-level god emperors fight. When a figure entered the arena, they all woke up. Hudonglan! Finally, a high god emperor had entered the arena. "You are no match for me." After Hudonglan entered the arena, she glanced indifferently at the middle god emperor who was suppressing the crowd. After that, when the other party hesitated for a moment and did not even have the time to open his mouth and admit defeat, she directly smashed out a punch. Bang! With one punch, the void trembled. The terrifying god power fused with Upanishads turned into a terrifying fist energy that scattered in all directions. It gathered halfway and shot out like a beam of light. That god emperor had long been waiting for Hudonglan to enter the arena. It wasn't that he didn't want to admit defeat. However, as one of the best amongst the god lords, he also wanted to know the difference between himself and upper god lord like Hudonglan. This was because he also knew that Hudonglan's strength could only be considered average amongst the upper god lords. However, as he used all of his strength to defend, the terrifying fist energy came right at him. The moment his defense was shattered, he regretted it. "I admit defeat." Although he had admitted defeat in time, Hudonglan did not stop. The remaining force of the punch still landed on his body and sent him flying. He was sent flying out of the area covered by the array disc. Even if he did not admit defeat, he had already lost. After being sent flying, this middle-level god emperor's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his aura was weak. His body that was floating in the air gave people a feeling that he was on the verge of collapsing. It was only after he consumed a healing divine pill that he recovered slightly. So powerful. This is an upper god emperor. After Hudonglan, upper god emperor, entered the arena, a casual punch made everyone feel the power of upper god emperor. At the same time, no other god emperor entered the arena. In an instant, Hudonglan landed there like an undefeatable god of war. She was majestic and no one dared to challenge her. Without an upper god emperor, I'm afraid no one can fight with Lord Hudonglan. Of course, Lord Hudonglan is an upper god emperor. Moreover, she is an upper god emperor who has nurtured a full soul high-grade divine weapon. Those two should be entering the arena too, right? Not long after, more people's attention fell on the two upper god emperors who were fighting for the position of acting mansion master of heaven's spirit mansion, other than Hudonglan. However, the two of them were standing in their original spots. It was obvious that they had no intention of fighting. Perhaps they were waiting for the other party to make the first move. After all, in such an occasion, it was not good to make the first move. Ha! Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter came from afar. It was hearty and bold. Hudonglan, I'll fight with you. After a while, when everyone felt a scorching aura coming toward them, a burly figure turned into a fiery shadow and came over. The fiery light filled the sky as if it was going to set the sky on fire. A upper god emperor who is skilled in the law of fire. The other party had just arrived. Duan Lingtian did not even need to check to sense the other party's divine power aura. He was also an upper god emperor. Moreover, it was obvious that he was skilled in the law of fire. The person who had just arrived was a burly man in a fiery red robe. He had a curly beard and messy hair. Most importantly, whether it was his hair or his curly beard, they were all fiery red. He had a pair of large eyes. As soon as he appeared, he did not wait for Hudonglan, who was frowning slightly, to speak and immediately attacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! The middle-aged man with the curly beard moved. Flames raged in the sky and intertwined to form a giant fire net that fell toward Hudonglan. A crimson saber had appeared in his hand. The saber was very long, at least 6 feet long. It was surrounded by flames, and there was a soul aura in it. It was extremely mysterious. It's Changyan. Changyan, a famous upper god emperor loose practitioner in the heavens spirit mansion. However, didn't he leave the heavens spirit mansion a long time ago? Yes, I also heard that he left a long time ago. In the past few hundred years, there has been no news of him. This Changyan, a few hundred years ago, was already as famous as Hudonglan. It said that he fought Hudonglan back then, but it ended in a draw. While many people recognized the identity of the newcomer, the fierce battle in the field had reached a climax. Hudonglan was obviously not a pushover. Facing Changyan's attacks, she was not at a disadvantage at all. The two of them fought fiercely again and again. The aftermath of the terrifying power wreaked havoc on the field. Fortunately, there was a spirit array that isolated the area. Otherwise, many of the people present wouldn't have been able to withstand the shockwaves from their battle. Hudonglan, Changyan laughed. Your strength has not improved much compared to back then. If that's all you have, then I'll let you win today. As soon as Changyan finished speaking, the aura on his body changed abruptly and became stronger. When he attacked again, the flames that had already filled the void rose even higher. Buzz! A huge flaming saber appeared and shone in the void. It was as if at this moment there was only this saber left in everyone's eyes. It was a brilliant saber. Then the flaming saber fell, as if it could not be avoided, and it slashed toward Hudonglan. Hudonglan's face, which was already tense, instantly changed. He had never thought that the opponent, who had been on par with him in the past, would be completely ahead of him today. Previously, his opponent had still been holding back. However, Hudonglan did not admit defeat immediately. She continued to attack with all her might. Bang! After a loud bang, Hu Donglan's attack was finally unable to withstand Chang Yan's flaming saber and was completely crushed. However, he used the remaining power of the flaming saber to retreat from the field. Although he looked calm, his face was still a little pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although it was evaporated by his divine power in time, many people still saw it. Defeated, Hu Donglan has lost. Right now, Hu Donglan had already left the stage. This also meant that she had lost. Immediately many people sighed. They had never thought that Hu Donglan, who was also a high god emperor, would lose so quickly. Chang Yan, as for the other two upper god emperors who had not attacked yet, their expressions were grave. At the same time, they communicated with each other through voice transmission, clearly feeling the pressure. Are you confident? I'm not. With my strength, even against Hu Donglan, I don't have much confidence. Me too. Since that's the case, why don't we make an agreement? You or me. One of us will attack first and use the opportunity to further exhaust Hu Donglan's strength. The other person will attack later and use the opportunity to defeat Hu Donglan, who has not recovered in time. That's possible, but who will attack first? Who will reap the benefits? How about this? If you are willing to pay a price after this matter is over, I can take the lead and fight for this opportunity for you. Speak. The two upper god emperors had reached an agreement the moment Hu Donglan was defeated. Then, one of them took the lead to fight Chang Yan. In the end, he was defeated without any surprise. As for Chang Yan, he had naturally used up a lot of his strength. At least, it was more than the battle with Hu Donglan. Looks like the two of you have reached an agreement. After Chang Yan swallowed a few divine pills, his gaze was deep. It was obvious that he had seen through the other party's thoughts. Chang Yan! As if to set off Chang Yan's words, in the next instant, the last upper god emperor took the stage. At this time, the sun had already risen from the east. The morning sun shone down, as if covering everything in the world with a layer of faint silver light, gorgeous and colorful. Chang Yan, after consecutively defeating two high-level god emperors, faced the final high-level god emperor. That upper god emperor from before is exhausting Chang Yan. Beside Duan Lingtian, Wang Chun shook his head and said, I just don't know how much of an effect it will have on Chang Yan. If not, the winner of this battle will definitely be Chang Yan. Chapter 4169. A tag team battle. Duan Lingtian could see it too. Perhaps Hu Donglan, who had attacked at the beginning, had no intention of exhausting Chang Yan, because, from his expression, it was obvious that he didn't know that Chang Yan was hiding his strength. As for the upper god emperor who attacked at the end, it was obvious that he was exhausting Chang Yan's divine power, and he had indeed used up a lot of Chang Yan's divine power. Even if he took a divine pill, it would be difficult for him to fully recover in a short period of time. When the last upper god emperor entered the arena, even Duan Lingtian didn't dare to say that he could guess who would win in the end. However, looking at Chang's current state, he was obviously full of confidence. His chances of winning shouldn't be low. Chang Yan, I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. The last upper god emperor stared at Chang Yan and said seriously, even though there was someone helping him to exhaust Chang Yan's strength, he still didn't dare to underestimate him. Looking at Chang's current state on the surface, it didn't seem like he would exhaust too much. He didn't have any confidence. However, even if he didn't, he could only brace himself and fight. He actually didn't care about the position of substitute mansion master. What he cared about was being able to go to Destiny Canyon with the Divine Nation Monarch and participate in the Divine Nation battle. That was a great opportunity. He might even have the chance to become an ultimate god. He was very clear about his own situation. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't have the chance to become an ultimate god. I'm afraid this is the last battle. After this battle, the winner will become the substitute mansion master of Heaven's spirit mansion. As long as no more upper god emperors appear, this will definitely be the last battle. The spectators all felt that way. Even Wang Chun, who was beside Duan Lingtian, felt the same way. In the arena, the upper god emperors who entered the arena quickly engaged in a fierce battle with Cheng Yan. The moment they attacked like a storm without any hesitation. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that Cheng Yan hadn't fully recovered to defeat him in one go. However, as Cheng Yan attacked, everyone realized that Cheng Yan hadn't exhausted much of his strength. Even when facing the storm-like attacks of the upper god emperors, he was still able to handle it with ease. He's going to lose. Cheng Yan is going to become the substitute mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. At that moment, it wasn't just the crowd that felt that way. Even the envoy presiding over the competition for the position of acting master of the Sky Spirit Mansion felt the same way. A moment later, Cheng Yan gained the upper hand. After 10 moves, he defeated his opponent. Cheng Yan had defeated 3 great high-level god emperors consecutively by himself and stood at the very end. Cheng Yan, congratulations. Congratulations, Cheng Yan. Although the 3 upper god lords had lost, they had accepted their defeat wholeheartedly. After a moment of unwillingness in their hearts, they appeared to be very free and easy as they all opened their mouths to congratulate Cheng Yan. When Cheng Yan heard this, he only smiled faintly. No one dares to say what the result will be until the end. I'm afraid it's a little early for you to congratulate me now. Of course, in the eyes of the crowd, Cheng Yan was being modest. At the same time, they also felt that the final winner of this substitute mansion master battle would definitely be Cheng Yan. There was basically no suspense. Cheng Yan is going to become the substitute mansion master of the Sky Spirit Mansion. Beside Duan Lingtian, Wang Chun sighed emotionally. This Cheng Yan is not weak, and he's not that old either. This trip to the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms this time, if he's lucky, he might be able to obtain the opportunity to become a venerable. Destiny Canyon, the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Many people didn't know what the specific content was, and Duan Lingtian didn't know either. Some people said that the content was different every time. However, the main theme was that the god emperors of the various divine kingdoms would compete, and in the process, the god emperors of the various divine kingdoms would have a chance to obtain their own opportunities. In the void, a group of people whispered in whispers. They all felt that Cheng Yan would become the substitute mansion master of the Sky Spirit Mansion. In the field, Cheng Yan stood there alone like an undefeatable god of war. No one dared to challenge him. Time passed quietly. It was getting closer and closer to noon. There's still 15 minutes left. If another higher god emperor comes to challenge Cheng Yan, this battle of the substitute mansion master will also be over. A few hours ago, everyone present had already guessed the ending, and felt that Cheng Yan would definitely become the substitute mansion master of the Sky Spirit Mansion. However, no one left. To them, waiting for a few hours was nothing. Perhaps something unexpected would really happen in the end. As for what the unexpected thing would be, it would be nothing more than a higher god emperor coming late to challenge Cheng Yan and defeating him to become the substitute mansion master of the Sky Spirit Mansion. Now a few hours have passed. Lord Cheng Yan's previous exhaustion, with the help of the divine pills, has definitely recovered 70 to 80%, if not all of it. That's for sure. The current Lord Cheng Yan is definitely more powerful than the last time he fought. Now, even if a higher god emperor comes, it'll be difficult for him to defeat Lord Cheng Yan. Many people sighed. There's only a quarter of an hour left before noon. After a quarter of an hour, we can leave. There shouldn't be any suspense in the next 15 minutes. At this moment, even Wang Chun, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, felt the same way. Brother, it's already so late. It seems like there's no more drama to watch. I think it's about time for us to return to the prefecture city. Since Duan Lingtian would occasionally talk to Wang Chun had begun to address Duan Lingtian as his brother. Of course, this was just his own wishful thinking. Yes, It's about time for us to return to the prefecture city. Duan Lingtian nodded lightly. It was rare for him to pay attention to Wang Chun again. However, before that, there's still something I need to do. What is it? Wang Chun had just revealed a puzzled expression when he saw the purple-clad young man in front of him vanish into thin air. Is he leaving? He didn't even wait for me. Just when Wang Chun thought Duan Lingtian had left and returned to the prefecture city, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. His expression froze when he heard the commotion. In the next moment, he followed the crowd's gaze and saw a familiar figure in the arena. The purple figure stood proudly and faced Qing Yan, who had defeated 3 upper-rank god emperors in a row. Chang Yan, a powerful upper-rank god emperor. You, a lower-rank god emperor, want to compete with me for the position of acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion? Just when everyone's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian, Chang Yan spoke out, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian was filled with astonishment. He had not expected someone else to enter the arena in the last 15 minutes. What was even more unexpected was that the person who entered the arena was not an upper-rank god emperor or a middle-rank god emperor. It was a lower-rank god emperor. Lower-rank god emperor. He's just a lower-rank god emperor, and he wants to challenge Lord Qing Yan? Does he have a death wish? I think he teleported in. Did he teleport to the wrong place? Teleportation can teleport to the wrong place? This is the first time I've heard of this. Now, as Chang Yan spoke, many people who had not paid attention to Duan Lingtian realized that Duan Lingtian was just a lower-rank god emperor, and they were shocked. After that, more people thought that Duan Lingtian had entered the arena by accident. A few people thought that Duan Lingtian was courting death. At this moment, even the ambassador from the righteous divine nation could not help but frown. He felt that the lower-rank god emperor who had entered the arena was overestimating himself. Could it be that Chang Yan allowed him to enter the arena, just to waste the last 15 minutes and prevent the other upper-rank god emperors from entering the arena at the crucial moment? This was also the ambassador's subconscious thought. Of course, he felt that the possibility of an upper-rank god emperor arriving in the last 15 minutes was very small. This was because everyone knew the rules and would definitely guard against this. However, in the face of the situation before him, the ambassador's eyes were still cold. In his life, he despised people who played petty tricks. Following that, the ambassador's thunderous snort attracted everyone's attention. His tone was indifferent and cold as he said, "A lower-rank god emperor has entered the arena to challenge upper-rank god emperor. In order to prevent malicious challenges, this battle will only end after the victor is determined. If you are not willing to fight to the death, the 2 of you will be disqualified from participating in this Acting Palace Master battle. The Acting Palace Master will be determined from the 3 upper-rank god emperors who have lost earlier." When the ambassador said this, the surrounding people were first stunned. Then many people immediately guessed why the ambassador had changed the rules of the Acting Palace Master battle at the last minute. This purple-clothed youth, could it be that Lord Chang Yan really found him to waste the last 15 minutes? There's no need for that, right? Perhaps even Lord Chang Yan did not expect the ambassador to change the rules at the last minute. If that's the case, Lord Chang Yan will either have to kill him or give up the position of Acting Palace Master. If this person was found by Lord Chang Yan, he should not kill him, right? That might not be the case. If they are not blood relatives, it is not impossible for him to kill him for the position of Acting Palace Master. At this moment, the crowd looked at Duan Lingtian and Chang Yan strangely again. Even the young man Wang Chun, who'd always been standing by Duan Lingtian's side, had a dumbstruck expression at this moment. Duan Lingtian wouldn't really be brought here by Chang Yan to waste the last few minutes, right? If that's the case, then this time, Chang Yan has really shot himself in the foot. I hope Qing Yan will not kill him for the position of Acting Palace Master. At the thought of this, Wang Chun sighed in his heart. At the same time, He looked at the purple-clothed figure worriedly. Did he think that I found him? In fact, as soon as the ambassador finished speaking, Chang Yan had already guessed his thoughts. He felt as though he had been wronged. At the same time, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he felt a little embarrassed. Why did you, a lower-rank God Emperor, enter the arena? You actually made people think that I found you to waste time. Do I, Chang Yan, need to do this? Brat. Chang Yan stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was fierce and icy cold. They all thought that you were someone I found to waste time. As for the truth, you know it better than anyone. No matter why you entered the arena, today you are destined to die. Chapter 4170. In fact, Duan Lingtian was also a little confused. He had thought that as a lower God Emperor, he would be able to stun and shock everyone. But he never imagined that in the eyes of the crowd, he would actually become a tool that Chang Yan had used to waste his last bit of time. Moreover, the envoy from the righteous divine nation's capital had even changed the rules at the last moment and allowed him and Chang Yan to fight to the death. If they did not fight to the death, both he and Chang Yan would lose the chance to become the acting mansion master. However, even though he was facing Chang Yan's killing intent, he was still calm and fearless. He was determined to become the acting mansion master of the heavens' spirit mansion. As for Chang Yan, although his strength was not bad, it was not to the extent that he was afraid of him. Since you think I'm going to die, then make your move. Duan Lingtian stared at Chang Yan and said indifferently. There was no emotion in his tone, and no one could tell that he was angry. His face was as calm as before, as though there was no joy or sorrow. Humph! Chang Yan snorted coldly as he released his divine power, which merged with the law profound. At the same time, he took a step forward, and a terrifying power shook the void as though he was going to shatter it. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. In the next instant, Chang Yan moved. The moment he moved, it was earth-shattering, and it caused the hearts of the onlookers to tremble. Lord Chang Yan is going to kill him. Based on the current situation, this purple-clad young man doesn't look like someone that Lord Chang Yan found to waste time. I don't think so either. If it was Lord Chang Yan who wanted to waste time, facing Lord Chang Yan's killing intent now, I'm afraid he would be scared witless and even beg for mercy from Lord Chang Yan. However, if Lord Chang Yan didn't find him to waste time, where did he get the courage to fight for the acting mansion master position with Lord Chang Yan? I don't know. Previously, I thought he might have teleported wrongly, but based on the current situation, he seems to want to enter the battle and is fearless. If he was a medium God Emperor and was fearless, I would think that he might have the battle strength of an upper God Emperor. However, I don't dare to think that he is a lower God Emperor. At this moment, not only were the spectators astonished, even the envoy from the capital frowned slightly. Did I guess wrong? Where did this lower divine lord's confidence come from? Just when the nation leader's envoy was puzzled, Chang Yan's entire body had already tore through the sky and approached Duan Lingtian. He didn't even use his divine weapon as he casually punched out, and the sound of air exploding resounded out in all directions, shaking the heavens and the earth. The reason why he didn't use his divine weapon was because, in Chang Yan's opinion, it would be extremely embarrassing if he had to rely on his divine weapon to attack a lower God Emperor. You're too careless. Facing the menacing Chang Yan, Duan Lingtian stood in place, motionless, but let out a sigh. If you use a divine artifact, I may not be able to kill you in one blow. As his sigh faded away, a 3-foot-long blade emitting a 7-colored radiance appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Then it was swept away by the spatial storm that was waiting to erupt. Whoosh! The moment the sword appeared, there was a tearing sound in the void as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Its aura was domineering and had unparalleled power. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely integrated into the sword principle and the way of control. Of course, the only thing that could be seen through by the people present was the sword principle. The way of control was difficult to see through unless an ultimate god was present. Impossible. Cheng Yen let out a cry of shock and disbelief. At this time, his attack had already been completely destroyed by the sharp seven-colored sword light. Moreover, the seven-colored sword light seemed to carry an unparalleled divine might. Before he could launch a second attack, it had already pierced through his body. If it was just an ordinary sword wound, it wouldn't be enough to kill him at all. But now, when the sword penetrated his body, countless sword radiances burst out and penetrated his entire body. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, seven-colored light spots appeared all over Cheng Yan's body. Then, streaks of seven-colored sword radiances broke out from his body. From top to bottom, they were densely packed. In the blink of an eye, he was shredded into pieces, leaving behind a rain of blood and a lonely storage ring. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Absolute silence. It wasn't until Duan Lingtian casually put away Cheng Yan's storage ring that the people present came back to their senses one after another. Suddenly, the sound of cold air being sucked and could be heard. At this moment, even the king's emissary, who came from the kingdom and could be considered as experienced and knowledgeable, had a face full of shock and disbelief. The people behind him all changed their expressions at the same time. He killed Cheng Yan. A lower god emperor killed an upper god emperor in one hit. Even if an upper god emperor didn't use a divine weapon, he still has a full soul high-grade divine weapon. This is enough to shake the kingdom. Even the strongest lower god emperor in the kingdom doesn't have this ability. What he used just now was the sword principle. The space law that he comprehended is also extremely terrifying. In the entire kingdom, forget about lower god emperors, even middle god emperors, or even upper god emperors. It's hard to find someone who has such attainments. Oh my god, I actually witnessed a lower god emperor kill an upper god emperor with my own eyes. Who exactly is he? Why is he so strong? Forget about the kingdom. Even in the entire southern sky continent, I'm afraid it's hard to find a second lower god emperor as strong as him, right? After the crowd came back to their senses, they all exclaimed in shock. Their words were filled with shock. All of them stared at the purple figure in the distance, with their eyes wide open, as if they were looking at a wild beast. Wang Chun stood in the distance, completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he had thought that the youth who had come along with him was a lower god emperor that Cheng Yan had found to waste time. He was even worried that the other party would be killed by Cheng Yan. However, in the blink of an eye, someone had indeed died. However, the one who had died was not him, but Cheng Yan, a upper god emperor. Moreover, he was not an ordinary upper god emperor. There's still some time left. Is there anyone else who wants to enlighten me? Duan Lingtian stood in the void with a calm expression. It was as if killing Cheng Yan was something that he had done casually. The moment Duan Lingtian's words came out, it immediately caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. That's right. There was still time. The person in front of them had entered the arena in the last 7 minutes and killed Cheng Yan in the blink of an eye. There was still a lot of time left, enough for him to kill dozens or even hundreds of Cheng Yan, who had not used his divine weapon because of his carelessness. Less than 7 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, no one else dared to challenge Duan Lingtian. During this time, everyone's gazes were fixed on Duan Lingtian, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Even the 3 upper god emperors who had previously been defeated by Cheng Yan looked at Duan Lingtian as if they had seen a ghost. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, even if they were beaten to death, they would not dare to believe that a lower god emperor could kill an upper god emperor so easily. A lower god emperor killing an upper god emperor. In the past, I have never even heard of such an absurd thing. After this battle, this youth's name will shake the entire divine nation, and even the entire southern sky continent. Speaking of which, does anyone know him or know his name? At this time, many people finally realized that they did not know the name of this purple-clothed monster in front of them. Very quickly, someone recalled that this purple-clothed monster was standing together with a youth, and that youth was still present. He should know the name of this monster. I saw it just now, too. He came together with this monster. Wang Chun became the focus of many people's attention. Under the questioning of a group of people, after obtaining the consent of Duan Lingtian, Wang Chun said the name of Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. In an instant, this name was engraved in the minds of the people who had asked the question. At the same time, after it had spread, it was also engraved in the minds of everyone present. This was an existence who could kill an upper god emperor. Even if that upper god emperor did not use a divine weapon, it was still enough to shock the world. Throughout the history of righteous divine nation and the history of the southern sky continent, no one had ever heard of a lower god emperor who could do this. This youth named Duan Lingtian would definitely go down in history. I announce, at this time, the words of the ruler's envoy reached everyone's ears. From today onwards, Duan Lingtian will be the acting mansion master of Heaven's spirit mansion. Acting mansion master of Heaven's spirit mansion. Duan Lingtian had gotten what he wanted. Originally, the ruler's envoy had planned to return to the capital directly after choosing the acting mansion master of Heaven's spirit mansion. He would let the acting mansion master go to the capital 1 month later. However, after seeing that Duan Lingtian was only a lower god emperor and was able to kill an upper god emperor, he was not in a hurry to leave. He planned to leave with him 1 month later and head to the capital together. This was because he knew that this was a person with shocking potential. In the future, he would definitely shine brightly in this world. If he became an upper god emperor, he might even be able to kill a hierarch. There were only benefits to befriending such a person. There was no harm in befriending him. As for Duan Lingtian, he was more than happy to befriend the ruler's envoy. As the ruler's envoy, he was a person with a certain status in the righteous divine nation. He would definitely know more things that Duan Lingtian wanted to know, but did not yet know. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the Destiny Canyon and the battle between the divine nations were things that he might be able to learn more about from the ruler's envoy. Brother Lingtian, when we return to the capital in a month, the ruler will definitely appoint you as the mansion master of Heaven's spirit mansion as long as you are willing. On the way back to the Heaven's spirit mansion, the ruler's envoy walked side by side with Duan Lingtian. He did not underestimate the other party just because he was a lower god emperor. Although the other party had killed Changyan earlier because Changyan had not used a divine weapon, he was still able to kill Duan Lingtian with such ease. Even if Changyan had used a divine weapon, he would only be able to buy some time at most. In the end, he would not be able to escape death. Duan Lingtian smiled in the face of the ruler's envoy's enthusiasm. Big Brother Yunha, I have no intention of becoming the mansion master of Heaven's spirit mansion. I want to compete for the position of acting mansion master in the Destiny Canyon. Chapter 4171. The messenger was called Yun He. Ever since he announced that Duan Lingtian was the acting mansion master of the Heaven's spirit mansion, he had been very friendly to Duan Lingtian. This was a lower god emperor who could kill an upper god emperor. He was not someone an ordinary lower god emperor could compare to. Even 99% of middle god emperors could not compare to him. He could still maintain a friendly relationship with such an existence, but once he grew up, he would not be able to reach him. Of course, if it was only Duan Lingtian's strength. Yun he might be polite, but it was not enough to make him so friendly. This was because Yun he could faintly sense that the person in front of him was not very old. Such a young lower god emperor who could kill an upper god emperor. As long as he did not die prematurely in the future, he would definitely soar to the sky and maintain his invincibility among his peers. Brother Lingtian, I also guessed that was what you were thinking. Yun he was not surprised to hear Duan Lingtian's words. If he were Duan Lingtian, with the cultivation of a lower god emperor and the ability to kill an upper god emperor, he would not be bound by a small Heaven's spirit mansion. Even if he were Duan Lingtian, he felt that the righteous divine kingdom would not be able to tolerate him. This was the main reason why he was so friendly to Duan Lingtian. In the righteous divine kingdom, he had the backing of the ultimate god realm monarch. Few people dared to provoke him. In the divine kingdom, he did not need to curry favor with anyone. However, as an outstanding upper god emperor, and in the prime of his life, he was naturally not willing to be bound by the righteous divine kingdom. Under such circumstances, being on good terms with Duan Lingtian might help him when he left the righteous divine kingdom in the future. No matter what, Brother Lingtian, with your monstrous talent, you will definitely amaze everyone in the capital. Even in the Destiny Canyon, you will definitely shock all the divine kingdoms. Now, he could not help but look forward to the expressions of those people when they found out that this was a lower god emperor who could easily kill an upper god emperor. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not dare to believe it. Brother Lingtian, in the following month, you can enter the prefecture city and receive the treatment of an official prefecture lord. During this month, you can enjoy everything in the treasury left behind by the past masters of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. In the city lord's mansion of an ordinary small city, there was a treasure trove. As the prefectural city of the Heavenly Spirit Mansion, there was no lack of treasures in the city lord's mansion. Not everything was carried by the mansion master. When Duan Lingtian heard Yunhe's words, his expression remained calm, but his heart was filled with excitement. He hoped that there was something he urgently needed in the treasury of the prefecture city governor's mansion. Just now, after he had killed that high god emperor Qingyan, he had received an extremely generous reward. Although it was not as good as what he had obtained after he had exited the god-arch mystic realm, it was still more than half of the rewards he had obtained from the regulations back then. This caused the divine power in his body to boil, and it was on the verge of bursting out. He had a feeling that as long as he digested the rewards of the regulations, he would be even closer to the Middle God Emperor realm. Middle God Emperor realm. Before I leave, there shouldn't be any suspense. Even if it's the Upper God Emperor realm, I still have a chance. However, the ultimate God realm is very, very difficult. When he had first entered, Duan Lingtian felt that the Upper God Emperor realm was unreachable. However, now he saw hope again. There was still slightly more than 2 years left. Now, in less than a year, he had already entered the lower God Emperor realm and had completely consolidated his cultivation. He had even taken a huge step towards the Middle God Emperor realm. If there were no accidents, he might be able to enter the Middle God Emperor realm in the Divine Kingdom battle at the Destiny Canyon. Once I step into the realm of a middle-level God Emperor, even if I haven't completely consolidated my cultivation, there are very few people below the level of hierarch who can match up to me. If I consolidate my cultivation as a middle-level God Emperor, unless there is also a heaven-defying monster in the realm of upper-level God in this world, I will definitely be able to sweep away all those below the level of hierarch and be unrivaled. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as the blood in his body boiled. With the cultivation of the Middle God Emperor realm, he would be able to defeat anyone below the ultimate God realm. Even in the outside world, it would be difficult to find someone like him among the younger generation of the ultimate God realm powerhouses. This divine trials will be a heaven-defying opportunity for me. I must hold on to it tightly. As long as I hold on to this opportunity, I might be able to enter the ultimate God realm in 1,000 years. The ultimate God realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. With his attainments in the law of profundity and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, if he entered the ultimate God realm, he would definitely not be an ordinary ultimate God. Perhaps, when he entered the lower God realm, he might even be able to kill a middle God realm expert. One should know that the difference between a lower God realm and a middle God realm was not comparable to the difference between a lower God Emperor and a middle God Emperor, or even between a middle God Emperor and an upper God Emperor. The difference between a lower God realm and a middle God realm was not even as small as the difference between a lower God Emperor and an upper God Emperor. Brother Ling Tian, I won't disturb you for the next month. We'll depart for the capital together in a month's time. As for the fact that you killed the Upper God Emperor in one hit, I've already sent a message back to the capital through the communication jade. The Monarch will know about it soon. The Monarch is a person who cherishes talents. After you enter the capital, there's still some time before you depart for the Destiny Canyon. During this time, the Monarch will give you a generous reward so that you can improve before you depart for the Destiny Canyon. The Monarch's messenger, Yun He, said to Duan Lingtian after they returned to the prefecture city, governor's mansion. Thank you, Brother Yun He. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. At the same time, he could not help but look forward to it. If the monarch of the Divine Kingdom could help him become a Middle God Emperor before he headed to the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, it would definitely be a joyous occasion for him. In the next month, Duan Lingtian entered the treasury of the prefecture city, governor's mansion, a few days ago and found some medicinal herbs that would be of great help to him. Although these medicinal herbs could not be consumed directly, they could be refined into divine pills. With Duan Lingtian's attainments in alchemy, he could easily refine them into supreme divine pills that he needed. Moreover, they were supreme divine pills that would be of great help to his current cultivation level. In this heaven and earth, refining supreme divine pills would not attract heavenly tribulations, and there would be no heaven and earth vision. This was something Duan Lingtian had discovered earlier, so he did not have to worry about it. In fact, even if there were heavenly tribulations or heaven and earth vision in this heaven and earth, he would not be afraid. With his strength, he could protect himself in this divine kingdom, unless the monarch of the divine kingdom personally attacked him and killed him. However, that was almost impossible. If the monarch knew that he had such attainments in alchemy, he would definitely weigh the pros and cons and decide whether to offend him or befriend him. To be able to become a monarch and cultivate to the supreme god realm, he was definitely not a fool. A month's time passed in a hurry. As for Duan Lingtian, in this 1 month's time, he had refined many supreme divine pills that were suitable for his current cultivation level. At the same time, he had also digested the rewards of killing the upper god Emperor Chengyan. His cultivation level increased by another level. He was even closer to becoming a middle god emperor. In fact, if one were to compare the distance between a lower god emperor and a middle god emperor to a distance of 100 meters, he would have already walked more than 10 meters, and the lower god emperors mentioned here were naturally the lower god emperors who had completely consolidated their cultivation. 1/10 of the journey was not a lot, but it was definitely not a small amount either. One should know that it had only been a few months since Duan Lingtian became a lower god emperor. Brother Lingtian, let's go. Yun, he led Duan Lingtian to the capital of the Divine Kingdom. He took out an emperor-level divine artifact flying ship and moved forward at the speed of an upper god emperor. In the divine artifact flying ship, Yun he smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's capital is not far from the capital. We can reach it in half a month's time. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he who was not in a hurry to cultivate began to ask Yun he about various things that he was puzzled about. For example, the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Previously, as time was tight, Yun he only briefly told him about it and did not go into details. He also told him that he could answer his questions on the way back to the capital. At this time, Yun he also began to answer Duan Lingtian's questions in detail. The Destiny Canyon is a miraculous place in the Tiannan continent. According to legend, it was left behind by the Creator God for the various divine kingdoms in the Tiannan continent. It can only be opened by the monarch of each divine kingdom with a monarch token. The so-called Battle of the Divine Kingdoms is held in the Destiny Canyon. Following Yun He's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. The Destiny Canyon was a place that had stood tall in the Tiannan continent since ancient times. It had never been moved and could not be moved because, according to legend, it was a place created by the Creator God. As for the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, it was a place where emperor gods from various divine kingdoms would enter the Destiny Canyon to fight for the opportunity to make a breakthrough. There was even a chance to become a venerable one there. In the history of the Tiannan continent, most of the ultimate gods from various divine kingdoms had broken through after finding the opportunity to become a venerable one in the Destiny Canyon. The current monarch of the righteous divine nation, and even the previous two monarchs, had only stepped into the ultimate god realm after gaining something in the heavens Canyon. In addition, Duan Lingtian also gained a deeper understanding of the various divine kingdoms based on his understanding of the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. It turned out that the existence of each divine kingdom was protected by the laws of heaven and earth. Even if the strongest monarch of a divine kingdom was only a lower-level ultimate god, the other upper-level ultimate gods in the heaven and earth would not be able to shake his control over the divine kingdom. They would not even be able to kill him within the divine kingdom he controlled. The monarch of a divine kingdom was the pillar of the divine kingdom. The monarch token in their hands was said to be a treasure left behind by the creator god for the divine kingdom behind them. No one could take it away from them. No one could take it away from them. With the monarch token in hand, even a lower-level ultimate god monarch within the divine kingdom he controlled would not be afraid of intermediate-level ultimate gods and upper-level ultimate gods. Chapter 4172. In the Tiannan continent, there are as many divine kingdoms as there are clouds. Countless years have passed, but the divine kingdoms are still the same. Yun, he continued to say to Duan Lingtian, the king of the divine kingdom is from the same lineage as the king of the divine kingdom. Only a person from that lineage can inherit the king token. Legend has it that the monarch token is a divine item left behind by the god of creation. It's even more mysterious and terrifying than a superior grade divine weapon. Within the divine kingdom's capital, the monarch token allows the monarch to display the power of an ultimate god even if he is not an ultimate god. Outside the capital, even if the monarch is only a lower ultimate god, he can display the power of a higher ultimate god with the monarch token and be invincible. Outside the capital, the monarch token will lose its original function. But even if the monarch is killed, the monarch token will not fall into the hands of others and will still fly back to the capital and the imperial family. During this period, if anyone dares to obstruct, even a higher ultimate god will not be able to escape death. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat after hearing Yunhe's words. He dared not underestimate the various divine kingdoms in the Tiannan continent anymore. Even the most powerful monarch of a divine kingdom was only a lower ultimate god. However, with the monarch token, they were invincible within the divine kingdom they ruled. Even a higher ultimate god could not do anything to them. God of creation, it would appear that this Nation Master title plate is a treasure left behind by the strongest expert who created this trial grounds. It is a treasure left behind for them to ensure the safety of their inheritance. Duan Lingtian vaguely realized that the monarch token was left behind by the ultimate god for the imperial family of each divine kingdom. It was the foundation of the establishment of the divine kingdom. Only in this way could the imperial family of each divine kingdom be passed down safely, as long as one was still within the divine kingdom. Even if one became a higher ultimate god, the monarch was only a lower ultimate god and could not usurp the throne. This was because a lower ultimate god monarch could display the power of a higher ultimate god within the divine kingdom with the monarch token and was invincible. The sovereign token of any god nation is acknowledged as the national treasure of that god nation. Within the territory of the god nation, the sovereign token is invincible. When Yunhe mentioned the monarch medallion, his face was solemn and his eyes were burning with reverence. Monarch's order! Duan Lingtian was equally shocked. A lord of a divine kingdom with a lord's token feared no one in his own home. Even if there were transcendental forces outside the divine kingdom, as long as they entered the divine kingdom under his control, they would not be able to do anything to him. No matter how strong a high-level supreme god was, it would not work. Of course, if the monarch left the monarch kingdom, the monarch token would lose its effect, and there was a risk of death. The Heavenly Fate Canyon is definitely not within the borders of the theocracy. Aren't the monarchs of the theocracy worried about dying on this trip? Duan Lingtian asked Yin, he curiously. When Yin he heard this, he smiled nonchalantly. The battle of the divine kingdoms in the Destiny Canyon only opens once every 10,000 years. The imperial families of the divine kingdoms have an opportunity to offer sacrifices to the gods every 10,000 years. The purpose of the sacrifice is to let the Creator God bestow supreme divine power into the Monarch Medallion so that the Monarch Medallion will be able to display its unparalleled power for the next year as long as it is on this continent. During that year, the Monarch Medallion can use the power of the Monarch Medallion even if he leaves the Divine Kingdom under his control. This is also the reason why the Destiny Canyon only opens for 10 months every time. In the first month, the monarchs of the Divine Kingdoms will have to bring their people to the Destiny Canyon. In the last month, the monarchs of the Divine Kingdoms will have to bring their people back to the Divine Kingdom. Without the power of the Monarch Medallion, even the monarch is in danger of dying once he leaves the Divine Kingdom. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he heard Yunhe's words. As it turned out, this was the reason why the kings of the Divine Kingdoms were so confident in leading their men to the Destiny Canyon. During this period, they did not have to worry about the powerful forces outside the Divine Kingdom causing trouble or even fighting for the quota to enter the Destiny Canyon. Before this, Duan Lingtian had heard that there were many powerful forces outside the Divine Kingdom. They had medium ultimate gods and even high-level ultimate gods. Many of them were not weaker than the Divine Kingdom. At that time, Duan Lingtian thought that they were so powerful that they might be able to shake up the Divine Kingdom. It was not until he knew about the existence of the Monarch Medallion that he realized that although those forces were strong, it was tantamount to a mantis trying to stop a chariot if they wanted to shake up the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom was protected by the Monarch Medallion and the Creator God. It stood tall in this world, and no one could shake it, let alone replace it, unless the Creator God wanted to change the Divine Kingdom. Of course, the monarch is invincible within the Divine Kingdom, but only within the Divine Kingdom. The Monarch Medallion is only used once every 10,000 years for the Monarch Medallion to go out and show its power. It is destined to be left until the Destiny Canyon opens. Under such circumstances, the Divine Kingdoms can't use the Monarch Medallion to further expand the territory of the Divine Kingdom. This should be the most important reason why the Divine Kingdoms and even the powerful ultimate God forces can coexist peacefully with the Divine Kingdoms. Duan Lingtian thought about a lot of things and guessed a lot on the way to the righteous Divine Kingdom's capital after leaving the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's prefecture city. After talking with Yunhe, his guesses were confirmed. Smack! On the way, Yunhe raised his hand and received a communication jade. A moment later, he smiled and looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, the monarch has replied. The monarch said that I should bring you to see him directly when you arrive at the capital. The monarch loves talents and will not treat you unfairly, Brother Lingtian. Although the monarchs of the Divine Kingdoms had unparalleled power within their Divine Kingdom with the Monarch Medallion, they were nothing outside of their Divine Kingdom. They were not even a deterrent to some powerful ultimate God forces. Under such circumstances, they naturally hoped that they could befriend experts from the outside world. It would only be beneficial for them and their Divine Kingdom. Some Divine Kingdoms had offended many ultimate God forces because their Monarch Medallion went out during the Destiny Canyon's opening and was too arrogant. Until now, there were still some ultimate God experts from ultimate God forces patrolling outside the borders of those Divine Kingdoms to kill Emperor Gods who came out of their Divine Kingdoms. Under such circumstances, the Emperor Gods of those Divine Kingdoms did not dare to go out at all. Therefore, even if there were some opportunities outside of their divine kingdoms. Those divine kingdoms would not be able to obtain them. This was because the monarch of a divine kingdom was unable to bring the power of the monarch medallion outside. Without the power of the monarch medallion, they would most likely be killed by the ultimate god experts guarding the borders of their divine kingdoms if they went out. Because of the example of those few divine nations, the other divine nations learned from it. Even when Heaven's Canyon was open, they could bring the medallion's power out for a year, but they didn't dare to offend anyone and kept a low profile. Of course, the ultimate god forces outside did not dare to provoke the divine kingdoms when the divine kingdoms were low-key. If you did not provoke others, they would be unreasonable if they attacked you. On the other hand, if you provoked others, they would kill you openly without any hesitation. Thank you for your recommendation, Brother Yunhe. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. It was not difficult to guess that the person in front of him must have put in a lot of good words for him. Brother Lingtian. Yun, he used voice transmission when he spoke to Duan Lingtian again. Obviously, he did not want the two people behind him to hear him, even if they were his trusted subordinates. You don't have to be reserved in front of the monarch. You don't even have to express your attitude directly. Just indirectly show that you're not someone who forgets your roots. The monarch is invincible in his divine kingdom, but he's just an ordinary lower ultimate god when he goes out. Because of this, he can't go even if he knows there are great opportunities in the outside world. He can only watch from afar. Many monarchs in other divine kingdoms have good relationships with experts from the outside world. They even have close relationships with ultimate god forces. With the protection of the ultimate gods from the outside world, they are no longer rootless duckweeds after leaving their divine kingdoms. They can pursue their own opportunities. Many monarchs of divine kingdoms have the cultivation of a medium ultimate god because of opportunities outside their divine kingdoms. Otherwise, the only opportunity within their control is limited to the opportunity to become a venerate in Heaven's Canyon. Apart from that, unless they're lucky enough to have an ultimate god opportunity appear in their divine kingdom, Yunhe paused for a moment before he continued, Brother Lingtian, with your heaven-defying talent and comprehension ability, you'll definitely be able to open the divine, venerable secret realm that contains great opportunities once you enter the divine, venerable stage. In front of the monarch, as long as you declare that you'll definitely break through the ultimate god realm in the future in our righteous divine kingdom, it'll be more effective than anything else. It'll be more effective against the monarch of China. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Yunhe's words. There really is an ultimate god secret realm. Moreover, it was a secret realm that appeared after a breakthrough. It was obviously an upgraded version of the divine emperor's secret realm. What a pity, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Even if I break through to the ultimate god realm, I won't do it in the divine trials. I'll definitely break through in the outside world. I wonder if an ultimate god secret realm will appear if I break through to the ultimate god realm in the otherworld battlefield. Duan Lingtian felt that he would most likely break through to the ultimate god realm in the otherworld battlefield. He just didn't know if a divine emperor's secret realm would appear in the otherworld battlefield. I'll have to ask third senior brother about this when I get out. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After that, Duan Lingtian and Yunhe chatted for a while before finding a corner of the divine artifact spaceship to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Yunhe saw this and sat cross-legged on the spot with his eyes closed. It was unknown if he was resting or cultivating. As for the two people behind Yunhe, they didn't follow Yunhe's example and closed their eyes to rest. Instead, they stared at the formation mirror image around the divine artifact spaceship's inner cabin, vigilant of the outside world. An Emperor God level divine artifact spaceship might not be safe even if it was traveling at the speed of an upper level great god. There were many upper level great god realm hunters in the wild, Chapter 4173. Tian and Continent. Feiyang Divine Nation. A lofty mountain collapsed with a loud bang. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. It shook the heavens and the earth. The terrifying sound spread for thousands of kilometers, and it alarmed all the living beings in the vicinity. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the void above in a sorry state. It was a young lady, but she had a solemn look on her face. Divine power was fluctuating in her body, fusing with the law of destruction and exuding an aura of destruction. It was as though she could destroy everything wherever she went. A lower-rank emperor god with the fighting power of an ultimate god. A tall figure rose into the air from the remains of the collapsed mountain. It was a middle-aged man. He was tall and handsome, and his body exuded waves of fierce green aura chi. As it whistled, it turned into wind blades that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Additionally, there was a token suspended above his head. This token appeared ordinary at first glance. However, from its aura, it seemed to be connected to this vast land. Energy continuously flowed into it and entered the middle-aged man's body, causing the wind energy on the surface of the middle-aged man's body to become increasingly fierce and berserk. As for him, he was none other than the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation, Xiao Yiyuan. At that moment, Xiao Yiyuan stared at the young lady not far away. His face was solemn and his eyes were full of surprise. "If I don't have the monarch token, I might not be your match." Xiao Yiyuan had never thought that there would be an upper-rank emperor god who could defeat him, a lower-rank ultimate god. If he was not the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation and had the power of the monarch token, he would not be a match for the young lady in front of him. Most importantly, the young lady was only an upper-rank emperor god. "What are you doing? It has increased your strength so much. I feel like you're almost catching up with my senior sister." The young girl stared at Xiao Yiyuan. At this moment, a grave expression appeared on her face. She had never expected that a person who was originally at a disadvantage in front of her would suddenly erupt with such terrifying power after taking out a token. She felt like he was almost catching up with her upper-rank ultimate god macro world. As for Xiao Yiyuan, after hearing the young girl's words, he quietly looked at the young girl for a moment. He, who could faintly see that the young girl's words had a certain degree of credibility, also felt a chill in his heart. In the eyes of this young girl, he who had used the monarch token was actually inferior to her eldest senior sister? What kind of person was her eldest senior sister? For a moment, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Previously, he had been thinking that such a frightening young girl who possessed the battle prowess of a god venerable when she was just a high-level god emperor, could definitely not have an ordinary background. But now, the young girl's words had further verified his guess. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yiyuan looked at the girl and said in a deep voice, "Little girl, you are not my match." Hearing this, the girl nodded. "You have that token. I'm not your match. However, even so, you still won't be able to kill me." When the young girl's voice fell, a bead had already appeared in her hand. The bead was completely black, like a black pearl, but there seemed to be energy flowing within it. Although it was sealed within the bead, when it appeared in her hand, it still caused the surrounding void to tremble. Sometimes, the void even paused as though time had stopped. At this moment, even Xiao Yiyuan could feel that the bead in the young girl's hand was extraordinary, but he couldn't recognize what it was. However, based on what the young girl had said earlier, it was obvious that it was a life-saving item. It shouldn't be an offensive treasure, because he didn't think that his opponent would be able to use an offensive treasure to fight against him. In this world, perhaps only the god of creation had the ability to take out an offensive treasure that could fight against him head-on. Obviously, it was a life-saving item. After witnessing his current strength, he was still so confident. It was obvious that he was confident that he could escape from under his nose. If she uses this item, does that mean I've offended her and the faction behind her? Thinking of this, Xiao Yiyuan's heart shrank. Then he forced a smile on his face. "Little girl, I have no intention of killing you. In fact, I'm even willing to give you an opportunity. The Divine Kingdom battle at the Destiny Canyon is imminent. My Feiyong Divine Nation will give you a place. What do you think? Xiao Yuan asked with a smile. However, as soon as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, the young girl had already left. Her speed was extremely fast. At the same time, she was holding the bead in her hand as though she was ready to crush it at any time. When Xiao Yuan saw this, he frowned slightly, but he still chased after her. Little girl, I'm very sincere. Little girl! Although he was very angry that the young girl had attacked him for no reason and disturbed his closed-door cultivation. When he realized that there might be a powerful faction behind her, he was very wary. When he thought of the upcoming Divine Kingdom battle at the Destiny Canyon, he intended to let the young girl represent the Feiyong Divine Nation to enter the Destiny Canyon. With the young girl's strength, she would definitely be able to gain a lot. It would be a good thing for the Feiyong Divine Nation. Crack! Just when Xiao Yuan was puzzled and wondered if the young girl did not know about the Divine Kingdom battle at the Destiny Canyon, or she had been invited by another Divine Kingdom, the young girl crushed the bead in her hand. In the next instant, a terrifying energy burst out and shrouded the young girl. Then it tore the space apart and brought the young girl in. It was as though she had teleported. However, he was certain that it was not teleportation from the law of space. This was because there was no fluctuation from the law of space in the energy. There was only the fluctuation from the law of destruction. It was obvious that it was left behind by a powerhouse who was skilled in the law of destruction. Moreover, the thing that was left behind could tear the space apart so easily. Even if he could tear the space apart with a ruler token, he would not be able to do it so easily. Who is she? Xiao Yuan was shocked. At the same time, through the ruler token, it was not difficult for him to discover that the young girl did not appear in the Feiyong Divine Nation after she entered the spatial tear. It was obvious that she had left the Feiyong Divine Nation. At this moment, a spatial tear appeared in another divine nation next to the Feiyong Divine Nation. The young girl who was in the Feiyong Divine Nation's ruler, Xiao Yuan, walked out of the spatial tear. If senior sister finds out that I used the life-saving talisman she gave me in the trial grounds, I'm afraid she'll punish me again. The young girl frowned slightly. She was clearly worried. Why don't I tell her that I gave the life-saving talisman to little junior brother? Little junior brother is the one who used it? Let's do that. I'm so smart. Little junior brother is so obedient. I'm sure he'll help me. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware that he would become someone's scapegoat in the near future. He followed Yin, all the way until they finally arrived at the capital of the righteous divine nation. As the capital of the righteous divine nation, it was naturally huge. Looking at the city from the outside, one would feel as though one's soul had been elevated. Not only was the city domineering, but it was also ancient. It was as though it had been there for countless years, but it still stood tall. Brother Lingtian, I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. You can rest for a few days before I bring you to see the king. I'll bring you to Duan Lingtian first. Yun he said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Thank you, Brother Yun he. Duan Lingtian thanked Yun he. After that, Yun he arranged for Duan Lingtian to stay in a courtyard in the east of the capital. This courtyard is usually used by the capital to entertain guests. This time, all the mansion masters of the various mansions will be staying here. Right now, there are already quite a few manor lords here. When everyone is here, the king will host a banquet for all of you. At that time, all of you can meet each other, so you can look out for each other in the heavens Canyon. Yun he paused for a moment before he continued to say, Of course, you can't completely trust anyone in the divine nation after you enter the heavens Canyon. In other words, you can't completely trust me even if I go in with you. Even blood brothers can turn against each other in the face of benefits. Although Duan Lingtian felt Yun he's warning was no different from nonsense, he still listened attentively because he knew Yun he was sincerely trying to give him advice. The residence that Yun he arranged for Duan Lingtian was an independent residence in the vast courtyard. There were servants and maids in the residence, so he could order them about anything. After Duan Lingtian moved in, a plaque appeared at the entrance of the standalone mansion. 6 words were written on the plaque in a flamboyant style. Acting Mansion Master of the Heavens Spirit Mansion. Clearly, this was an announcement that the residence already had an owner and that the person living inside was the acting mansion master of the Heavens Spirit Mansion. Brother Ling Tian, I'll take my leave first. Have a good rest. I'll come back in a few days. Yun he bid farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left. When Yun he left, he attracted the attention of some people. That's the Vice Commander Yun, he who serves the Monarch. Most of the people living in the courtyard were the mansion masters of the various manors. They all recognized Yun he, the Vice Commander of the Imperial Guards in the Imperial Palace. Furthermore, with Yun he's strength, it was likely that he was not the slightest bit inferior to them. Yun he personally sent someone here? Who's so important? That's right. Even if you and I came here, no Vice Commander of the Imperial Guards personally sent someone here. The 2 mansion masters sat together and drank tea. Their voices were filled with dissatisfaction as they spoke. However, although they were dissatisfied, they did not intend to ask for an explanation. Who knew if the person who was personally sent here by the Vice Commander of the Imperial Guards was also someone not to be trifled with? I'm curious which mansion's mansion master has such special treatment. In fact, the mansion masters of the 2 manors were not the only ones who had seen Yun he. Many mansion masters had also seen him and were curious about this. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Soon they found out the answer. The acting mansion master of the Heavens Spirit Mansion, a lower divine emperor who can kill a higher divine emperor. Chapter 4174. A lower god emperor killing a higher god emperor. Not only had such a thing never happened in the history of the righteous divine nation, but no lower god emperor in the entire southern heaven continent had ever accomplished such a feat. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. Moreover, someone had recorded it using a floating image pearl and sent it to the capital of the righteous divine nation. Amazing! Inside a spacious courtyard in the righteous divine nation's capital, many of the manor lords sighed with emotion after watching the complete floating image recorded in the floating image pearl. It was actually true that a lower god emperor had killed a higher god emperor. One had to know that when they saw the floating image pearl in front of them, they still had some reservations in their hearts. They felt that the rumors might not be true. The difference between a lower god emperor and a higher god emperor was too great. How could a lower god emperor kill a higher god emperor in an instant? Even if the lower god emperor had a high-grade, full-soul divine weapon, and the higher god emperor did not. It was only when they saw the floating image pearl that they realized that the rumors were true. There was no exaggeration. He's too strong. A lower god emperor has such battle strength. Based on the battle strength he displayed, even if Cheng Yen used a high-grade, full-soul divine weapon, he might not be a match for him, right? After all, they had not seen the battle with their own eyes. Therefore, many people had reservations in their words. Of course, there were also some people who felt that if Duan Lingtian's opponent had used a high-grade, full-soul divine weapon, Duan Lingtian might not have been a match for him. This lower god emperor was probably just lucky. I think so too. Otherwise, why would he wait until the end to attack? He was probably worried that the other higher god emperors would use a high-grade, full-soul divine weapon to attack him, right? However, no matter what the people outside thought or felt, it did not affect Duan Lingtian too much. Not to mention that he did not hear what they said. Even if he did, he would not take it seriously. After arriving at the capital of the righteous divine nation, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the courtyard for long. The next morning, he left the courtyard and went to the bustling streets of the capital to enjoy the liveliness of the capital. As the capital of the righteous divine nation, the streets of the capital were very clean, and the management was very strict. Not every street allowed for stalls. Street stalls could only be set up in certain areas. Duan Lingtian walked alone on the streets of the capital, walking aimlessly. Occasionally, he would see 1 or 2 shops selling medicinal ingredients, so he would go in to take a look. If there were any supplementary medicines that he needed, he would also buy some. As for the main ingredient, there was no need to think about it. The main ingredient of any divine pill that could help the current Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary item. It was basically impossible for it to appear in a pharmacy. Duan Lingtian walked around the streets of the capital until the veil of night descended before he finally returned. After returning, he did not go out again. Knowing that Yunhe was looking for him, he said, "Brother Lingtian, the monarch is free today and would like to meet you." Yunhe's words were very skillful. The monarch wants to see you, not the monarch himself. The former was treated equally. The latter was the attitude of a superior to a subordinate. Duan Lingtian heard some clues, but he did not know if it was Yunhe's own intention or the monarch's. Under Yunhe's lead, Duan Lingtian left his own residence in the courtyard. Then he left the courtyard and followed him all the way to the palace in the capital of the righteous divine nation. Lord Deputy Commander. Lord Deputy Commander. Along the way, all those who saw Yunhe bowed respectfully to him. It was at this time that Duan Lingtian learned from Yunhe that he was the deputy commander of the imperial guards in the palace of the righteous divine nation. "Your Majesty, I've brought him." He brought Duan Lingtian to the entrance of a magnificent main hall. There was a stone statue on each side of the main hall's entrance. They were stone statues of 2 different creatures. Duan Lingtian could not recognize what kind of creatures they were. However, they were definitely not humans. Haha! Almost as soon as Yunhe finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was waiting for the person inside to summon him. However, he heard a hearty laugh coming from inside. Then a figure actually walked out from inside. This was a young man wearing a light golden robe. His entire person was incomparably luxurious, and his temperament was also oppressive. His handsome face revealed a bit of majesty. "Your Majesty." Yunhe bowed respectfully. Duan Lingtian also cupped his hands and bowed to the young man. Duan Lingtian greets the monarch. Obviously, this person was the monarch of the righteous divine nation. However, he did not expect him to be so young. "Brother Lingtian, there's no need to be so courteous." The monarch of the righteous divine nation cupped his hands and returned the greeting to Duan Lingtian. Then he said with a smile, "Although I'm the monarch of the righteous divine nation, I only have what I have today because of my father. I can't compare to you, Brother Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, if you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Zhu." Duan Lingtian knew that the members of the imperial family of the righteous divine nation had always had the surname Zhu since ancient times. Faced with the courtesy of the person in front of him, Duan Lingtian did not continue with the pleasantries. A smile appeared on his face. "Brother Zhu." "Ha, good." When the monarch of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun, heard Duan Lingtian calling him Brother Zhu again, a brighter smile appeared on his face. Then he personally led Duan Lingtian into the hall behind him. There was no one in the hall. After the 2 of them entered, Yunhe stood guard at the door. At the same time, his eyes were filled with shock. Although he knew the monarch would be courteous to Brother Lingtian, he did not expect the monarch to be so courteous as to let Brother Lingtian call him Brother Zhu. After all, he had followed the monarch for many years, but it was the first time he saw the monarch being so courteous. It seems Brother Lingtian has extraordinary value in the monarch's eyes. It was the first time the 2 of them met. As the monarch of a divine nation, Chu Youngjun was being so courteous. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be impressed by Duan Lingtian. It could only be that he felt Duan Lingtian was valuable. Duan Lingtian knew that very well. The scene in front of him was just a show to him. In the future, if he really broke through to the ultimate God realm in the righteous divine nation, he would enter the place and encounter a treasure. If the monarch was confident, he would most likely want to kill him. This world was much crueler than the outside world. Duan Lingtian naturally would not be careless. He did not dare to be careless. Brother Lingtian, this is the first time in my life that I, Chu Youngjun, know that a lower great god is able to kill a higher great god. Chu Youngjun sighed. After hearing Chu Youngjun's words, Duan Lingtian finally knew the monarch's full name. For a moment, he was subconsciously stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Chu Youngjun? Isn't this name a little narcissistic? Although Duan Lingtian's appearance was not bad, there was still a gap between him and Duan Lingtian. Father and mother, compared to this monarch father and queen mother, are still more concerned about their reputation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was just a fluke. In the face of Chu Youngjun's sigh, Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. It was also because he did not use his full soul high rank divine artifact. Otherwise, I might not have been his match. Brother Lingtian is too humble. Chu Youngjun shook his head and smiled. Although I only saw the image recorded by the floating image pearl, Vice Commander Yin, he was present at the scene. According to him, even if the monarch used his full soul-high rank divine artifact, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would have lost to you. Chu Youngjun trusted Yin he very much. Yin he had been with him for a long time. In fact, Yin he had been his bodyguard when he was young. It could be said that Yin he had grown up with him, although their relationship was that of a superior and subordinate. In private, they were no different from brothers. Duan Lingtian heard this and shook his head. Brother Yin, he is too kind. As soon as his voice fell, Duan Lingtian looked at Chu Youngjun and went straight to the point. My lord! Before he could continue, he was interrupted by Chu Youngjun with a slight frown. Brother Lingtian, I already said that you don't need to call me that. Brother Zhu. Duan Lingtian changed his words, but his expression was still a little serious. I became the acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion to participate in the Divine Kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon. For the opportunity inside, I have no intention of becoming the mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. After the Divine Kingdom battle, I will go to the Heaven's Spirit Mansion to take up the position of acting mansion master. After that, I may leave the righteous Divine Kingdom. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before continuing. In the future, as long as I'm still alive in this world, before I break through to the ultimate God realm, I will definitely return to the righteous Divine Kingdom and inform you at the same time. Then, I will break through in the righteous Divine Kingdom. Not only did Duan Lingtian reveal his thoughts, but he even made a promise. As for whether this promise would be fulfilled, as long as he was still alive in this world when he was about to break through to the ultimate God realm, it was not a big deal for him to return to the righteous Divine Kingdom to break through. However, this was something that was almost impossible, because he would be leaving this world in 2 years, leaving the divine trial grounds. After leaving, naturally, he would not be considered to still be alive in this world. Duan Lingtian's words were very skillful. However, the righteous Divine Kingdom's monarch, Chu Youngjun, would never dream that Duan Lingtian was not from this world and would leave in 2 years. Otherwise, he would not be in a good mood right now. Ha ha! After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Chu Youngjun laughed again. Brother Lingtian is really open and above board. No wonder Vice Commander Yin praised you so much. However, Brother Lingtian, Vice Commander Yin has already told me what you said just now. I understand and can understand. If Brother Lingtian insists on staying, I will advise you to leave the Divine Kingdom and go to the outside world to seek your own opportunities and continue to improve. There is no lack of resources in the Divine Kingdom, but opportunities are limited. If it wasn't for the Divine Kingdom's restrictions on me, I would want to leave the divine kingdom to explore and seek opportunities to improve my strength. At the end of his speech, Zhu Yingjun sighed again. However, judging from his attitude toward Duan Lingtian, it could be seen that he was very satisfied with Duan Lingtian's declaration. In other words, he was more concerned about Duan Lingtian's promise of coming to the righteous divine kingdom to break through to the ultimate God realm. If Duan Lingtian really came to the righteous divine kingdom to break through to the ultimate God realm, the ultimate God secret realm he opened would definitely be earth-shattering and unparalleled. This point could be seen from the battle prowess displayed by the other party in the lower God Emperor realm. Chapter 41-75. When Duan Lingtian came to see Chu Yongjun, the monarch of the righteous divine nation, they didn't talk much, but what they said was exactly what the other party wanted. Chu Yongjun also expressed a stance. He asked Duan Lingtian if he needed any help with his cultivation. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He told Chu Yongjun about the divine pills and main ingredients he needed. Originally, he just wanted to get some benefits, but he didn't expect that the righteous divine nation's treasury would have all the divine pills and main ingredients he needed. Our righteous divine nation doesn't have any outstanding divine pill masters, so we've accumulated a lot of medicinal ingredients. As if he could see Duan Lingtian's shock, Chu Yongjun shook his head and smiled wryly. Usually, when we need divine pills, we have to ask a divine pill master outside or a reclusive divine pill master in our righteous divine nation. There was a hint of helplessness in his words. As for Duan Lingtian, although he could see that Duan Lingtian urgently needed some medicinal ingredients, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian was a divine pill master. This was because he subconsciously thought that a monstrous genius with heaven-defying strength, like Duan Lingtian, wouldn't have the time to study divine pills. Duan Lingtian didn't have much of a psychological burden to gain benefits from Chu Yongjun. He knew that if he performed well in the upcoming divine nation battle in the Destiny Canyon, not only would he gain a lot, but the righteous divine nation would also gain a lot. The divine nation battle wasn't just a battle between individuals, it was a battle between divine nations. The better a person's performance in the Destiny Canyon was, the more he or she would be rewarded. At the same time, the divine nation he or she represented would also be rewarded. That reward was bestowed by the Destiny Canyon. It was called the gift of the Creator God by the people of the divine nations. Because of this, Duan Lingtian had no psychological burden. When he arrived at the Heavensville Canyon and participated in the divine nation battle, he would definitely do his best to fight for the absolute benefits for himself. Under such circumstances, the righteous divine nation would definitely have a good harvest. Big Brother Zhu, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back, Duan Lingtian said and prepared to leave. When Chu Yongjun heard this, he smiled and said, Brother Lingtian, if you have nothing else to do, how about I show you around the palace? Big Brother Zhu, you're too polite. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Well, there's always a chance in the future. The battle for the divine kingdom in the Destiny Canyon is just around the corner. My thoughts are all on cultivation, and I don't have the leisure to stroll around. Please forgive me. He was not interested in accompanying a grown man to wander around, so he hurriedly refused. Of course, he was also clear in his heart that Zhu Yingjun was only saying this out of courtesy. Perhaps Zhu Yingjun could not wait for him to open his mouth and refuse. As expected, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the smile on Chu Yongjun's face became even brighter. Since that's the case, I won't insist. However, Brother Lingtian, don't miss the banquet in 7 days. At that time, the imperial family will take out some things for the prefecture masters to compete for. Among them, there will be many high god emperor hunters captured by the imperial family. Originally, Duan Lingtian was not very interested in the so-called banquet that the monarch would invite the prefecture masters to participate in. However, after hearing Chu Yongjun's words, A light flashed in the depths of his eyes. High God Emperor. If he could kill one, he would be able to obtain a lot of rewards, and his cultivation would improve. Big Brother Zhu, don't worry. I'll definitely come. Duan Lingtian replied repeatedly. After that, Duan Lingtian declined Yin. He's offered to personally send him off and teleported out of the imperial palace. With just one teleportation, he left the imperial palace. With another teleportation, he returned to the courtyard where the various mansion masters were staying. After Duan Lingtian left, Yun, he walked into the main hall where Duan Lingtian and Chu Youngjun had conversed. Your Majesty, how was your chat with him? Yun, he asked Chu Youngjun respectfully. Chu Youngjun smiled slightly. He's a straightforward person. He has promised that before he breaks through to the ultimate God realm in the future, he will come to the righteous divine nation and break through in our divine nation. Moreover, he will inform me before he breaks through. To Chu Youngjun, being on good terms with Duan Lingtian was the most practical thing. If he asked Duan Lingtian to take care of the righteous divine nation in the future, he might not have the time to take care of it even if his strength increased. However, the ultimate God's secret realm was a real benefit. That's good. Yunhee smiled. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian had made a promise, he would definitely not go back on his words. Geniuses all had their pride. Once such a promise was made, there was a high chance that it would give birth to inner demons if it was broken in the future. It would cause them to suffer losses, or even die when the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation arrived. Feiyang Divine Nation, the capital. As the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation, Xiao Yuan only found out after he returned that all the high god emperors under him who were in the capital had been killed some time ago. Moreover, he did not receive any communication jades on his side. Obviously, they were all intercepted by the culprit. Who is it? Xiao Yuan was furious. How dare someone be so presumptuous in his Feiyang Divine Nation? Did they think that he, the monarch, was just a decoration? Although he was only a lower ultimate god, with the monarch token in his hand, he could be said to be invincible in this divine nation. Even higher ultimate gods rarely dared to provoke him in his territory. Your Majesty, it's a young lady. Someone spoke as he took out a floating image pearl and projected a floating image mirror image. In the floating image mirror image, a young lady was slaughtering. Although she was also a higher god emperor, killing other higher god emperors was as easy as slaughtering dogs. At this moment, Xiao Yuan's expression changed again. It's her. Your Majesty knows her. This time, it was the people beside him who were shocked. Did that person really go to look for your Majesty? I thought she was joking when she said she was going to look for your Majesty. Everyone knows that your Majesty has the monarch token and is invincible in our Feiyang Divine Nation. Does she have a death wish? Many pairs of eyes fell on Xiao Yuan. Some of them could not help but heave a sigh of relief. She went to look for your Majesty. She must have been killed by your Majesty. It's good that your Majesty killed her. Leaving a witch like her alive is a disaster. Your Majesty killed her as easily as cutting grass. Hearing the flattery around him, Xiao Yuan only felt that his chest was suffocating. At the same time, he understood some things. No wonder she ran away so quickly. Even though I had no intention of killing her, she still ran away so quickly. It turns out that she killed all the higher god emperors in the capital before she came to look for me. Damn it, why did I just watch her run away? At this moment, Xiao Yuan's expression was calm as though nothing had happened. However, deep in his heart, he was gloomy. He could not wait to turn the entire world upside down to find that young lady. At the same time, outside the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's capital, the figure of a young lady stood in the void as she stared at the huge city in front of her. This place is the capital of another country. There must be many higher god emperors inside. However, I can't kill them this time. If I kill them again, there won't be any monarch of a divine nation who will be willing to bring me to the Destiny Canyon to participate in the battle of the divine nations. There's a chance to become a venerable in the battle of the divine nations. Maybe I'll have a chance to become an ultimate god before I leave? After muttering to herself for a while, the young lady's eyes started to shine brightly. It's a pity. I can't kill them any more. It's still better to be in the Fei Yang divine nation's capital. The young lady was Lang Chunwan, who had escaped from the hands of Shaoi Yuan, the monarch of the Fei Yang divine nation. That day, Lang Chunyuan had gone on a killing spree in the Fei Yang divine nation's capital. She had massacred a group of high-level god emperors, all for the sake of obtaining the rewards of the laws of heaven and earth. After she had killed all the higher god emperors, she had found out where the monarch of the Fei Yang divine nation was cultivating in seclusion and wanted to kill him. However, she did not expect that the monarch of the Fei Yang divine nation, a lower-level ultimate god, would be able to display strength comparable to a higher-level ultimate god with a monarch token in his hand. If it was not for the life-saving talisman that her eldest senior sister had given her, she might have died in the Fei Yang divine nation. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. Otherwise, if he brought me back to the Fei Yang divine nation's capital and found out that I had killed so many higher god emperors, including many of his subordinates, he would definitely not let this matter rest. Lang Chunwan heaved a sigh of relief when she thought of this. At the same time, she moved her body and entered the Jade Rainbow divine nation's capital. This time, she was well-behaved and did not start a massacre. However, when she arrived at the entrance of the Jade Rainbow divine nation's palace, she was stopped and attacked. She injured the guard at the entrance and lured in a vice commander of the Imperial Guards. After she defeated the guard and explained the purpose of her visit, the guard did not continue to call for her and respectfully brought her to see the monarch of the Jade Rainbow divine nation. Your strength is not bad. After witnessing Lang Chunwan's strength, the monarch of the Jade Rainbow divine nation nodded his head in praise. I can give you a spot to participate in the divine nation battle at the Heavens Canyon. Although the monarch of the Jade Rainbow divine nation appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. With such a powerful higher god emperor representing the Jade Rainbow divine nation to enter the Heavens Canyon and participate in the divine nation battle, there were only benefits to the Jade Rainbow divine nation. It was impossible for him to refuse, nor could he refuse, because this was an extremely good thing for the Jade Rainbow divine nation. Even in his dreams, he wanted to find a few more powerful higher god emperors to represent the Jade Rainbow divine nation in the Heavens Canyon and participate in the divine nation battle. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian was awakened from his cultivation. Brother Lingtian, you are the only mansion master who is not here to participate in the banquet today. After receiving the communication jade, Duan Lingtian smiled and left the room. He left the residence. Rising into the air, Duan Lingtian saw that many people had gathered in the sky above the courtyard. Yun He, who he was familiar with, was standing at the front. Chapter 4176. Brother Yun He. Duan Lingtian greeted Yun He. At the same time, it was not difficult to notice that the others were sizing him up. Among these people, there were old people, middle-aged people, and young people. All of them had extraordinary temperaments. Regardless of whether it was the seemingly amiable old people or the handsome young people, they all had the aura of a superior. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. This was because he knew that these people were the prefecture masters of the various prefectures in the righteous divine nation. Without exception, they were all upper god emperors. Moreover, it was normal for them to have some aura after being in a high position for a long time. Let's go. Yun, he nodded at Duan Lingtian. Then he called everyone, including Duan Lingtian, to leave the courtyard and head to the imperial palace. The monarch of the righteous divine nation, Chu Young-jun, held a banquet and invited the prefecture masters of the various prefectures. The banquet was held in the imperial palace. However, there were still some prefecture masters who took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. This must be the prefecture master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, right? I'm just the acting prefecture master. Duan Lingtian was humble. Prefecture Master Duan, you're too humble. With your strength and talent, as long as you're willing to stay in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, it won't be difficult for you to become the real prefecture master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Prefecture Master Duan, I've seen the scryer recording of you defeating an upper god emperor with your cultivation as a lower god emperor. Amazing. Before this, I couldn't imagine how a lower god emperor could defeat an upper god emperor. Prefecture Master Duan, you don't look very old, but your attainments in the sword principle are so powerful. I wonder if you comprehended it on your own, or if you have a master. Some of the prefecture masters who acknowledged Duan Lingtian's strength began to speak to Duan Lingtian. As for those palace masters who didn't really acknowledge Duan Lingtian's strength, and even felt that the high-level god Emperor Qinyan, whom Duan Lingtian had killed, would definitely have been able to kill Duan Lingtian if he had used his high-grade soul artifact. At this moment, they were pretending to be aloof, and no one spoke. However, they still listened attentively to the conversation between the Duan Lingtian and the other manor heads. They did not miss a single word. Duan Lingtian only responded modestly to the praises of many manor heads. As for the way of the sword, it was said that he had inherited it from the supreme god. This caused the patriarchs to be astounded. Even the palace masters who looked down on Duan Lingtian were shocked beyond words. What kind of person could teach such a disciple? Among them, there might be some who looked down on Duan Lingtian and felt that Duan Lingtian had killed the high-level god emperor through trickery. He had killed the high-level god emperor when his opponent was completely unprepared and did not even use his high-grade soul artifact. However, when they asked themselves, they were sincerely convinced by the person who could produce a disciple like Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian has a master? Yun He, who was leading the way, was also shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he had long guessed that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background and that the reason he had appeared in the righteous divine nation was only to train. However, when he heard that Duan Lingtian had a master and that his way of the sword originated from his master, he could not help but be shocked. Before the banquet began, Yun, he also transmitted this matter to the monarch of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun. When Chu Youngjun heard this, he was naturally shocked. Duan Lingtian's master. What kind of heaven-defying existence was that? However, Chu Youngjun did not ask Duan Lingtian because he knew that Duan Lingtian might not tell him the details, even if he asked. Moreover, if he asked, it would seem too deliberate. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. When the mansion masters of the various manors saw Chu Youngjun, they all bowed respectfully. Only Duan Lingtian only greeted him with a smile. Big Brother Zhu. In the beginning, the mansion masters of the various manors thought that Duan Lingtian was a little arrogant. The monarch was the ruler of a nation. How could he simply call him Big Brother? It was only when Chu Youngjun responded to Duan Lingtian with a smile that they realized that Duan Lingtian dared to call the monarch of the righteous divine nation that way because he had obtained permission. For a moment, many people were envious and some were jealous. After everyone had arrived, Chu Youngjun allowed Duan Lingtian and the others to take their seats. Everyone had their own seat, and after they were seated, the dishes and wine were immediately served. Whether it was the wine or the dishes, none of them were ordinary. Just smelling the aroma was enough to stir the divine power in one's body and at the same time make one feel refreshed. One had to know that everyone present was a god emperor, other than Duan Lingtian. All of them were higher god emperors. To be able to make them feel this way, the wine and dishes must be even more extraordinary. It was obvious that the righteous divine nation's imperial family had put in a lot of effort for this show. Such sumptuous wine and dishes, The monarch is very considerate. Many mansion masters expressed their gratitude to Chu Youngjun. Some of the manor heads were already staring at the dishes on the table in front of them, exclaiming in surprise, Dilong soup, Yuanyang soup, creation divine wine. As for Duan Lingtian, he could not name any of them, but this did not stop him from recognizing the value of these dishes. Mansion masters, there's no need to be so courteous. Let's begin. Chu Youngjun laughed and then began to enjoy the dishes in front of him. The group of mansion masters also began to eat after him. Even Duan Lingtian began to eat. At first, Duan Lingtian thought that these dishes were meant to nourish the body and that the taste should be ordinary. It was only when the food entered his mouth that he realized that he was wrong. Not only did these dishes smooth out the heavenly veins in his body, but his divine power also began to boil. After each circulation, it actually increased slightly. In addition, some dishes made his skin begin to glow. In the end, he shed a layer of skin, and a new layer of skin as delicate as a baby's appeared. This wine, after the so-called fortune divine wine went down his throat and into his body, Duan Lingtian felt a roar in his head. Then he felt as though his soul was being cleansed, as though it had been sublimated. Although he did not break through to the next realm, Duan Lingtian felt that his soul was completely different, as though it had been reborn. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Although he was shocked, he began to observe his surroundings. He saw that all the mansion masters were enjoying the delicious dishes and wine. Compared to them, I really do look like a country bumpkin. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly to himself. He did not hold back and quickly swept away all the dishes on the table. After that, he realized that the others had also finished the dishes in front of them. The only person who did not finish the dishes in front of him was the monarch, Chu Youngjun. Even Yun He, who was sitting next to Chu Youngjun, had also finished the dishes in front of him. Now that we're full, let's make some prizes. Chu Youngjun laughed and clapped his hands together. While everyone's hearts trembled, an old figure had already arrived with another figure in the air. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the center of the hall. In this banquet, the main and guest seats were arranged in a concave shape. The old man who had just appeared was in the middle with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked lost, and his eyes were completely lifeless. Even the aura of life on his body seemed as though it would disappear at any time. This is a higher-level God Emperor who has been imprisoned. Chu Youngjun smiled as he looked at the middle-aged man with lifeless eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Next, let's play a little game. I'll give each mansion master a jade token. The mansion master who has the jade token with the word still will remain where he is, while the mansion master who has the jade token with the word move will enter the hall and fight. The winner will be able to kill the higher-level God Emperor on the spot and obtain the reward. What do you think?" As soon as Chu Youngjun said this, the eyes of everyone, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. A free higher-level God Emperor. Who wouldn't want that? Although they had to kill him on the spot, they would also obtain the corresponding reward. To them, it would be a significant boost in strength. "Your Majesty, how many jade tokens with the word move are there in total?" A mansion master asked curiously. Now even Duan Lingtian was curious. How many people would participate in this competition? Would he be able to obtain a jade token with the word move? Many of the weaker mansion masters knew that they were no match for the other mansion masters. They were all praying that if they were able to obtain a jade token with the word move, they were hoping that the other mansion masters who were stronger than them would also obtain a jade token with the word move. As for the stronger mansion masters who were confident in themselves, they didn't care at all. Not many. Chu Youngjun smiled and said, "Just 2. It's just to liven things up after drinking. There's no need to be so formal." Upon hearing Chu Youngjun's words, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. There were many people present. If they wanted to obtain a jade token with the word move, they would need to be lucky. While Duan Lingtian was still wondering if his luck would be good, Chu Youngjun had already made his move. He shot out jade tokens one after another toward the mansion masters, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand and caught the jade token in his hand. When he saw the words engraved on it, the anticipation on his face disappeared and was replaced by a bitter smile. My luck is really bad. I actually didn't obtain a jade token with the word move. A jade token with the word quiet. I'm also unlucky. I also obtained a jade token with the word quiet. Like Duan Lingtian, there were many people who obtained a jade token with the word quiet. Soon, the two mansion masters who obtained the jade tokens stood up. However, one of them sat back down and said with a bitter smile, I admit defeat. I'm no match for Mansion Master Fong. One of the mansion masters immediately admitted defeat. As for the other mansion master, he won without a fight and obtained the right to kill the upper-level god emperor. Let him go. Chu Youngjun said as he looked at the old man who had brought the captives over. Hearing this, the old man formed a set of hand seals and pressed them on the middle-aged man in front of him, who was the upper-level god emperor captive. In the next instant, the middle-aged man who originally had lifeless eyes suddenly woke up. His originally lifeless eyes shone brightly. At the same time, his expression changed and he tried to flee. Whoosh! His body moved and he was about to escape at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Chu Youngjun also spoke up and said calmly, Mansion Master Fong, whether you can kill him and obtain the rewards of the rules will depend on your skills. From his words, it was obvious that he had no intention of interfering. Chapter 4177. Palace Master Fong made his move almost as soon as Chu Youngjun finished speaking. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared as Palace Master Fong transformed into a bolt of lightning and struck across the sky. It was as if thunder had shaken the 9 heavens. A giant hammer fell from the sky and smashed right into the path of the escaping upper-level god emperor. Instantly, the upper-level god emperor stopped in his tracks and tried to escape in another direction. Boom! 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 Another 3 deafening claps of thunder rang out, and the other 3 giant hammers fell in 3 different directions, leaving the upper-level god emperor with no way out. The road ahead had already been cut off, and the other 3 paths had been sealed as well. This high god emperor's expression instantly became incomparably ugly. At the same time, Chu Youngjun's calm voice sounded in his ears. If you can escape from Palace Master Fong alive, I'll return you your freedom. Once Chu Youngjun said this, the upper-level god emperor's ugly face froze. Then his eyes shone with the light of survival. In the next instant, in the face of Mansion Master Fong, who had transformed into lightning, he immediately took out his full soul high-grade divine weapon from his storage ring. It was a 7-foot-long spear, and it shook the void as it charged toward Mansion Master Fong. Palace Master Fong was stronger than him. Palace Master Fong was also faster than him. If he continued to flee, it would be almost impossible for him to escape from Palace Master Fong alive. He might as well give it his all and find a chance to escape. Humph! Palace Master Fong snorted coldly in the face of the upper-level god emperor, who had attacked him instead of fleeing. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If I can't kill you in 3 moves, I'll let you go. As soon as he spoke, a giant hammer appeared in his hand. It was obviously his full soul high-grade divine weapon. Lightning coiled around the hammer, and a vague phantom was about to emerge from the hammer. It was the artifact soul of this high-quality, full-soul god artifact. Hearing Palace Master Fong's words, the upper-level god emperor was not frightened. Instead, he became even more excited. 3 moves. If I go all out, I don't believe that I can't block 3 moves from this Fong Xiong Lei. The mansion master, surnamed Fong, was called Fang Xionglei. He was the mansion master of the righteous divine nation's Cloud Court Mansion. He was one of the strongest mansion masters in the righteous divine nation. This manner had Fang Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on Fang Xionglei's body at this time. His expression subconsciously became a lot more dignified. He could see that Fang Xionglei was very strong. He was even stronger than the Heaven's Spirit Manor Lord Amowin, whom he had met before. He even felt that he was stronger than Zhong Bainan, who was even stronger than Amowin. And this was under the circumstances that the other party had just made a move. Following that, when Duan Lingtian saw that Fang Xionglei had blocked the preemptive strike of the Upper Divine Emperor with one hammer strike and caused him to vomit blood with the second hammer strike, his expression immediately became even more serious. This Fang Xionglei was much stronger than that Zhong Bainan. Moreover, it was obvious that like Zhong Bainan, he was half a step into the godly venerable realm. Moreover, because the law that he had mastered was stronger than Zhong Bainan, his strength was also stronger. In addition, he was proficient in the law of thunder, which was a derivative of the law of the 5 elements. The blue had surpassed the blue, and was even stronger than the law of gold and law of fire of the 5 elements, which focused on killing. Bang! When Fang Xionglei's third hammer strike, which was also the third strike, landed, the Upper Divine Emperor was directly killed with a 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Not only was he killed, even the spear sole on the 7-foot-long spear was also shattered. Crash! A light pillar of the law of reward fell from the sky and enveloped Fang Xionglei. In addition, Fang Xionglei had not completely retracted the power of thunder around him, making him look like an unparalleled thunder god. Many thanks, Your Majesty. After Fang Xionglei accepted the law of reward, he looked at the monarch, Chu Youngjun, who was sitting at the head of the table, and thanked him repeatedly. Then he returned to his seat. Chu Youngjun laughed. Mansion Master Fang's strength has become stronger. It seems that it won't be long before Mansion Master Fang enters the ultimate god realm. As he spoke, although Chu Youngjun was still smiling, there was a hint of helplessness in the depths of his eyes. This was because he knew that once Fang Xionglei entered the ultimate god realm, he would definitely leave the righteous divine nation. This was because the righteous divine nation could not give him a better future. Only by leaving the righteous divine nation and breaking free from the shackles of the divine nation would he be able to progress further. Mansion Master Fang, you're amazing. Mansion Master Fang, you've hidden your strength well. I didn't expect you to have come this far. Now, Fang Xionglei had become the absolute focus of the Mansion Master's banquet. Duan Lingtian, who was previously the center of attention, was now left out in the cold. Duan Lingtian's attention was also on Fang Xionglei. He knew that if he were to meet Fang Xionglei, even if he were to go all out and not hold back, he would not have a chance of winning. In fact, it was impossible for them to even draw. There was no doubt that he would lose. One should know that his current strength was much stronger than before. He was even confident that he could fight Zhong Bainan to a draw. However, he did not have the slightest confidence in facing Fang Xionglei. Unless I enter the realm of a middle-level emperor god or my spatial law, sword principle, or control principle has improved further. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to defeat him. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. At the same time, the sense of superiority brought about by his rapid improvement in strength had also disappeared at this moment. He originally thought that his strength was not bad and that he would be able to perform well in the divine kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon. However, after seeing Mansion Master Fang Xionglei's strength, he no longer dared to have such thoughts. In the divine kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon, there are probably more than 1 or 2 half-step ultimate gods like Fang Xionglei. There should be such people in every divine kingdom. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt the pressure increase. It would be great if I could enter the realm of a middle-level emperor god before entering the Destiny Canyon. Although that was what he thought, Duan Lingtian knew that it was not realistic. Feng Xionglei's attack had shocked everyone. After that, Monarch Chu Youngjun clapped his hands, and another upper-level emperor god was brought over. It was another upper-level emperor god who was also imprisoned. His eyes were dull. It was an old man with a tall figure. He was dressed in brocade clothes and had an extraordinary aura. However, he was now a prisoner. This upper-level emperor god is much stronger than the previous one. Chu Youngjun said with a smile, "I was the one who captured this person back then. The following rules will be the same as before." After that, Chu Youngjun began to distribute the jade tokens. As for the jade tokens from before, he did not take them back. There was no need to take them back. He would personally distribute each batch of jade tokens. There was no need to worry about any mansion master using the jade token from the previous round as the jade token for this round. No mansion master would do such a thing. If this matter was exposed, not only would it be embarrassing, but it would also leave a bad impression in front of the Monarch dynasty. It was not worth it. This time, Duan Lingtian was lucky enough to obtain the token with the word move. The other person who obtained the token with the word move was a mansion master who looked down on Duan Lingtian. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and a cold expression. "Mansion Master Duan, everyone says that you're very strong. Today, I'd like to see for myself how strong you are." The cold middle-aged man took the lead and rose into the air. He looked down at Duan Lingtian and smiled disdainfully. Duan Lingtian also rose into the air at the right time. After listening to the conversation between the mansion masters, he knew that the cold middle-aged man was the mansion master of the righteous divine nation's giant eagle mansion. His name was Sun Yu, brother Ling Tian. At the same time, Yun He's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ear. Sun Yu's ability is on par with the previous mansion master of the heavens' spiritual mansion, Mo Win. 100 years ago, they had a match and it ended in a draw. Yun He's words made Duan Lingtian's originally fluttering heart completely calm down. His ability was on par with Mo Wen's? If so, he had nothing to fear. "Mansion Master Son, I've heard that you're very strong. Even the previous mansion master of the heavens' spiritual mansion, Mo Win, could not defeat you." Duan Lingtian rose into the air and said with a faint smile as he faced Sun Yu, "Humph." Sun Yu snorted coldly. Mo Wen's ability is extraordinary. 100 years ago, I had a match with him and it ended in a draw. However, as the acting mansion master of the heavens' spiritual mansion, I'm afraid you're not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as Mo Win. As his voice fell, Sun Yu's body was already shining with golden light. Clearly, he was proficient in the law of gold, one of the 5 elemental laws. It was also one of the 2 laws of the 5 elemental laws that focused on killing. "Mansion Master Son, do you mean that you've got me?" Duan Lingtian's face was still smiling faintly. "What, do you still think you can beat me?" Sun Yu smiled disdainfully. At this moment, Duan Lingtian really wanted to propose a battle to the death with Sun Yu, but he knew that it was unrealistic, not to mention that the king, Chu Youngjun, would not allow this to happen. After all, he still wanted Sun Yu to enter the Destiny Canyon to participate in the battle of the divine nations and obtain benefits for the righteous divine nation. Even Sun Yu himself was not a fool. There was a high chance that he would not agree. "Mansion Master Son, how about a little wager for our battle?" Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Sun Yu and asked. Sun Yu heard this and smiled contemptuously. "What, you still want to give me something?" Duan Lingtian also smiled. "If Mansion Master Son can beat me, the wager will naturally belong to Mansion Master Sunday. What do you want to bet?" Sun Yu asked. At the same time, there was a hint of vigilance in the depths of his eyes. "How about a high god emperor?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "A high god emperor." The wager was naturally the reward that would fall from the heavens after a high god emperor was killed. Do you have it? Sun Yu smiled coldly. You and I have an agreement. No matter who wins or loses, before we enter the Destiny Canyon, we have to fulfill the wager. Even if we have to borrow a high god emperor from the king, we still have to fulfill the wager. Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly, If that's the case, you won't have to worry that I can't take out the wager, right? When Duan Lingtian said this, Sun Yu immediately looked at Chu Youngjun. Chu Youngjun's eyes flashed a few times before he said with a faint smile, If you really want to bet after the battle is over, I can directly lend a high god emperor to the loser. Chapter 4178. High-level god emperors were actually considered powerful individuals in the entire righteous divine nation. However, within the royal family of the righteous divine kingdom, there were still many upper divine emperor realm hunters imprisoned. Some were personally captured by the monarch, while others were captured by the monarch's subordinates. To the king, Chu Youngjun, a high-level god emperor was nothing. However, among the two people who were about to spar, one of them was a senior palace master under his command, so it was fine to lend him a high-level god emperor. As for the other person, although he was the new palace master, his potential was shocking. He had already promised to break through to the ultimate god realm in the righteous divine nation, so it was fine to give him a high-level god emperor. The king has already expressed his stance. Palace master son, are you willing to bet? Duan Lingtian stared at Sun Yu and smiled faintly. At this time, Sun Yu's brows were tightly knitted together. He did not immediately respond to Duan Lingtian. He was not a reckless person. Since the person in front of him had made such a request, it meant that he had a certain level of confidence in himself. Although he did not know where the other party's confidence came from. He was just a low-level god emperor. However, he still felt that there was something fishy going on. Even if he lost, he did not need to give up a high-level god emperor. However, the king, Chu Youngjun, would at most lend him a high-level god emperor, and he would have to return it in the future. Even if he could not return the high-level god emperor, he would need to use other things to repay this debt. As for not repaying the debt, he had never thought about it and did not dare to think about it. What? When Duan Lingtian saw that Sun Yu was a little hesitant, he seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Mansion Master Son, are you afraid? Palace Master Son, you just said that I am a person with an undeserved reputation, and that I was able to kill a high-level god emperor purely by luck. Now, Palace Master Son, could it be that you feel that you are not my match? Even though he knew that Duan Lingtian was trying to provoke him, Sun Yu still angrily agreed to Duan Lingtian's bet. At this moment, he was prepared for the worst. Even if he had to bear a debt, he could not be suppressed by the other party at this time. Who says I don't dare? Sun Yu sneered. I'm just thinking that as a substitute mannerhead, once you're defeated, it'll be difficult for you to repay this debt to His Majesty, right? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. There's no need for Mannerhead Sun to worry about that. Rather than worrying about me, why don't you worry about yourself, Mannerhead Sun? The moment he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian disappeared from where he was. He teleported away, and when Sun Yu approached him like lightning, he teleported again and disappeared in front of Sun Yu. He didn't even reveal his true body before he teleported a second time. Second teleportation. A lower god emperor who has grasped the second instant teleportation. His talent in the laws of space is heaven-defying. The surrounding mansion lords were all shocked. Although he had long known that the acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion was not weak and had even killed a high-level god emperor before, he had only seen him in action through the Scryer image mirror. Furthermore, he had directly struck out with his sword without any unnecessary movements. Now that he had teleported a second time, Sun Yu couldn't catch up to him at all. This made everyone sigh. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would find it hard to believe that he was only a lower-level god emperor. Humph. Sun Yu didn't catch up to Duan Lingtian, but he wasn't discouraged. He snorted coldly and said, "If you only know how to run, then continue to run." Second instant teleportation is indeed impressive, but don't forget that you're only a lower-level god emperor. In the next instant, Sun Yu moved again. This time, even though Duan Lingtian had teleported a second time many times, Sun Yu was still catching up to him. As for Duan Lingtian, after being chased by Sun Yu for more than 10 times, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a faint smile. If one was familiar with him, it wouldn't be difficult to see that he was smiling evilly. This Sun Yu is now used to me constantly running away. If I were to catch him by surprise now, he'd probably vomit blood, right? Another second instant teleportation allowed Sun Yu to catch up a little closer. In the next instant, Sun Yu stared at Duan Lingtian. He was prepared to pursue Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian cast the teleportation profundity a second time. Based on his current progress, after a few more times, he would be able to completely catch up to Duan Lingtian and stick to Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to escape under his nose. Sword Dao, Dao of Control. However, what Sun Yu didn't expect was that Duan Lingtian had indeed teleported once again. But after the first teleportation, he didn't teleport a second time. His true body was revealed. As for Sun Yu, he was also subconsciously stunned. This was completely different from what he had expected. In his expectation, Duan Lingtian would definitely teleport a second time. This was also the habitual thinking that he had developed earlier, because he was already used to it. However, he didn't know that this was a habit that Duan Lingtian had purposely made him develop. Therefore, when a 7-colored sword light flashed across the void and swept directly towards him, he was somewhat unable to react in time. However, he was after all a high-level god emperor. Although his reaction was slow, he still activated his full soul high-quality divine weapon in time to block the attack. However, it was after all a hasty attack, and he couldn't unleash his full strength at all. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword light easily overpowered Sun Yu's attack. Then, not only did it shatter Sun Yu's attack, but it also injured Sun Yu and sent him flying. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian teleported a second time and appeared in front of the injured Sun Yu. The surrounding space was imprisoned, and a 7-colored sword light flashed across the sky and stopped in front of Sun Yu, as if it could kill him at any time. At the same time, Sun Yu was coughing up blood, and his expression was as ugly as it could be. "You cheated." Sun Yu glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. After Duan Lingtian had attacked, he had seen the power of Duan Lingtian's attack. He knew that even if he had attacked with all his might, it would be difficult for him to be a match for Duan Lingtian in a situation where he was fully focused and not distracted. However, he definitely wouldn't have lost so badly. Therefore, although he had lost, he was still very indignant. He had lost too quickly. It was too embarrassing. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, before Duan Lingtian could say anything, the group of mansion masters who were watching shook their heads, thinking that Sun Yu was a sore loser. There was no such thing as cheating in a battle. It could only be said that Sun Yu was too careless and too focused, and didn't guard against his opponent at all. However, although Duan Lingtian defeated Sun Yu with a trick, based on the power he displayed earlier, he could have defeated Sun Yu even if he didn't use a trick. Many mansion masters could see through this and Duan Lingtian's plan. It could only be said that it was the icing on the cake. Even if he didn't use a trick, Sun Yu would still lose. How amazing! A lower god emperor is really shocking. This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying lower god emperor. As the crowd whispered among themselves, Monarch Chu Youngjun announced the result with a smile. Mansion Master Duan is the winner of this battle. Congratulations, Mansion Master Duan. After all, This was a public occasion. Therefore, Chu Young-jun didn't address Duan Ling-tian as Brother Ling-tian, as he did in private. At this time, Sun Yu returned to his seat with an ugly expression. At this time, Chu Young-jun looked at the subordinates beside the imprisoned old man and nodded. The latter immediately removed the restriction on the old man. After the restriction was removed, the old man immediately regained his senses. His expression changed drastically, and the divine power in his body surged. He wanted to escape. However, someone was faster than him. Swoosh! A 7-colored sword ray pierced through the air and landed on the old man's head, killing him instantly. When the old man was killed, his divine power hadn't even fully surged out. When another rule reward fell and shrouded the purple figure in the field, the group of mansion masters who were watching were extremely shocked. So fast! Isn't his attack speed a little too fast? It feels like he's on another level. Could he be someone with 99 perfect heavenly veins? With more heavenly veins, one's divine power would surge out quickly, and one's attack speed would be correspondingly fast as well. However, there wasn't much difference between those with perfect heavenly veins. However, those with perfect heavenly veins had a bonus. It was a transformation compared to those with 98 heavenly veins. Duan Ling-tian's attack speed was shocking. They couldn't help but suspect that Duan Ling-tian had 99 heavenly veins. It's not strange for a lower god emperor to have 99 heavenly veins to be able to kill an upper god emperor. You have to know that in the past, a person with 99 heavenly veins could only defeat the weakest upper god emperor after consolidating his cultivation as a middle god emperor. One of the mansion masters shook his head and said, "That person is much weaker than Mansion Master Duan." When Duan Ling-tian displayed his strength in front of everyone, the feeling he gave them was completely different from what they had seen through the scryer projection. It was shocking. At the same time, Chu Young-jun fulfilled his promise and lent Sun Yu a upper emperor god for Duan Ling-tian to kill. Whoosh! This time, Duan Ling-tian quickly ended the upper emperor god's life with a single slash of his sword. Another rule reward fell and was absorbed by him. When I return, I'll digest the rule rewards from these 2 upper emperor gods. I'll be one big step closer to becoming a middle emperor god. At this moment, even Duan Ling-tian couldn't help but feel excited. The fact that Duan Ling-tian and Fang Xiong Lei had obtained the rules rewards one after another made the group of mansion masters envious. Many of them were already looking at Zhu Yingjun with anticipation in their eyes. Chu Young-jun smiled and said, "Continue the game," in his eyes, giving a few upper emperor god rule rewards to these mansion masters was no different from playing a game. When Duan Ling-tian received the jade token again and saw the words on it, his eyes lit up and a strange expression appeared on his face. This was because he had received the move jade token again. Who else received the move jade token? A young-looking mansion master stood up with a smile and looked at the mansion masters around him. Many mansion masters shook their heads and looked at this mansion master enviously. Then, when Duan Ling-tian stood up as well, the expressions of the mansion masters froze. Was this a joke? The acting mansion master of Sky Spirit Mansion received the move Jade token again. Chapter 4179. No one would have thought that Duan Ling-tian would be one of the 2 people who received the move Jade token. Mansion Master Duan, aren't you a little too lucky? Many of the mansion masters looked at Duan Ling-tian with jealousy in their eyes. It was as though the air was filled with the smell of lemons. As for Duan Ling-tian, he had never thought that he would receive another move Jade token. At this moment, the other mansion master who had obtained the move token said with a bitter smile on his face, "My strength is only on par with Mansion Master Sun's. If even Mansion Master Sun is not a match for Mansion Master Duan, I'm definitely not a match for you. I admit defeat for this battle. The other party's admission of defeat also meant that Duan Lingtian had won without a fight. At this time, Monarch Chu Youngjun was also speechless. He could swear to the heavens that he definitely did not cheat. However, Duan Lingtian still received the move Jade token twice in a row. This luck was simply heaven-defying. That's true. A person like this can't have reached where he is today with just talent and comprehension. He definitely has some heaven-defying luck. Thinking of Duan Lingtian's achievement in the lower God-Emperor realm, Chu Youngjun understood. This kind of monstrous talent could not be measured using common sense. In the next moment, Chu Youngjun waved his hand and asked the people to release the restrained Upper God Emperor. This Upper God Emperor was also killed by Duan Lingtian with a single stroke of his sword without any surprise. The principal reward once again enveloped him. At this time, it was not only the mansion masters who were present. Even Yin, he was looking at Duan Lingtian with eyes full of envy. In one day, he had killed 3 Upper God Emperors and received 3 principal rewards. To a lower God Emperor, this was undoubtedly a shocking gain. Should we continue? After receiving another principal reward, Duan Lingtian sat back down and his gaze fell on Monarch Chu Youngjun. All the mansion masters followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked over. At this moment, Monarch Chu Youngjun, who had always appeared calm and collected, shook his head and sighed. Initially, only 3 battles were scheduled. Who would have thought that Mansion Master Duan would win 2 of them? Let's add another round. For this round, Manor Head Duan and Manor Head Fong, who had previously obtained a token, will no longer participate in the competition. The remaining Manor Heads will compete. Chu Youngjun looked at the Yunting Prefecture Master Fong Xiongli and smiled apologetically. The latter just smiled and nodded, as if he didn't care at all. As for Duan Lingtian, Chu Youngjun did not comfort him. What a joke! She had already received 3 Higher God Emperor level rules as a reward. So why would she still need his consolation? At this moment, although Duan Lingtian felt that it was a pity and that he had been treated unfairly, he did not say anything, because even if he spoke up, the other prefecture masters would not agree with him. Everyone wished that he would not participate. Otherwise, if he received another Higher God Emperor level rule, they would definitely vomit blood. Therefore, Duan Lingtian watched the entire battle. Of course, he did not stay idle. The divine power in his body surged as he began to absorb the Higher God Emperor level rules. He could feel his divine power growing rapidly with every passing moment. At the same time, 2 prefecture heads received Jade tokens with the word move and began to compete for the Higher God Emperor level rules. One of them barely defeated his opponent after 1,000 moves and received the Higher God Emperor level rules. After this battle, Monarch Chu Youngjun did not intend to continue the game. Instead, he allowed the prefecture heads present to get to know each other better. It would be best if they could befriend each other. When they reached the Heavens Canyon and participated in the Battle of the Divine Nations, if the conditions permitted, they could cooperate. Of course, even Duan Lingtian himself knew that cooperation was only based on the needs of each party. If one party was confident that he could take all the rewards alone, he would not cooperate with others. Moreover, even if he cooperated with others, if he was not as strong as the other party, he had to be careful of the other party kicking him to the curb after he had outlived his usefulness. All in all, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the so-called cooperation was just that. As time passed, the prefecture head banquet was gradually coming to an end. Prefecture head Duan, I wonder if it's convenient for you to explain your background. San Niu, the great eagle prefecture head who had been defeated by Duan Lingtian, asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with sparkling eyes. Following his question, everyone's eyes also fell on Duan Lingtian. They were also very curious about this. Where did this person come from? How could he possess such shocking combat power when he was only a lower God Emperor? When he became a middle God Emperor, would anyone below the ultimate God realm be his match? The crowd found it hard to imagine. Perhaps when this person became a higher god emperor, he could even cross a realm and kill an ordinary lower god emperor. I'm from the righteous divine nation. Duan Lingtian glanced at Sun Yu indifferently and said, "It's just that I didn't enter the world in the past." "Are you satisfied with my answer, prefecture head son?" Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm, but there was a hint of coldness in them. He could naturally see that the great eagle prefecture head was angry that he had lost to him and wanted to create trouble for him. "Prefecture head Duan, I have no intention of targeting you." Sun Yu smiled faintly as though he could read Duan Lingtian's mind. He said in a clear voice, "I only asked this because I wanted to confirm your background, Prefecture head Duan. Since Prefecture head Duan said that you're from the righteous divine nation, I have no further questions." I believe Prefecture head Duan's words. "Prefecture head Duan, please forgive me. I only asked this because I was worried that the other divine nations would send spies to spy on our righteous divine nation and cause trouble for us during the battle of the divine nations in the Destiny Canyon. This is not a rare occurrence in the history of the battle of the divine nations in the Destiny Canyon." Although Sun Yu seemed to be explaining things to Duan Lingtian, anyone could tell that he suspected Duan Lingtian was the same type of person. Duan Lingtian did not say anything else. He smiled faintly and said, "Prefecture head son, since you're so worried, let's just not work together even if we meet in the Destiny Canyon. I don't want you to be sold out by me, Prefecture head son." Duan Lingtian's smile grew wider as he spoke. "That's enough." Chu Youngjun could no longer stand it. "Let's stop here. Prefecture head son, don't speak carelessly without evidence. Moreover, even if the other divine nations wanted to send spies to cause trouble, they wouldn't send someone as dazzling as Prefecture head Duan. Aren't they worried that such a talented person would die in our righteous divine nation? Although there have been similar cases in the past, those who were sent out were all higher god emperors who hid their strength. Who would keep such a low profile like Prefecture head Duan?" Chu Youngjun's words put an end to the topic. At Chu Youngjun's request, Sun Yu apologized to Duan Lingtian. Although he seemed to be sincerely apologizing, it wasn't hard to see from his eyes that he wasn't sincere at all. In fact, he even seemed to be taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. This Sun Yu. Duan Lingtian still had a smile on his face, but a murderous glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. It would be fine if he didn't meet Sun Yu in the Destiny Canyon, but if he did, he wouldn't hold back. He would turn Sun Yu into a reward that would help him increase his strength. The prefecture head banquet has come to an end. Everyone, please make your preparations for the next few days. If you can increase your strength, do so. If you need help, you can ask Vice Commander Yin. The Imperial family can lend you some resources for the time being. Chu Youngjun's words signaled the end of the prefecture head banquet. However, according to him, if the prefecture heads wanted some resources, they would have to borrow them from the Imperial family. At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the end, he owed the Monarch a favor. In the future, when he arrived at the Destiny Canyon and participated in the Divine Kingdom battle, as long as the prefecture heads of the righteous Divine Kingdom didn't go against him, he wouldn't go against them. Even if they were weaker than him, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian was arrogant. It was just that although there were prefecture heads of the righteous Divine Kingdom who were stronger than him, there were still many who were weaker than him. Most of them were weaker than him. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a situation where one of them was defeated and the other admitted defeat in the previous 2 battles for the rewards. After the prefecture head banquet ended, Duan Lingtian and the other mansion masters were once again escorted back to the courtyard by Yun He, the vice commander of the Imperial Guards. After the other mansion masters returned, Yun He followed Duan Lingtian into his mansion. "Brother Duan, you were too high-profile today." Yun He followed him in and said with a bitter smile, "Although most of the prefecture heads were kind, they might not be so at the critical moment. Everyone has their own selfish motives and jealousy. This time, you've single-handedly taken the rewards of the rules of 3 higher god emperors. There will definitely be quite a few people who have such thoughts. In the Divine Kingdom battle at the Destiny Canyon, unless you're not afraid of others kicking you to the curb after you've outlived your usefulness, try not to be with them. Yun, he reminded him. Duan Lingtian naturally thanked Yun, he for his reminder. After all, Yun he had good intentions. Thank you for your reminder, big brother Yun he. I'll be careful. After Yun he left, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and began to digest the 3 rewards he had received today. With the rewards I received today, I should be able to walk more than half of the path to becoming a middle god emperor by consolidating my cultivation base as a lower god emperor. Before Duan Lingtian closed his eyes to cultivate, the excitement in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed. At the same time, in many divine kingdoms in the heavenly south continent, many people sighed. I'm still too weak. There's no way I can get a spot to enter the Destiny Canyon and participate in the divine kingdom battle. Almost a year has passed, but I haven't gained much in this year. There are only 2 more years before I'll be sent out. Even though this divine trial ground has a competitive environment that is blessed by the heavens and the rules and rewards are directly given. However, there is also a great deal of danger. Last time I was almost killed. In this place, others are prey in my eyes, and I'm prey in others' eyes. I hope the next 2 years will pass quickly. Otherwise, I'm really worried I'll stay here forever. Chapter 4180. In fact, the heavenly south continent wasn't the only continent in the trial of gods. There was also the northern continent. When Duan Lingtian and a group of young prodigies entered the Myriad Law Academy, half of them went to the heavenly south continent, while the other half went to the northern continent. Duan Lingtian's 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan, went to the heavenly south continent with him. As for the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion's prodigy, Tuoba Xiu, she went to the northern continent. The northern continent was similar to the heavenly south continent. There was also a divine kingdom battle that was about to begin. However, the location of the divine kingdom battle wasn't Heaven's Canyon, but a place called the Forbidden Abyss. Of course, most of the young prodigies who came from the Myriad Law Academy didn't have the qualifications to participate in the Forbidden Abyss. However, there were exceptions. For example, some intermediate god emperors who were comparable to ordinary upper god emperors successfully obtained the opportunity to enter the Forbidden Abyss. There were also some who were originally intermediate god emperors. After entering the trial of gods, they were baptized by the various laws and successfully became upper god emperors. For example, Zhang Tianjiao of the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion was one of the few prodigies who entered the trial of gods and broke through to the upper god emperor realm. She was already close to the upper god emperor realm, and this time, she just took advantage of the opportunity to break through. Of course, the Forbidden Abyss in the northern continent and the heavenly south continent's heavens Canyon were completely separate. There was no connection. If there was a connection, it would be that they were created by the creator of this world. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave for Heaven's Canyon. Duan Lingtian and the various prefecture masters of the righteous divine nation followed the king of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun, and left for Heaven's Canyon. They sat in an ultimate god-grade flying ship. Ultimate god-grade flying ships were mostly limited to the speed of a lower god-grade flying ship. Normally, they wouldn't use the speed of a higher god-grade flying ship. This was because the speed of a lower ultimate god would consume too much of the ultimate god spaceship's energy. It was no different from burning money. Just like now, Duan Lingtian and the rest followed Monarch Chu Youngjun to the Heaven's Canyon. Although they were in a hierarch grade flying ship, their speed was only at the upper divine emperor level. However, this spaceship was an ultimate god grade spaceship after all. It was much bigger than an Emperor-grade spaceship. The space inside was also much wider. Moreover, Duan Lingtian and the others all had their own rooms. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was cultivating in his own room. He could also see the situation outside through the mirror image of the array formation. With Duan Lingtian's current eyesight, it was not difficult for him to see the situation outside. Mountains and rivers, mountains and ridges, plains and hills. Everything came into view. However, Duan Lingtian only took a few glances at it before he closed his eyes and started to cultivate again. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian had digested the rewards from the mansion master's banquet. In addition, he had refined some ultimate divine pills to aid his cultivation. He was getting closer and closer to becoming a middle divine emperor. Before the mansion master's banquet, he had only completed half of the journey. Now, there was only a small part of the journey left. After completing this part of the journey, there would be another opportunity, and it would not be difficult for him to become a middle divine emperor. This time, I will definitely become a middle divine emperor in the battle of the kingdoms in the heavens Vulcanian. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. As for becoming an upper divine emperor, he had never thought about it and did not dare to think about it. He could only say that it was up to fate. Even if he wanted to do so, deep down in his heart he felt that it was impossible. In this trip to the heavens Vulcanian, it will be good if I can become a middle divine emperor and completely consolidate my cultivation. Previously, after digesting the rewards from the rules, not only did my cultivation level increase, but also in terms of the profound laws, there was a certain increase. Among the rules rewards, there were not only rewards for increasing divine power, but also rewards for increasing the profound laws. However, which kind of profound laws to increase was completely dependent on luck. As for the rules rewards, they were all integrated with the profound laws that the ultimate experts were good at and transformed by the unique methods of the ultimate experts. Some were very helpful to the profound laws. Some were not useful at all. This was because there were some things that you might already understand. Even if the ultimate experts gave it to you, it would be useless as it would be completely repetitive. However, if the ultimate experts gave you insights that you did not understand previously, there would definitely be more or less improvement. Duan Lingtian did not know. When he left the righteous divine nation with the monarch of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun, and headed to the heavens Vulcanian. In another direction, his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, was also on the way to the heavens Vulcanian with the monarch of another divine nation, the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. Moreover, they had just set off. This little girl is also being brought to the heavens Vulcanian by the monarch. Many people were a little confused when they saw Lang Chunwan's appearance. This little girl was unremarkable, no matter how they looked at her. She did not look like a god emperor at all, let alone a high god emperor. However, although they felt that way, most of them still had the mentality of it has nothing to do with me, and did not poke their noses into other people's business. Of course, there were still a few people who could not help but go up and size up Lang Chunwan. Little girl, are you also going to the heavens Vulcanian? Little girl, where did you come from? I don't think I've seen you before. Little girl. At this moment, the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation had already left the spacious hall in the spaceship and returned to his exclusive room in the spaceship. However, not long after he entered, he received a report. Your Majesty, a few mansion masters seem to be very interested in Miss Wolf. Interested? When the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation heard this, he smiled faintly. Naturally, I know what they are thinking. I hope they don't provoke her. Otherwise, they'll suffer. Upon hearing the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's words, the person who reported the matter gasped. Your Majesty, is Miss Wolf really that strong? Is she really comparable to an ordinary, lower ultimate god? If those ignorant fellows provoke her, you'll naturally find out, the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation said. That's right. the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation said. "Nothing will happen, right?" The person asked again. "Nothing will happen." The monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation said indifferently, "Before coming here, I told her that if anyone provokes her, she can attack, but she can't kill. Your Majesty, please take care of her. If she really has the strength of an ultimate god, none of us will be able to restrain her." The person sighed and left. Meanwhile, in the spaceship's hall, Lang Chunwon merely glanced at a few middle-aged and old men who took the initiative to approach her. "Who are you calling a little girl? Do you think you can call me a little girl?" As soon as her voice fell and the few of them frowned, Lang Chunwon suddenly exploded. A terrifying divine power broke out of her body, and a terrifying destructive force raged. It even activated the protective formation in the spaceship, causing ripples to form. Then, Lang Chunwon casually stretched out her hand, and a palm print with extremely terrifying destructive force fell on the few of them. After a brief moment of shock, the few of them hurriedly made their moves and even took out their high-grade divine weapons. Even so, they were still suppressed by the young girl's palm. Their faces were covered in dirt, and the attack they had just accumulated was completely crushed. If it was not for the sudden surge of energy, they would have been seriously injured. "Your Majesty," not only did the suppressed Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's manor heads rejoice when they sensed the sudden surge of power, but even the group of manor heads who were about to leave and return to their rooms were stunned when they saw Lang Chunyuan's attack. They never expected that their Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's monarch would personally make a move. She attacked from a distance. With the Monarch token, their Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's monarch had the power of a higher ultimate god. She was unparalleled in the entire Jade Rainbow Divine Nation and was comparable to a higher ultimate god in the outside world. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was frighteningly fast. In the blink of an eye, the few mansion masters who questioned Lang Chunwon's presence were all suppressed by Lang Chunwon. If not for the intervention of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's monarch, they would have been seriously injured and might even affect the upcoming kingdom battle in the Heaven's Fate Canyon. Humph! A cold snort from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's monarch echoed in the spaceship's hull. "You idiots! If she was an ordinary person, would I allow her to follow us to the Heaven's Fate Canyon to participate in the kingdom battle? If she didn't hold back, all of you would have been dead before I made my move. Her strength is not weaker than an ordinary lower ultimate god." As soon as the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's monarch finished speaking, there was dead silence. As for the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's manor lords, who had only suffered minor injuries due to the intervention of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's monarch, they looked at the young lady before them as though they had seen a ghost. This young lady had the strength of a lower ultimate god. The other mansion masters were also shocked at this moment. At the same time, they finally understood. Why would the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation suddenly arrange for this person to join them? It turned out that she had such strength. At this moment, they completely understood. How boring. Even if you didn't intervene, I didn't intend to kill them. Lang Chunwon frowned slightly and said unhappily, "You don't believe what I said to you earlier?" "I didn't mean that." The monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation seemed to realize he was in the wrong and smiled awkwardly. "I intervened because I was afraid they would be seriously injured and affect their performance in the kingdom battle. I hope you can forgive me." The monarch's politeness naturally shocked the mansion masters present. However, when they thought of the young lady's strength, they understood. The young lady had the ability to do so. Humph! The young lady snorted and glanced disdainfully at the mansion masters she had suppressed earlier. Just a few pieces of trash. Even if they enter the Heaven's Fate Canyon, what can they do? Although the young lady's words angered them, no one dared to refute her. They only dared to be angry in their hearts and did not dare to show it on their faces. Today, The young lady did not kill them because the monarch was present. But what about after that? After the kingdom battle ended, they would have to return to their respective mansions. At that time, the monarch would not be able to protect them even if he wanted to. Chapter 40, 181. The Destiny Canyon was said to be a training ground given by the creator of this world to the various divine kingdoms in the Tianan continent for those below the ultimate god level. Anyone below the ultimate god level could enter regardless of age. Moreover, the divine kingdom battle would also take place in the Destiny Canyon. Those from the various divine kingdoms who entered would compete with each other. Those who performed well would be rewarded with a certain amount of points. The Divine Kingdom battle had two scoreboards. One was the individual scoreboard and the other was the Divine Kingdom scoreboard. As the name suggested, the individual scoreboard was based on individual points. On the other hand, the Divine Kingdom scoreboard was based on the total points of those who entered the Destiny Canyon. There are many opportunities to be found in the Destiny Canyon. As long as you kill other competitors who aren't from your own divine kingdom, you'll get double the reward. It's not impossible to kill those from your own divine kingdom, but you won't get double the reward. After entering, everyone will be randomly distributed to any corner of Destiny Canyon. In Destiny Canyon, no matter if you kill someone from your own divine nation or someone from another divine nation, you'll be able to obtain the points they've earned. The Destiny Canyon is very cruel. If possible, try not to cooperate with others. Even if you do cooperate, make sure you're absolutely safe. Yun He's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Yun He had briefly talked to him about the Destiny Canyon before, but it was not as detailed as today. You'll be able to accumulate points if you find opportunities in the Destiny Canyon. The better the opportunity, the more points you'll get. You'll be able to find any treasure you can think of in there. It's also very likely that there'll be divine power left behind by the creator of the universe. Once you obtain the creator of the universe's divine power and use it, your divine power will increase by an entire level in a short period of time. Of course, if an upper divine emperor uses it, his divine power won't reach the level of a lower ultimate god. It'll only be close to the level of a lower ultimate god, but it'll definitely be stronger than an ordinary upper divine emperor's divine power. Of course, the creator of the universe's divine power is very rare. However, if you're able to obtain it, make sure you keep it well and use it as your trump card. Not long after Yun He's voice transmission, the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom's voice also reached the ears of a group of people, including Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the others had arrived at the Heavens Canyon. However, Duan Lingtian did not see any canyon. In front of him was a vast expanse. It looked like a barren land where birds would not shit. There was nothing special about it. If this is where the fateful gorge is, then wouldn't our righteous divine nation be the first to arrive? Just as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter. Ha! Handsome nephew, your righteous divine nation sure is early. Accompanying the laughter was a group of people led by a golden-robed old man. The person who spoke was the golden-robed old man. It's the monarch of the soaring cloud divine nation, Yu Gufin. Chu Young-jun greeted Duan Lingtian and the others. Then he led Duan Lingtian and the others forward. Uncle Yu, your soaring cloud divine nation isn't too late either. The soaring cloud divine nation had sent quite a few people this time as well. They were not any less than the righteous divine nation. Moreover, all of them were high-rank god emperors. In truth, only high god emperors could enter the heavenly fate canyon. Otherwise, they'd just be giving away their points. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chu Young-jun, the monarch of the soaring cloud divine nation glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others behind Chu Young-jun. Handsome nephew, I've heard that a low-rank god emperor from your righteous divine nation is preparing to enter the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Destiny Canyon battle. Moreover, he has the battle prowess to kill a high-ranked god emperor. When Yu Gufan said this, Zhu Yingjuan's eyes immediately narrowed. Uncle Yu, I didn't expect you to be so well informed. May I know, who is it? Yu Gufan asked curiously. Manor Head Duan. Chu Youngjun greeted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian also stepped forward and nodded at Yu Gufan. Righteous divine nations, heavens, spirit manners, acting manner, Head Duan Lingtian greets the monarch. Although Yu Gufan had asked who the low-rank god emperor was, Duan Lingtian could easily tell that Yu Gufan was constantly looking at him. He guessed that Yu Gufan had most likely seen the floating image pearls recording of his battle. Amazing! Yu Gufan looked at Duan Lingtian and praised. This is the first time I've heard of a low-rank god emperor being able to kill a high-rank god emperor. You've received all the rules and rewards. You must have improved a lot, right? As he spoke, Yu Gufan's eyes seemed to be filled with envy. As far as I know, if you kill an opponent of a higher rank by yourself, you'll receive additional rewards. In this world, killing an opponent of a higher rank by yourself would receive additional rules and rewards. However, if you didn't kill an opponent of a higher rank by yourself and relied on others to heavily injure your opponent, you wouldn't receive any additional rewards. Moreover, the rewards were very few. It was impossible to take all of them. Faced with Yu Gufan's question, Duan Lingtian only smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything. However, even if he didn't say anything, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to notice that many of the high-rank god emperors from the soaring, cloud divine nation behind Yu Gufan were staring at him with envy. It was obvious that he had invisibly angered everyone. He originally thought that one or two people would jump out and provoke him, and then arrange a life and death battle to give him the rules and rewards. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking things. These people seemed to know that his strength was extraordinary, and none of them jumped out. Even the ruler of the soaring cloud divine nation, Yu Gufan, stopped staring at him. At the same time, the people from the third divine nation also arrived. However, the people from this divine nation stunned Duan Lingtian. This was because the people who came were only slightly more than half of the people from the righteous divine nation and the soaring cloud divine nation. It was about the number of prefecture masters from the righteous divine nation. This time, not all of the people from the righteous divine nation were prefecture masters. Many of them were high-rank god emperors from the capital, and there was no lack of experts from prominent families in the capital. There were also a few people who were said to be wandering experts who had been specially invited by the righteous divine nation. In short, Duan Lingtian felt that the people from the righteous divine nation this time, other than the group of prefecture masters, were unfamiliar. Moreover, from the first meeting until now, the ruler of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun, had no intention of introducing them to each other. However, many people still looked at him from time to time. Obviously, he was now quite famous in the righteous divine nation. Even these foreign reinforcements knew of his existence. It's the people from the Feiyang divine nation. Duan Lingtian heard the voice of a prefecture master from the righteous divine nation. Why did they send so few people? You don't know about this, right? Another prefecture master shook his head and said, "It said that some time ago a demoness suddenly came to the capital of the Feiyang divine nation and slaughtered all the high-rank god emperors in the capital. As for those who were below the level of a high-rank god emperor, other than those who were blind enough to take the initiative to attack her, the rest survived. It's said that although the demoness was also a high-rank god emperor, her strength was extremely terrifying. She killed ordinary high-rank god emperors like killing dogs. Some of the prefecture masters who knew about it were still fine, but those who were not were shocked when they heard the news. They had never thought that the Feiyang divine nation would encounter such an unexpected disaster before the divine nation battle in the Destiny Canyon. In this way, it was understandable that they sent so few people. The monarch of the Feiyang divine nation is called Xiao Yiyuan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also found out the name of the monarch of the Feiyang Divine Nation through Chu Youngjun. At the same time, it was not difficult to see that the monarch of the Feiyang Divine Nation did not look too good. From the very beginning, the monarch of the Feiyang Divine Nation did not look too good. Regarding this, he could understand. After all, someone had slaughtered all the high-rank god emperors in the capital before the Divine Nation battle in the Destiny Canyon. However, when he greeted the monarch of the righteous Divine Nation and the soaring cloud Divine Nation, Xiao Yuan, the monarch of the Feiyang Divine Nation, looked much better. Everyone is here. So early? Soon, the people from the other Divine Nations arrived. However, other than the people from the Feiyang Divine Nation, there were many people from the other Divine Nations. Among those who were present, many of them took the initiative to comfort the monarch of the Feiyang Divine Nation, Xiao Yuan. Obviously, they had also heard about the massacre of all the high-rank god emperors in the capital of the Feiyang Divine Nation. The people from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation are here too. Soon, people from another Divine Nation arrived. Initially, Duan Lingtian only glanced at it for a moment. He did not intend to look at it for too long. However, something caught his attention when he glanced at it. At this moment, behind the leader of the people from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation was a young girl. There was a sparkling and translucent jade gourd hanging at her waist. This kind of jade gourd could be seen everywhere. However, it was rare to see a gourd with a missing corner at the side. Fourth senior sister? Duan Lingtian looked at the unfamiliar young girl and could not help but widen his eyes. He had never imagined that he would meet his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, in this kind of situation. At this moment, Lang Chunwan also felt Duan Lingtian's gaze and subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian. When she realized that Duan Lingtian's gaze had landed on the jade gourd hanging at her waist, she was first stunned. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian's waist as well. He's wearing a purple robe and he's staring at the token on my waist that we agreed on. Could he be little junior brother? When she saw the small sword-shaped jade ornament hanging at Duan Lingtian's waist, she was completely certain. He was her little junior brother. Just as Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan looked at each other tacitly and confirmed their gazes, a thunderous roar rang in the air. You, how dare you come here? You're courting death. It was the monarch of the Feiyang Divine Nation, Xiao Yuan. Then, under everyone's gaze, he charged in the direction of the people from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. Chapter 4182. Humph! Duan Lingtian's expression changed, and the others were stunned as they watched the monarch of Flying Yang Divine Nation, Xiao Yuan, charge towards the people of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. To be precise, he was charging towards the young lady behind the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. The monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation harumphed coldly. Xiao Yuan, are you crazy? As the monarch of a divine nation, Guan Baoyu wasn't afraid of Xiao Yuan. Moreover, they weren't in Flying Yang Divine Nation's territory. Xiao Yuan attacked quickly, but retreated quickly as well. This was because Guan Baoyu, the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, had interfered. Without using the monarch token, Guan Baoyu's strength was slightly weaker than Xiao Yuan's. Of course, he could use the monarch token. However, Guan Baoyu could also use the monarch token. Therefore, it was meaningless to fight Guan Baoyu. Guan Baoyu. After retreating, Xiao Yuan stared at Guan Baoyu with a gloomy expression and said coldly, "Today, hand over the girl behind you." Impossible. Guan Baoyu glanced at the flustered and exasperated Xiao Yuan. He was deep in thought as he vaguely guessed something. However, so what if that was the case? The young lady behind Xiao Yuan was the greatest trump card of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation in the Destiny Canyon. She had a chance of obtaining first place in both of the Divine Nation's battles rankings. although the individual ranking wouldn't bring any substantial benefits to Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. It would still bring them a good reputation. At that time, many people would say, Look, it's that person. She represented the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation in the heavens Canyon and took first place in the individual rankings." While the others were still in a daze and a few of them had their own guesses, Xiao Yun spoke again. The Feiyang Divine Nation's monarch, Xiao Yun, opened his mouth again and said coldly, "Guanbao, this is the woman who took advantage of my seclusion to enter my Feiyang Divine Nation and slaughtered all the upper god emperors in the nation. Today, you must hand her over." After Xiao Yun spoke, those who had already guessed it had an as expected expression. As for those who hadn't guessed it, they were shocked. "It's this young lady who barged into the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation and killed all the high god emperors in the capital? It's said that the girl's strength is comparable to a lower ultimate god." No wonder the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation lost his composure. It turned out to be her. At this very moment, while a large group of people were overwhelmed with shock, Duan Lingtian was also somewhat shocked. He would never have thought that the person who entered Feiyang Divine Nation's capital and killed the upper divine emperors was his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Fourth senior sister, isn't this too valiant? Directly killing his way into a country's capital and slaughtering a group of high god emperors. Duan Lingtan felt that his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, was too crazy, and she even succeeded. As for the purpose of Lang Chunwan's actions, he did not need to guess to know that it was definitely for the sake of obtaining the rewards from killing a high god emperor. However, it's fortunate that fourth senior sister knew to take action after finding out that the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation was not in the capital. Otherwise, she might have died in the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation. Now, Duan Lingtian did not expect that when his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, killed her way into Feiyang Divine Nation's capital, she did not know that the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation was not in the capital. She even wanted to kill the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation. Moreover, when she found out that the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation was not in the capital and was in seclusion somewhere in the outside world, she even went to look for him. If Duan Lingtian knew about this, he would definitely be frightened to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. "Xiao Yun, that's enough." Guan Baoyu said faintly, "Miss Wolf is our Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's VIP. This time, she is representing our Jade Rainbow Divine Nation in the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Battle of Divine Nations. Not to mention that the Battle of Divine Nations has yet to begin. Even if it is, I will not betray her. As for what you said, whether it's false or true, it can only be said that you did not avoid those people properly. If you had protected her properly, not to mention a high god emperor, even if an ultimate god made a move, how many people could he kill?" As he finished speaking, Guan Baoyu revealed a disdainful expression. "Some things in the end are your own fault. What does it have to do with others?" Guan Baoyu was very domineering. He did not give Xiao Yun any face. As for Xiao Yun, his expression was very ugly. At the same time, he looked at the group of monarchs who had already arrived. "Everyone, don't think that you can just stand by and watch this matter. In the past, this woman could enter my Feiyang Divine Nation's capital to kill. In the future, she can also enter your Divine Nation's capital to kill. Could it be that you can guarantee that you will be able to react at the first moment?" From Xiao Yun's words, it was obvious that he wanted the monarchs of the other divine nations to uphold justice for him. He was not as good as the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's Guan Baoyu. If Guan Baoyu wanted to protect the other party, he had no choice. However, if a group of monarchs were to denounce the other party, even Guan Baoyu would have to consider the thoughts of all the monarchs. However, what Xiao Yun did not expect was that although there were a few monarchs who supported him, there were also many monarchs who supported Guan Baoyu, feeling that Xiao Yun was being unreasonable. In the heavenly South Continent, there were also differences between the various divine nations, each with their own network. There were also some divine nations that remained neutral, not forming circles and not forming networks. In the end, Xiao Yiyuan, the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation, did not get what he wanted. However, he still looked at Lang Chunwan as if he could eat her up. Xiao Yiyuan's actions caused the group of high god emperors and manor masters from Feiyang Divine Nation to secretly complain. Didn't their monarch care about them at all? Now, their monarch was feeling good and had vented his emotions, but what about them? They realized that the young girl that their monarch had his eyes on was mainly looking at them, as if she wanted to remember each and every one of them. They could imagine that if they met in Heaven's Canyon, the other party would definitely not let them off easily. Damn it. Why do we not go in? It's too dangerous. Forget it. Although we might be targeted and be in danger, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can't miss it. At this moment, the group of high god emperors from Feiyang Divine Nation had mixed feelings. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the matter had come to an end. He did not reunite with his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Similarly, his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, did not reunite with him either. This was because they both knew that it was not the best time to reunite. If they wanted to reunite, it would not be too late to do so when they met in Heaven's Canyon. If they did not meet in Heaven's Canyon, they could reunite outside. If they did not reunite, no one would know about their relationship. When they reached Heaven's Canyon, they might even join forces and take the others by surprise. In short, reuniting now would do more harm than good. After the farce between Feiyang Divine Nation and Lang Chunwan had ended, the remaining divine nations that had not arrived. Moreover, there were quite a number of people from these divine nations. In the end, all 30 divine nations from the heavenly South Continent had arrived. The 30 divine nations covered almost half of the heavenly South Continent's territory. As for the remaining half, it was controlled by the ultimate god clans and sects in the heavenly South Continent. Some of those clans and sects were established by rogue cultivators, while some were established by the descendants of the divine nation's royal family. After all, there was only one divine nation lord. Some did not inherit the position of divine nation lord, but were unwilling to be bound by the divine nation, so they ventured outside and even established their own sections. Therefore, in the heavenly South Continent, there were some ultimate god clans that had very close relationships with some of the divine nation's royal families. Everyone is here. Next, we will wait for Heaven's Canyon to appear. Lord Chu Youngjun's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Heaven's Canyon was the stage where the divine nations of the heavenly South Continent competed. It was usually hidden and would only appear on the eve of the divine nation battle that occurred once every 10,000 years. After that, only the lords of the 30 divine nations of the heavenly South Continent could activate Heaven's Canyon and begin the divine nation battle. How many more days? Duan Lingtian was patient, but many of the prefecture lords could not sit still. 5 days. This time, Yunhe spoke before Chu Youngjun could speak. 5 days. It was neither too long nor too short. In the next few days, many of the divine nations lords gathered together to chat. Some of the prefecture lords within the divine nations also gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the void and closed his eyes to cultivate. He was not worried about anyone disturbing him because he knew Chu Youngjun would not allow anyone to disturb him. In the upcoming divine nation battle, he had to earn points for the righteous divine nation. If someone disturbed his cultivation, injured him, or even caused him to suffer from chi deviation, it would definitely affect his performance in Heaven's Canyon. On the other hand, Lang Chunwan also sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to cultivate when she saw her little junior brother closing his eyes to cultivate. This scene made Yu Hong divine nations, Lord Baoyu, feel helpless. This little devil girl was really careless. Was she not worried that Xiao Yiyuan, the lord of Feiyang divine nation, would sneak up on her? There was still one more day before Heaven's Canyon appeared. Many of them were looking forward to it. However, it was at this moment that a whistling sound broke the silence that had lasted for a few days. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures came from afar. They were 3 white-haired old men. One was tall and sturdy, one was of medium build, and the last one was tall and thin. The 3 old men each had their own characteristics. However, after seeing the 3 of them, many of the divine nations' lords turned solemn. It's Inyuan Tianzong's 3 magic scorpion elders. Inyuan Tianzong was a powerful ultimate god sect in Tian Incontinent. There were even high-level ultimate gods in the sect. The 3 magic scorpion elders were also the pillars of Inyuan Tianzong. Each of them was a mid-level ultimate god. Once they joined forces to form a formation, they were comparable to a high-level ultimate god. At the very least, someone like the lord of Feiyang Divine Nation, Xiao Yiyuan, would not be able to do anything to them even if he used the Lord token and the 3 of them joined forces. Chapter 40, 183. Gentlemen, aren't you overstepping your boundaries? The Jade Rainbow Divine Nations Nation Supervisor, Bao Yu, frowned when he saw the 3 old men. His tone gradually turned cold when he spoke in a deep voice. Inyuan Tianzong's ultimate god had come just as the Destiny Canyon was about to open. It was tantamount to challenging the dignity of the various divine nations. Under normal circumstances, the 30 monarchs present might not be a match for the 3 old men even if they joined forces. However, they had come for the Destiny Canyon this time. Each of them had used the opportunity to activate their sovereign medallion and leave their divine nations to manifest their Genesis divine power. Each of them was comparable to a higher ultimate god. Although the 3 demon scorpion elders were strong when they joined forces, any 2 of them would be enough to wipe them out in a short time. Even if he was alone, he was confident he could kill the 3 after a stalemate. Inyuan Tianzong, you've got guts. Inyuan Tianzong, do you want a share of the loot? I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so. Demon Scorpion Elders, aren't you afraid you won't be able to return? As Guan Baoyu spoke, the other monarchs of the various divine nations followed suit. Their voices were cold and their eyes flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent. Some of the monarchs were even itching to kill the 3 demon scorpion elders immediately. Usually, if they left their divine nations and encountered the 3 demon scorpion elders, it would be difficult for them to escape death. However, now that they could use the sovereign medallion's power, they couldn't wait to kill the 3 demon scorpion elders. Of course, despite the strong desire and impulse in their hearts, they remained calm and did not make a move. After all, killing the 3 demon scorpion elders meant completely offending Inyuan Tianzong. Unless they and their direct descendants never left their divine nations in the future, Inyuan Tianzong would definitely seek revenge. The loss outweighed the gain to them. Moreover, the 3 demon scorpion elders had not crossed the line so far. There was not enough reason for them to make a move. Once they crossed the line, it would be fine if they killed them. Inyuan Tianzong would be in the wrong. However, that was not the case now. Fellow monarchs, you have misunderstood. It would be a lie to say that the 3 devil scorpion elders were in a good mood when they saw a group of people who they could easily crush flaunt their prowess in front of them. However, they still tried their best to remain calm. They wanted to complete the mission and leave. They were not worried that these people would attack them. The 3 of us aren't here for the Destiny Canyon. We're just here to look for someone and say a few words. The 3 demon scorpion elders spoke, one after another. Their tone was calm, without joy or sorrow. Upon hearing their conversation, all the monarchs present were taken aback. Then they subconsciously shifted their gazes to the 2 of them and kept glancing at them. Duan Lingtian, Lang Chanwan. Now they were looking at Duan Lingtian and Lang Chanwan. Of course, they didn't know about their relationship. The reason why they all looked at the two of them was because they were the only two people among the crowd who could make Yinyuan Tianzong's 3 demon scorpion elders come to look for them personally. As for their purpose, it wasn't difficult to guess. Lang Chanwan, one of the 3 demon scorpion elders, flew out and approached the people from Yu Hong Divine Nation. However, he still maintained a distance from them since the monarch of Yu Hong Divine Nation was eyeing them. As expected, his gaze fell on Lang Chanwan. "I'm here for you." After the Divine Kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon, if you're willing, you can come to Yinyuan Tianzong. This time, if you don't achieve the ultimate God realm in the Destiny Canyon, Yinyuan Tianzong will help you achieve the ultimate God realm as a greeting gift. If you achieve the ultimate God realm in the Destiny Canyon, Yinyuan Tianzong will give you another greeting gift that won't be any worse than helping you achieve the ultimate God realm. One of the 3 demon scorpion elders drew a pie for Lang Chanwan as soon as he opened his mouth. Lang Chanwan's eyes immediately lit up. Seeing this, the 3 demon scorpion elders smiled. They knew that Lang Chun won't be moved. After all, Lang Chanwan was a person who killed all the upper divine emperors in the Feiyang Divine Nation for the reward. She was very bold. At the same time, she was very meticulous. Of course, they didn't know that the reason why Lang Chanwan dared to kill in the Feiyang Divine Nation's capital was because she was fearless and not because she knew the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation was in the capital. Other than Lang Chanwan herself and the people in the Feiyang Divine Nation who knew about the matter, everyone thought that Lang Chanwan only dared to act like that after confirming the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation wasn't in the capital. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the other old man among the 3 demon scorpion elders looked at Duan Lingtian and said loudly, "Duan Lingtian, if you join our Yinyuan Tianzong, we'll help you reach the middle divine emperor realm after you enter the heavens will canyon as a greeting gift. If you reach the middle divine emperor realm, we'll help you consolidate your cultivation as a middle divine emperor realm as a greeting gift." The moment the old man spoke, he drew a pie for Duan Lingtian. The 3 demon scorpion elders thought that Duan Lingtian would be excited. However, Duan Lingtian's indifferent expression stunned them. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised at all. In their opinion, this greeting gift was already very sincere. "So, Duan Lingtian, are you not satisfied with this greeting gift?" The old man couldn't help but ask. "It's all right," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. He looked at the old man and said, "Senior, what you're talking about is whether or not I'll reach the middle divine emperor realm. But what if I don't just reach the middle divine emperor realm in the heavens will canyon and consolidate my cultivation as a middle divine emperor? Don't tell me you won't give me a greeting gift at that time." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only were the 3 demon scorpion elders petrified, but even the monarchs of the various divine kingdoms and the group of upper divine emperors were stunned. A lower divine emperor entering the heavens will canyon wasn't satisfied with becoming a middle divine emperor, and he wanted to consolidate his cultivation as a middle divine emperor after becoming a middle divine emperor. "How about this?" Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and continued, "After I leave the heavens will canyon and consolidate my cultivation as a middle divine emperor, if you're willing to help me reach the upper divine emperor realm, as a greeting gift, I can join your Yinyuan Tianzong." After Duan Lingtian said this, the 3 demon scorpion elders who had just recovered from their shock looked at each other and saw the reluctance in each other's eyes. It was really hard to agree to this. After all, even if Duan Lingtian really consolidated his cultivation as a middle divine emperor, he was still very far away from reaching the upper divine emperor realm. The resources needed to reach the upper divine emperor realm would definitely be much more than Lang Chanwan's breakthrough to the ultimate God realm. Previously, they said they were willing to help Lang Chanwan reach the ultimate God realm because they had seen Lang Chanwan's battle through the floating image pearls recording. They could see that Lang Chunwan was not far away from reaching the ultimate god realm. If Lang Chunwan had just consolidated his cultivation as an upper divine emperor, they would definitely not make such a promise. If you're not willing, then forget it, Duan Lingtian said again. After the 3 demon scorpion elders communicated with each other for a while, the old man who had spoken to Duan Lingtian earlier stood up again and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, our Inyuan Tianzong can agree to your request. However, you have to agree. If you can't consolidate your cultivation as a middle divine emperor in the heavens Vulcanian, you have to join our Inyuan Tianzong. As for the greeting gift, we'll do as I promised earlier. The old man said. Based on his words, it was obvious that he did not believe Duan Lingtian could consolidate his cultivation as a middle divine emperor in the heavens Vulcanian. Duan Lingtian could see this as well. He merely smiled faintly when he heard this. I can agree to this. However, you have to promise me one thing. I'll only join your Inyuan Tianzong after I've received the greeting gift and improved my cultivation. Duan Lingtian's words made the 3 demon scorpion elders agree to it. At this moment, the people from the other divine kingdoms looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. Of course, like the 3 demon scorpion elders, they felt that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to consolidate his cultivation as a middle divine emperor in the heavens Vulcanian. At most, he would just enter the middle divine emperor realm. Even so, it was enough to make them envious. After all, Inyuan Tianzong had promised to help him consolidate his cultivation as long as he entered the middle divine emperor realm. That would require a huge amount of resources. Any divine kingdom would be able to provide such resources, but once they did so, it would be equivalent to emptying half of their treasury. The price to pay was extremely high. Just as everyone's attention was on Duan Lingtian, Lang Chunwan also spoke up. If you want me to join your Inyuan Tianzong, I can do that. If I enter the ultimate god realm in the heavens Vulcanian and completely consolidate my cultivation, you'll have to help me enter the middle divine emperor realm as a greeting gift. If you can't do that, then forget it. Lang Chunwan shook his head as he finished speaking. As soon as Lang Chunwan spoke, the entire place fell silent. Originally, the people present thought that Duan Lingtian was too arrogant to say that he would consolidate his cultivation as a middle divine emperor after leaving the heavens Vulcanian. However, now that Lang Chunwan had spoken, they suddenly felt that Duan Lingtian was just a younger brother in front of Lang Chunwan, a upper divine emperor. She actually thought that after entering the heavens Vulcanian, not only would she have a chance to enter the ultimate god realm, but she would also be able to consolidate her cultivation as a lower divine emperor. Was she crazy? Even the 3 demon scorpion elders looked at Lang Chunwan as though they were looking at an idiot. If Duan Lingtian had said that he could enter the middle divine emperor realm in the heavens Vulcanian and completely consolidate his cultivation, there would still be a small chance that it could be realized. However, Lang Chunwan's words were no different from a fantasy story. There was no chance of it being realized. At that moment, only Duan Lingtian knew that his 4th senior sister had a certain degree of confidence. After all, according to what he found out from his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, his 4th senior sister had once obtained a shocking fortuitous encounter. Once she broke through to a new realm of cultivation, she would directly and completely consolidate her cultivation, and she utterly didn't have to exert any effort to consolidate it. Chapter 40, 184. Girl, don't make fun of us. One of the 3 devil scorpion elders, the one who had invited Lang Chunwan earlier, said in a low voice, somewhat displeased, "Who's making fun of you?" Lang Chunwan was speechless. "I'm just asking if Inyuan Tianzong is willing to agree to my request. If you're not willing, then forget it." The three devil scorpion elders exchanged glances with each other and discussed privately with Lang Chunwan. Is this Lang Chunwan crazy? Compared to her, Duan Lingtian, who I thought was crazy, seems like an honest person. Agree to her request? She won't be able to do it anyway. I think so too. But it's still a matter of ascending to the ultimate God realm. I think we should send a communication jade back to ask. If she really does succeed in the end, I'm afraid she'll empty out Inyuan Tianzong. Just as the three of them were about to send a communication jade back to Inyuan Tianzong, a voice came from afar. A hearty voice sounded from afar. Girl, you are quite interesting. How about this? If Inyuan Tianzong isn't willing to agree to your request, how about I agree to it? If you've not only stepped into the lesser ultimate God realm after coming out, but also completely consolidated your cultivation, Hansan Heavenly Lake will give you a gift of entering the intermediate ultimate God realm. If you haven't consolidated your cultivation, we'll give you a gift of consolidating your cultivation. If you haven't even stepped into the ultimate God realm, Hansan Heavenly Lake can also fulfill the promise Inyuan Tianzong made to you earlier. Earlier, Inyuan Tianzong had promised Lang Chunwan that as long as Lang Chunwan was willing to join Inyuan Tianzong, he would help her enter the ultimate God realm after leaving Heaven's Canyon before she reached the ultimate God realm. As these words were spoken, a tall middle-aged man wearing a white robe appeared. He had a feather fan and a silk headband, and he looked extraordinarily refined. Upon seeing that person, the pupils of the various divine kingdoms' monarchs all shrunk. In the next instant, many monarchs bowed respectfully to the person who had arrived. Greetings, Lord Nangong. Nangong Sui, the master of the supreme god-level sect Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake, was also one of the two high-level supreme gods of Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake. They didn't expect that not only Inyuan Tianzong's people came, but also the Heavenly Lake's people. Moreover, it was the master of the Heavenly Lake, Nangong Sui. At this moment, even Inyuan Tianzong's three devil scorpion elders had grave expressions on their faces. However, he didn't forget to greet the newcomer. Lord Nangong, Lang Chunwan, it was us who first, before one of the three devil scorpion elders could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Nangong Sui. Nangong Sui glanced at them indifferently and said, if she really went to our Heavenly Lake and didn't go to Inyuan Tianzong, it's also because the three of you delayed it. I originally wanted to invite Duan Lingtian, but since you've agreed to his request, I'll give face to that old man from Inyuan Tianzong and won't fight with you for him. As for Lang Chunwan, unless she's unwilling to enter our Heavenly Lake, you won't be able to stop her. Even if that old man comes, he won't be able to stop her. Everyone knew that the old man from Inyuan Tianzong that Nangong Sui spoke of was definitely the high-level venerable master from Inyuan Tianzong. Since you're willing to agree to my request, I'll go with you to the Heavenly Lake. At this time, Lang Chunwan spoke, his eyes jumping with excitement. His heart was in turmoil. I really didn't expect that this trip to the trial grounds would give me a chance to enter the medium-level Venerable Master Realm. If I enter the medium-level Venerable Master Realm, it won't be so easy for third senior brother to bully me after we go out. Humph. In the distance, Duan Lingtian stood there dumbstruck. He knew that his fourth senior sister was tricking people, but he didn't expect that someone would really fall into the trap. This master of the Heavenly Lake seemed wise and far-sighted, but he probably never expected that his fourth senior sister was blessed by the heavens and beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even if it's a famous venerable level faction in the Tianan continent with a deep foundation, after helping fourth senior sister enter the medium level venerable master realm, I'm afraid they'll still be hurt, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, his fourth senior sister couldn't stay in the Heavenly Lake forever. She would leave in 2 years. More accurately, she would be teleported out. At that time, who would the people of the Heavenly Lake cry to? Why am I thinking so much? this world might have been prepared for us by those ultimate masters. Their memories might have been given to them by those ultimate masters. Maybe after we leave, this world will be gone. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. At this time, Lang Chunwan continued to make requests to Nangong Si. I'll only go with you to the heavenly lake after I receive the greeting gift. And Nangong Su also agreed to this. But even so, except for Duan Lingtian himself and Lang Chunwan, no one present thought that Lang Chunwan and Duan Lingtian could completely consolidate their newly broken cultivation after breaking through to the lower level Venerable God realm and middle level God Emperor realm. The experts of the heavenly lake of Hans Han and Yi Yuan Tianzong came quickly and left quickly. However, the group of monarchs present knew that they definitely didn't go far. Instead, they walked out of this area in order to avoid. After the divine kingdom battle of the various divine kingdoms ended, the four of them would definitely come again. At that time, they would also take away Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. Brother Lingtian, congratulations. The monarch of the righteous divine kingdom, Chu Youngjun, congratulated Duan Lingtian. Even if he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to completely consolidate his cultivation after breaking through to the middle-level God Emperor realm at the Heavensville Canyon, he still felt that it was a good thing for Duan Lingtian to enter the Yi Yuan Tianzong. Once he entered the Yi Yuan Tianzong, Duan Lingtian, who had broken through to the middle-level God Emperor realm, would be able to consolidate his cultivation directly. Thank you, Big Brother Zhu. When they were communicating through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian and Chu Youngjun addressed each other as brothers. Normally, in front of a group of righteous divine kingdom palace masters, they would address each other as Palace Master Duan or Monarch. In the following period of waiting, more and more people's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. Some of them were envious, while others were jealous. However, they knew in their hearts that there was no point in being envious or jealous of them. Until now, Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan had only exchanged glances and didn't communicate through voice transmission. This was because it wasn't safe to communicate through voice transmission in this world. There was a chance that their relationship would be exposed. In this world, it was better to keep a low profile and not acknowledge each other. When they entered the Heavensville Canyon, not acknowledging each other would allow them to catch people off guard in some situations. After waiting for a period of time, they finally arrived at the Heavensville Canyon. In the void in front of them, a canyon that looked like a fairyland surrounded by clouds and mist seemed to have appeared out of thin air. From afar, it was magnificent. There were illusory images of cranes flying above, and there were also illusory images of all sorts of strange beasts swimming around. Some flowers and trees had even turned into spirits and transformed into illusory images that were playing around. It was like a fairyland. The Heavensville Canyon has opened. Many people exclaimed excitedly. Of course, the ones who were excited were the upper divine emperors brought by the monarchs of various divine nations. For these monarchs, it wasn't their first time seeing such a scene. In fact, some of them had entered the Heavensville Canyon the last time it opened. They either broke through to the ultimate God realm inside the canyon or after exiting the canyon. All mansion masters, please come to me. The monarch of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun, called out to Duan Lingtian and the others. At the same time, he also asked the other group of people he brought, namely Yun He and the others, to come forward. Then, Chu Youngjun took out the monarch token. It emitted a faint light that enveloped everyone, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew that it was to plant the righteous divine nation's brand on them. In this way, the Heavensville Canyon would be able to identify which divine nation they came from. From there, the points they obtained in the canyon would be added to the righteous divine nation's points and be ranked in the rankings. At the same time, even if they killed each other in the canyon, they wouldn't be able to get double the rewards because they came from the same divine nation. While Chu Young-jun planted the divine nations brand on Duan Lingtian and the others, the monarchs of various divine nations also took out their monarch tokens and planted the divine nations brand on the group of upper divine emperors they brought. Inside, you will find your own opportunities. I won't restrict you from killing each other, because even if I did, it would be meaningless. Chu Young-jun glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others, then said in a deep voice, "All I can say is to be careful inside. Don't trust your own people and don't trust outsiders. You are in control of your own destiny. I won't say anything else. The fact that all of you are able to reach your current level of cultivation shows that you are not boorish people. You have your own judgment." While Chu Young-jun was talking to Duan Lingtian and the others, the monarchs of the other divine nations were also talking to the group of upper divine emperors they brought with them. Although the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation, Xiao Yuan, couldn't wait to kill Lang Chunwan, he still reminded the group of palace masters of Feiyang Divine Nation to flee if they met Lang Chunwan. They weren't a match for Lang Chunwan. The group of palace masters naturally wouldn't doubt the words of their monarch. What a joke! That person had killed her way into the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation and slaughtered all the upper divine emperors there. The few of them weren't even enough for her to kill. This time, the people from Feiyang Divine Nation were less than half of the people from the other divine nations. It was because of the seemingly harmless demoness. Let's go in. The master of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Bao Yu, was the first to speak. The group of upper divine emperors from Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, including Lang Chunwan, were also the first to fly into the Destiny Canyon. Before Lang Chunwan moved, she exchanged glances with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a faint smile. Everything was understood without words. You guys go in too. Let's go in. As the monarchs of the divine nations spoke, groups of people flew into the Destiny Canyon. Chapter 4185. The Destiny Canyon was suspended in the void in the distance, like a pavilion in the air. It was surrounded by clouds and mist. After the group of people got close to it, their figures began to gradually fade away. Then they disappeared without a trace. However, the surrounding life forms inside and outside Destiny Canyon seemed to not have seen them. Many of the righteous divine nations mansion masters sighed. The creation god's methods are unimaginable. No wonder it's said that no matter how powerful a higher ultimate god is, he's nothing in front of a creator god. A creation god can kill an upper ultimate god with just a thought. I used to be curious if a creation god really exists. Now I don't think so anymore. The Destiny Canyon is enough to prove it. The group of righteous divine nations mansion masters sighed curiously. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked calm, as though everything in front of him was nothing out of the ordinary. His indifference was also noticed by some people who were paying attention to him. Brother Lingtian is really mysterious, Yun, he thought to himself. He was not surprised. He wasn't surprised because he had already entered Heaven's Canyon 10,000 years ago. He had also seen this scene 10,000 years ago. However, when he saw the Destiny Canyon for the first time 10,000 years ago, he was as surprised and shocked as the other mansion masters who were here for the first time. All of you should go as well. The righteous divine nation's mansion master, Chu Young-jun, said slowly when he saw that most of the people from the various divine nations had left. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard this, they made their moves as well. Duan Lingtian flew out with a calm expression. He was able to maintain his composure because he knew everything in front of him was left behind by the ultimate powerhouses. It was not just the Destiny Canyon. Even the world that Destiny Canyon was in, the world that he and the people around him were in, and even the people around him were all created by a few supreme experts. They could even create such a vast world with so many lives, let alone a small Destiny Canyon. It disappeared when we got close to the Destiny Canyon. It's right in front of us. Duan Lingtian stared at the place where the previous batch of people had disappeared. Clearly, there was some kind of transmission array there that transported people into Heaven's Vulcanion. Duan Lingtian deliberately slowed down his pace. Soon, he saw that the group of righteous divine nations manor masters who had walked out before him had all turned into shadows in front of him before vanishing. Brother Lingtian, you'll be fine. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Yun, he was the last person from the righteous divine nation to enter Destiny Canyon. Before entering, he noticed that Duan Lingtian seemed a little hesitant, so he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. When Yun He's figure disappeared from sight, Duan Lingtian finally took a step forward. In the next instant, a mysterious energy shrouded Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt his vision darken and brighten. When he regained his vision, he discovered that he had appeared on a barren hill. Standing on the hill, Duan Lingtian could see towering mountains and precipitous ridges. There was only one path leading into the distance. The surroundings were filled with thistles and thorns. There was no way to go. Of course, since he was flying, there was definitely a way to go. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly as though he had sensed something. This was because he had sensed movement behind him at this moment. When he turned his head and looked over, he saw a small village that looked like a paradise standing in the distance. Smoke rose in spirals, giving people a feeling of peace and tranquility. A village? Is this really the Destiny Canyon? The Celestial Emperor is looking for a place of opportunity to become a venerable? Duan Lingtian was a little confused. He stood up and subconsciously wanted to fly into the sky and fly to the village in front of him. However, he soon discovered that he could mobilize the divine power in his body normally. He could sense the law of space and even use the sword principle and control principle normally. However, he could not fly. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in this area that prevented him from flying in the sky. He could only leap and not fly continuously, so there was no pressure. It must be the work of an ultimate expert. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it and flew down the hill. He then followed the only path and slowly walked toward the paradise village in front of him. Now he needed to know where he was. In addition, he needed to think of a way to earn points. Of course, it would be best if he could get some opportunities in the process of earning points. Kingdom struggle. Recalling what Chu Yunjun, the monarch of the righteous divine nation, had said before, Duan Lingtian suddenly had this idea. Kingdom struggle. He repeated it 3 times in his heart. In the next moment, in his mind, 2 white scrolls that fell from the sky appeared. On the top of the white scroll on the left, there were 5 big words written in a flamboyant style. Individual rankings. On the top of the white scroll on the right, there were 5 other big words. Kingdom of God rankings. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could see names being added to the scoreboard one after another. Moreover, the divine kingdoms they belonged to were indicated behind these names. 4th senior sister. Soon, Duan Lingtian saw the name of his 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan. She was at the bottom of the list. Lang Chunwan, Yuhong Divine Nation. No points at the moment. At this moment, the names on the white scroll on the left were still increasing. However, even after the name of the person at the top of the list, it was still no points at the moment. Obviously, no one had obtained any points yet. Do I also need to fill in my name? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the white paper scroll on his left. At the same time, a cold and indifferent voice that didn't contain the slightest emotion sounded out in his mind. Add your name. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. With a thought, he thought about the gesture of his name. After he finished writing his name, he stopped. To be more precise, his thought stopped. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw that his name appeared on the last line. Duan Lingtian, Righteous Divine Nation, no points at the moment. However, A moment after his name appeared, another line appeared behind it. Another name, a person from another divine nation. Also no points at the moment. It seems that everyone has just entered and has not obtained any points yet. Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked to the right and saw that after 30 lines of words appeared on the white scroll on the right, there was no more increase. There were 30 lines of text, and each line represented a divine kingdom. Currently, the first divine nation was the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation that his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan was from. Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, no points at the moment. The people from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation should be the first to enter and fill in their names. Therefore, the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation is ranked first despite having no points at the moment. Just as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he was stunned for a moment. This was because the words "no points at the moment" behind the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation had disappeared. To be precise, it had been replaced by another line of words. Previously, it had been Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, no points at the moment. Now it had changed to Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, 100 points. Someone has obtained 100 points? The sudden appearance of 100 points meant that it must have been obtained by one person. He subconsciously looked at the list on the left and saw that the name on the first line had indeed changed. Fourth senior sister? When he saw the new name, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Lang Chunwan, Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, 100 points. Clearly, the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's current 100 points had been obtained by his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Fourth senior sister is still formidable. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Then he stopped looking at the list and began to concentrate on sizing up the small village in front of him. At this very moment, he walked towards the small village. He could see that the few children who were originally playing at the entrance of the village, except for one who was braver and still stuck his head out to look around. The rest looked as though they had seen a ghost when they saw him. Their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly ran back into the village. As for the child who had stuck his head out to look around, when he realized that his companions had run away, his expression also changed. Then he turned around and ran. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of the child who was running at the back, blocking his path. "Uncle Bandit, don't kill me. Don't kill me." When Duan Lingtian had just stopped him, he saw him slumped on the ground with his eyes closed. He cried loudly as he shouted, and a pool of liquid had appeared beneath his butt. "Bandit?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard this term. It seemed like he had only heard of this term when he was in his hometown, the mundane realm. It was too far away. However, when Duan Lingtian thought about his hometown, the Saint Province realm, a hint of gloom appeared in his eyes. The Saint Province realm was no longer in existence. It had been destroyed. The person who had attacked him was from the Monarch divine sect. "I'm not a bandit." After a long time, Duan Lingtian looked at the child who was still crying on the ground and shook his head. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Upon hearing this, the child stopped crying. At the same time, he opened his eyes and looked at Duan Lingtian from head to toe. You're really not a bandit? Do I look like a bandit to you?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The smile on his face was warm and caused others to feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze, whereas the child lowered his guard and sized Duan Lingtian up with a curious expression. "You're not a bandit. Then who are you? Why did you come to our village?" Duan Lingtian hadn't even had the time to speak when a group of people gushed out from within the village, and many people followed along as they shouted in a stern voice. "Bandits! I'll fight you to the death! Bandit! Bastard! You won't even let a child go!" In just a blink of an eye, the children who had fled earlier returned with a large group of adults. There were at least 100 people, both young and old. Leading the group were more than a dozen young and strong men. At this moment, Although they were shouting fiercely, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to see that there was fear in the depths of their eyes. They seemed to be strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. "I'm not a bandit," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, a gentle force blocked everyone's path. It was as though an insurmountable barrier had appeared. Chapter 4186. Immortal. It's an immortal. An old man in his 70s stepped out of the crowd and knelt before Duan Ling Tian. The expressions of the young men changed drastically when Duan Ling Tian stopped them. "The village chief of Yuanya village greets you, immortal." The village chief. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled when he saw the old man rushing toward him. Realization dawned on him when he saw the old man kneeling on the ground and addressing him as immortal. The old man must have thought of him as an immortal. "What are all of you standing there for? Why aren't you greeting the immortal? Immortal, you're merciful. With a push of your hand, you can rid Yuanya village of the bandits." After the old man knelt on the ground and greeted Duan Ling Tian, he hurriedly turned to look at the villagers behind him. The villagers immediately knelt as well. "Please have mercy, immortal. Get rid of the bandits for us. Please have mercy, immortal. Immortal, if you're willing to get rid of the bandits for Yuanya village, I'm willing to be your slave." The large group of people who were originally standing kneeled on the ground, one after another. Even the group of children were no exception. All of them kowtowed to Duan Ling Tian and called him celestial. "Rise, all of you." Duan Ling Tian frowned. Then he waved his hand, and the people kneeling on the ground were lifted up by an invisible force. They could no longer kneel, apart from the village chief, who was relatively calm. Everyone else was shocked and in disbelief when they saw this. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian scanned the area with his divine consciousness and discovered that the strongest person in the village was only an ordinary cultivator. They were similar to the people in the mundane realm where he came from. Moreover, their strength was only average. "There's such a place in the heavens, Canyon." Duan Ling Tian was speechless. He was also puzzled. Why was he so lucky to be sent to such a place? Although he was a little speechless, Duan Ling Tian did not gather them. Instead, he patiently asked the village chief how to get to the outside. He also asked about the location of the village's natural enemy, the mounted bandits. "My lord, the base camp of the horse bandits is on the main road out of here. They blocked the way and didn't allow us to move the village away. They saw us as long-term workers and robbed us of our harvest and all kinds of handicrafts." After hearing the village chief's words, Duan Ling Tian understood. "Since that's the case, I'll deal with them when I leave." After getting the answers he wanted, Duan Ling Tian didn't stay in the village for long. He turned around and walked back the way he came. "This place is a little strange. Not only can I not fly in the air, I can't even extend my divine sense too far." Duan Ling Tian came and went like the wind. Everyone in the village was stunned. "Village chief, will this immortal really help us deal with the bandits?" Someone asked the village chief. "He will," the village chief said with certainty. The village head said with certainty, "The legendary immortals are all true to their words. This one is definitely no exception." Of course, although he said so, the village chief was still uncertain. After all, no one could be sure if this immortal was reliable. "Village chief, that immortal is really strong. Can he help us deal with the bandits? Didn't you see the immortal's skills? How can mere mounted bandits be a match for an immortal?" Naturally, Duan Ling Tian didn't know that after he left, the entire village became lively. Their conversations never left him. After Duan Ling Tian left the vicinity of the village, he began to fly and hurry on his way. Although he couldn't fly in the air, he didn't feel any pressure walking on the ground. In just a few leaps, he had already covered a large distance. If he walked normally, it would take at least 1 to 2 hours. the base camp of the mounted bandits. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was a large building in front of him. It was situated on both sides of the road. Smoke rose from the chimneys, and even from a distance he could hear shouting coming from inside. Some people were drinking and playing rock, paper, scissors. Some people were learning from each other. Some people were bragging. When Duan Lingtian came close and was about to cross the road, he was stopped by someone. No one is allowed to leave. Go back to your village obediently or die. The two mounted bandits who stopped Duan Lingtian stared at Duan Lingtian as if he was a prey. Duan Lingtian didn't waste time talking to them. He raised his hand and killed one of them. Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to kill the other person. However, after the other party came to his senses, he still let out a scream. Enemy attack! A scream spread in all directions. Instantly, the noisy environment quieted down. Then, figures appeared in various buildings. They quickly rushed out and surrounded Duan Lingtian. There were more than 100 of them. This time, before the group of bandits had the time to make a move, Duan Lingtian casually slapped out with his palm towards the horizon. Instantly, a terrifying force charged into the sky before transforming into a gray and hazy rain of swords in the horizon. Whoosh! 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 The rain of swords whistled as they fell, other than the mounted bandit who shouted enemy attack. Earlier, the other mounted bandits were all killed in a panic. The remaining mounted bandit was so frightened that he sat on the ground. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he was looking at a devil. He didn't expect this young man who looked kind would be so ruthless. Moreover, based on the strength of this young man's attack, it was beyond his imagination. This was almost the same as the legendary immortals. Are there any mounted bandits left? If there are, bring me there and I'll spare your life. If there aren't, you'll die. Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the remaining mounted bandit in front of him. Yes, yes. After the mounted bandit regained his senses, he quickly replied. The second leader brought a group of brothers to a village to collect debts. Then, with the mounted bandit personally leading the way, Duan Lingtian walked forward for a distance and met the second leader and the others at a fork in the road. From then on, the entire mounted bandit group was killed. In the end, the mounted bandit who led the way did not survive Duan Lingtian's attack. When the last mounted bandit was killed, Duan Lingtian suddenly noticed a faint light falling from the sky and landing on his body. Rule reward. It was very faint and had no effect. However, when Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at the scoreboard, it was not difficult to discover that his points were no longer temporarily 0. He had obtained 1 point. Duan Lingtian, just bright divine nation, 1 point. I killed so many mounted bandits and only got 1 point. My 4th senior sister just entered and already got 100 points. Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling somewhat puzzled and depressed, his gaze subconsciously swept to the front and saw that his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwon's information had changed again. Lang Chunwon, Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, 260 points. She was still in first place. The second place only had 83 points. 4th senior sister, where did you get so many points? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he glanced at his points again and suddenly felt a little sad. This difference was too big, wasn't it? Now, 4th senior sister must be secretly laughing somewhere after seeing my points. While Duan Lingtian was somewhat vexed, he also felt somewhat helpless. It's not that I didn't work hard. It's that I worked hard and only got 1 point. 1 point? In the vast cave, the figure of a young girl was faintly discernible, but her expression was a little strange. Little junior brother, after so long you only got 1 point. Has he been teleported to some remote corner of the mountain? The young girl was Lang Chunwon. After Lang Chunwon entered, she happened to be teleported to a secret territory in the Destiny Canyon. There were a few living beings in the canyon who were fighting for the opportunities in the secret territory. Among them, the strongest were 2 high-level god emperors. Then she killed all of them. The 2 high-level god emperors gave her 200 points. The 6 mid-level god emperors gave her 60 points. She obtained a total of 260 points. What's there to fight for in a broken secret territory? However, if they didn't come here, I wouldn't have been able to kill them all in one go. In the end, Lang Chunwan casually put away the last treasure that appeared in the secret territory as if she was collecting trash. Then, in a flash, she left the secret territory. I'll save up some more rewards, and then I can try to break through to the ultimate god realm. Lang Chunwan thought to herself. I wonder where little junior brother is. If I knew, I could have brought him along. What a pity. Lang Chunwan continued to search for her own opportunities in the Destiny Canyon. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian followed the mountain path and killed a few groups of bandits all along the way. He spent an entire day and night before he finally left the lofty mountain range that was restricted from flying. Flying into the air, Duan Lingtian turned his head and looked at the mountain range behind him. He sighed in his heart. If he didn't experience it himself, he wouldn't have imagined that in this mountain range where there were only ordinary living beings, there would be a flight restriction. That's not right. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Why would there be a flight restriction in such a deserted place? Could it be there's a secret in here? But I didn't find any secret along the way. At this moment, although Duan Lingtian thought of this, he really didn't want to go back. Moreover, even if there was something extraordinary in here, he might not be able to find it. I'll just walk around and find out more about this place. In the end, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. At the same time, the people who entered the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Divine Kingdom battle were also scattered to various places in the canyon. Everyone had their own luck. If they were lucky, they would encounter a group of people who were not as strong as them and casually kill them to obtain a large number of points. Lang Chunwan was like that. Of course, Lang Chunwan was not the only one. However, Lang Chunwan had encountered upper great god emperors, and the strongest that the others had encountered so far was only a middle great god emperor. This was also the reason why Lang Chunwan was the only one who had obtained more than 100 points in the individual rankings. Chapter 40, 187. Duan Lingtian wandered around the mountain range that he came out from. As he wandered, he looked at the changes on the scoreboard. His 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan's points did not change for the time being. However, the points of others were changing rapidly. Some of their names suddenly disappeared from the scoreboard. It was obvious what this meant. They were killed. It was unknown whether they were killed by other participants in the Divine Nations battle or by the living beings in the Destiny Canyon. There were also living beings in the Destiny Canyon. For example, the villagers in the village that Duan Lingtian encountered in the mountain range were the living beings in the Destiny Canyon. The bandits that he killed along the way were also living beings in the Destiny Canyon. The Heavensville Canyon is another world. Another hidden small world within the trial grounds of the divine trials. Duan Lingtian wandered nearby. At first, he did not find anything. However, after half a day, he found a figure. Although he did not have any impression of it, it was not difficult to tell that this person was not a living being in this world. This was because this person was like him, moving cautiously. The most important thing was this person was a higher divine emperor. This person, I wonder how strong he is. Should I test him? Although Duan Lingtian knew that there were some half-step ultimate gods in the divine nations that he could not defeat, let alone kill, there were still many who were not as strong as him. It was fine to test him. Even if he was a half-step ultimate god and he could not defeat him, it would not stop him from escaping. After mastering the teleportation of the space law twice, it would be easy for him to get rid of his pursuers. His ability to escape was even stronger than the wind law of the 5 elemental laws. Whoosh! As soon as he decided to do something, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and swaggered past him while the other party was still carefully observing him. The middle-aged man, who had been cautious along the way, also noticed Duan Lingtian and recognized Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian from the righteous divine nation. Duan Lingtian did not know him, but he knew Duan Lingtian. The only person from the righteous divine nation who was not a high-level god emperor was the only one who was not a middle-level god emperor. He was just a low-level god emperor. And it was this lower god emperor who was said to have killed a higher god emperor. Furthermore, there was a floating image pearl. He had seen the floating image mirror image in the floating image pearl. The upper god emperor that was killed should be weaker than him. However, when he recalled how easily the young man before him had killed the other party, even if the other party had been killed without using his full soul high-tier divine artifact, he did not have the confidence to face the young man before him. Forget it. I won't provoke him. I might not be able to kill him. A tree's shadow, a man's name. There's no smoke without fire. His strength still needs to be acknowledged. The middle-aged man was very clear in his heart that many people doubted Duan Lingtian's strength. Even the group of upper divine lordess that came from the red origin divine nation had quite a few of them. He even threatened to kill the other party if he met them in the heavenly fate canyon. Wang Jin. Just as the middle-aged man was about to leave and not provoke Duan Lingtian, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It's me. A moment later, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared not far from the middle-aged man. Of course, he was still a distance away, afraid that the middle-aged man would attack him. When the figure appeared, the middle-aged man was stunned. Lu Yi was also from the red origin divine nation like him. Moreover, their strength was on par. If they really fought, the chances of victory would be 50-50. It's me. Lu Yi grinned. At the same time, he looked at the purple-robed youth who was strutting past them. Wang Jin. That's Duan Lingtian from the righteous divine nation. Why don't we join forces and take him down? Wang Jin was naturally tempted by Lu Yi's words, but he did not lose his rationality. Killing him won't give us many points. As for the rewards, even if it's double, it won't be of much use to us. When Lu Yi suggested joining forces, Wang Jin suddenly thought of something. Since Duan Lingtian was only a lower god emperor, killing Duan Lingtian would not be worth it. Even if they succeeded, they would not get any rewards. As for the points, the Heavenly Fate Canyon had just begun. How many points could Duan Lingtian have? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that he's a lower god emperor. Lu Yi was stunned at first, but he could not help but smile bitterly. At the same time, his eyes flashed. Let's see how many points he has now. If he has enough points, we can take him down. Otherwise, there's no point in making a move on him. As Lu Yi spoke, he checked the rankings. When he saw Duan Lingtian's name on the individual rankings, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This Duan Lingtian is too pitiful. Only 1 point? When Wang Jin heard Lu Yi's words, he completely gave up on the idea of provoking Duan Lingtian. Even if he joined forces with Lu Yi, he still had some confidence. However, everything was about the cost-effectiveness ratio. There was no benefit in dealing with Duan Lingtian. It would take a lot of effort, and he might even be injured. If he was injured and something unexpected happened, it would be a disaster for him. Boring. Let's go find our next target. Now, even Lu Yi felt that there was no point in dealing with Duan Lingtian. A lower god emperor only gave him 1 point. Even if he killed him, there was no benefit. 1 point was not enough for the two of them to split evenly. 2 people? Duan Lingtian had only noticed that there was an extra person beside Lu Yi when he was passing by. Moreover, there was no conflict between the two of them. It was obvious that they knew each other. Most importantly, after staring at him for a while, The two of them stopped staring at him and even prepared to walk in another direction. Is it because they don't want to deal with me? Or are they not confident in dealing with me? As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian had an answer in his heart. It should be because they don't want to deal with me. However, this also means that they are not half-step ultimate gods. Even if the two half-step ultimate gods did not think that killing him would benefit them, as long as they considered that it would not take too much effort to kill him, they would still join forces to kill him. That way, they would have one less target to compete with. Of course, there was also the possibility that they were raising venomous insects. However, the two of them were walking in another direction and did not intend to walk in the same direction as him. This ruled out the possibility that they were raising venomous insects. Overall, Duan Lingtian felt that the two of them were probably not half-step ultimate gods. Moreover, the two of them were probably not half-step ultimate gods since they were together. Wouldn't it be better for a half-step ultimate god to travel alone? If there was one more person, he would have to share the benefits. When he thought of that, he no longer hesitated. After a second teleportation, he blocked the two of them and stopped them. The two of them were a little stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian appear to stop them. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian would notice them. Moreover, he had the guts to stop them. Duan Lingtian. The two of them were naturally unhappy when Duan Lingtian appeared to stop them. They had already planned to spare his life, but he had come forward himself. Was he in a hurry to die? Of course, although they thought so, they did not show any dissatisfaction in their actions. They immediately took out their divine weapons and were ready to release their divine powers. The three of them did not even interact much. To be precise, Duan Lingtian did not waste time talking nonsense with them. He immediately took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword and started fighting. The divine powers in his body also swept out as if they were free. The law of space, the Tao of control, the Tao of sword. Duan Lingtian's method seemed simple, but the power it contained shocked the 2 red origin divine kingdom upper-level god emperors. After the first clash, they felt that they were at a disadvantage. Whoosh! 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 The space storm condensed into rays of sword light and met the attacks of the 2 upper-level god emperors. The whole process was very one-sided. At this time, the two of them realized something that shocked them. Duan Lingtian had mastered the Tao of control. At first, they thought that Duan Lingtian's attainment in the law of space was very high. However, after 2 clashes, they realized this shocking fact. Boom! In the third confrontation, the two of them were directly defeated. From beginning to end, they didn't even have the time to say a single word. Duan, just as one of the two, tried to open his mouth to ask for peace. A gray sword ray fell from the sky and killed him. The other person followed in his footsteps in the blink of an eye. He killed 2 upper-level god emperors in 3 moves. Neither of the 2 upper-level god emperors was weaker than Chang Yan, whom Duan Lingtian had met when he was competing for the position of acting mansion master in righteous divine Kingdom Heaven's spirit mansion. 2 rules rewards. Both are double rewards. It's equivalent to killing 4 upper-level god emperors outside. How many points do they have? When Duan Lingtian looked at his points on the scoreboard, he realized that he only had 11 points. He could not help but feel puzzled. Why was it so little? However, just as he thought about it, he realized that his points had suddenly increased by 200 points. Duan Lingtian, Righteous Divine Kingdom, 210 points. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's name instantly shot up from the bottom to the 2nd place on the individual scoreboard. After that, he noticed that his points were still increasing. Every few breaths, it would start to increase a little. It only stopped when it reached 236 points. Did I intercept their points? When he thought of this, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I'll be able to catch up to 4th senior sister soon. However, before that, I'll have to digest the rewards I got this time. Even if I can't break through this time, I'll be just one step away. While Duan Lingtian found a place to temporarily go into seclusion to digest the rewards, the people from the various divine kingdoms in Destiny Canyon were stunned when they saw the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian of Righteous Divine Kingdom was second. Chapter 4188. In the battle of the divine kingdoms in the heavens Vulcanion, whether it was points or being removed from the list, it wasn't necessarily immediate. This also made it impossible to determine who killed who. For example, when Duan Lingtian killed the 2 red origin divine kingdoms upper god emperors, he only gained 200 points directly from killing them. As for the 2's original points, after being intercepted by Duan Lingtian, they were slowly added to Duan Lingtian's name. As for the 2's names, they were still on the list and hadn't been removed. Moreover, although the 2 of them died almost at the same time, when they were removed from the list after a period of time, they weren't removed at the same time. They were separated by at least a few days. Therefore, at that time, no one would suspect that Duan Lingtian had killed them. No one would know that the 2 of them had gathered together and were killed by Duan Lingtian at almost the same time. Now, Duan Lingtian had obtained more than 200 points in one go. In addition to the fact that no one was famous on the list, no one suspected that he had obtained the points by killing other participants in the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. They only thought that he had obtained the points by killing the upper god emperors in the heavens Vulcanion. When killing the living beings in the heavens Vulcanion, the points were directly presented. That Duan Lingtian from the Righteous Divine Kingdom actually killed 2 upper god emperors in one go. Everywhere in the heavens Vulcanion, many people who saw the changes on the list sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they were also shocked to a certain extent. Among them, there were some who thought that their strength was not bad, but when they encountered pairs of upper god emperors, they found that they couldn't kill them. In the end, after a stalemate, they were at a disadvantage and could only escape. Could it be that the upper god emperors Duan Lingtian encountered were weaker? It must be. My strength is not inferior to his. Many people who had encountered upper god emperors in the heavens Vulcanion thought so. Only a few people felt that Duan Lingtian's strength should be stronger than theirs. You've killed another 2 high-level god emperors. Even if they're just living creatures in the heavens Vulcanion, without the double reward, Brother Lingtian shouldn't be too far away from becoming a middle-level god emperor, right? Somewhere in heavens Vulcanion. Yun he sighed after killing a middle god emperor, living being in heavens Vulcanion. Based on what he knew about the rules and rewards of the upper god emperor realm, that Brother Lingtian had already absorbed quite a lot of them. Back then, he was the one who presided over the Sky Spirit Mansion. At that time, this Brother Lingtian had killed the upper rank god emperor called Cheng Yen and obtained a reward from the laws. Later on, when they arrived at the Righteous Divine Nation's capital, at the banquet held by the imperial family's palace master, this Lingtian brother had received quite a few higher god emperor realm rewards. How long had it been since they entered? This Brother Lingtian had actually killed 2 more high-level god emperors and received 2 rewards from the regulations. Little junior brother. On the other side of heavens Vulcanion, Lang Chun-Won subconsciously wanted to check on her little junior brother's current situation through the individual rankings. When she didn't see her little junior brother's name at the bottom of the rankings, she continued to look forward. After looking for a while, she finally saw her little junior brother's name at the 2nd place. Amazing! Lang Chun-Won grinned. As expected of my little junior brother. He's almost catching up to me. No, I have to continue working hard too. If little junior brother overtakes me, it'll be very embarrassing. In the following period of time, Lang Chun-Won's speed increased. Every upper god emperor living being that she encountered was killed by her. None of the people from the other divine nations, managed to escape when she ran into them. In various parts of Heavensville Canyon, many upper god emperors from various divine nations who were confident in their own strength were stimulated by the fact that Duan Lingtian, a lower god emperor, was ranked second on the individual rankings. They were no longer as cautious as before. What a joke! If they continued to be cautious, they would be too ashamed to face anyone. As for those upper god emperors who felt that their strength was average, they continued to keep a low profile. Even if they were jealous of Duan Lingtian's points, they didn't act rashly. They had long passed the age of recklessness. Naturally, they wouldn't joke around with their lives because of this. Even those upper god emperors who had become more aggressive didn't want to throw their lives away. Although they weren't as cautious as before, they were more vigilant. Points were important. However, the most important thing was still their own lives. I wonder which direction leads to the inner regions of Heavensville Canyon. At the same time, many upper god emperors became anxious as they watched the days pass. This was because they all knew that after Heavensville Canyon opened for a period of time, there would be riots in the surrounding areas. When that time came, a large number of upper god emperors would appear and start a massacre. As for those upper god emperors, if you killed a few of them, a lower ultimate god would appear. If a lower ultimate god was killed, a middle ultimate god would appear immediately. Therefore, even if many upper god emperors who were participating in the battle for the divine kingdoms gathered together, very few of them would take the initiative to kill the upper god emperors who started the riots. Killing 1 or 2 upper god emperors would be fine. However, if they killed a few more and a lower ultimate god was born, it would be a disaster for them. No matter how many people they had, they wouldn't dare to kill a lower ultimate god. Once they killed one and a middle ultimate god appeared, they would be finished no matter how many people they had. Moreover, they were able to kill a lower ultimate god because they didn't have a full soul high-grade divine weapon. They relied entirely on their profound laws, divine power, and the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. That was right. The upper gods who were born in Heavensville Canyon all understood the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Even those upper god emperors who didn't have a full soul high-grade divine weapon had grasped the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Moreover, they were in Heavensville Canyon and had an endless supply of divine power. If they couldn't kill them quickly, they would be the ones to die. As long as you're strong enough, you don't have to be afraid of the riots in Heavensville Canyon because they're moving towards the center. As long as we're faster than them, they won't be able to catch up. Moreover, they won't go any further after advancing towards the center of Heavensville Canyon. At that time, unless you want to go around them, they won't have any interaction with you. In Heavensville Canyon, any upper god emperor who is confident in their strength wouldn't be afraid of the riots in Heavensville Canyon. The riots in Heavensville Canyon will happen after we enter. There's no exact time. However, after the riots, we'll be driven to the center of Heavensville Canyon. Not only is the central region of the Heavensville Canyon even more dangerous, but there are also groups of higher god emperors in the area. You'll also have to face the higher god emperors of the various divine nations. The battle for the center of Heavensville Canyon is also the end of the battle for the divine kingdoms. At that time, those who survive will be sent out of Heavensville Canyon. Those who die will remain in Heavensville Canyon forever. It's said that they won't truly die, but their consciousness will fade away and they'll become living beings in Heavensville Canyon. For example, some of the living beings we've met in Heavensville Canyon might have died in the past. These people are easy to recognize because they're different from ordinary living beings. Ordinary living beings don't have full soul high-grade divine weapons, but they do. These people didn't master the 4 Taos of heaven and earth when they were alive, but they can passively master them after they die. They're very terrifying. Today, if someone who's slightly weaker than you becomes a living being in Heavensville Canyon and masters the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, you might not be their match. As the days passed, many people had a premonition that the creatures in Heavensville Canyon were about to riot. Who knew when they would suddenly erupt? Of course, those who were calm were still doing their own things. They were either looking for living beings to kill or looking for opportunities. Duan Lingtian, for example, had received double the rewards from killing the 2 upper god emperors from Red Plains' divine kingdom a few days ago. This was equivalent to killing 4 upper god emperors under normal circumstances. Duan Lingtian had entered seclusion to absorb the rewards and strengthen himself. His attainments in the law of space were profound, and he'd mastered the Tao of control and Sword Tao. His control of power had reached a certain level. Therefore, the speed at which he absorbed the rewards was fast and didn't put any burden on him. With his current attainments in various aspects, he wasn't inferior to ordinary ultimate gods. In fact, he was even stronger than ordinary ultimate gods. His cultivation level could be said to be a hindrance to his overall strength. If he became a lower ultimate god now, he'd be one of the best even among lower ultimate gods with his current abilities. Perhaps he'd be able to contend with ordinary intermediate ultimate gods. I'm still a little short. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and sighed with a regretful expression on his face when all the rewards from the laws had been converted into a part of his divine energy and improved the strength of his other 2 laws. This was the worst-case scenario. He didn't expect that he'd still run into it. Even if I kill another upper god emperor, even if there's no additional rewards, I'll definitely be able to become a middle ultimate god. It's time to go out and work. Now, a few days have passed. The Canyon of Heavens will erupt soon, right? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow at this thought. He'd heard about the Canyon of Heavens will erupting and didn't dare to take it lightly. He wasn't afraid of ordinary upper god emperors if there weren't that many of them. However, there were so many upper god emperors that he couldn't kill under such circumstances. He had no choice but to be afraid. It's only been a few days. I wonder if 4th senior sister is still first in the individual rankings. With this thought, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted to the rankings. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.